Hey listeners, how are you all? Thank you so much for being our awesome members. There's a lot to come more. Sit tight, be comfy, put your headphones, now let's begin. Jeriah groaned, cursing his aching head and double vision. His face was burnt and a small sand dune was forming over his legs and torso. He wiped the grit from his face and sat up. He wiped his eyes a few more times. There were still 2 suns in the sky. What the hell? With another groan he got to his knees. Standing all the way upright would probably be pushing things. His head spun. What had he been drinking? After several stupefied attempts to remember, he realized it was chakra exhaustion and not alcohol poisoning that was slowing his wits and dragging his body back to the ground. Was I trying a new technique? He mumbled. He was lying at the bottom of a very large sand dune, and from the trail along the side of it, he had probably started at the top and come sliding to his present location. That would probably explain how all that sand had gotten down the back of his pants. All around he saw only more sand and the 2 yellow sky. He started back up the dune he had tumbled down. I was looking for the brat. He stopped talking to himself and flinched a little. This wasn't the land of sand in Wind Country. True, there was sand everywhere, but the air was wrong. And there was no way the cage could afford a second sun, no matter how much profit he made as Leaf faltered. He got to the top of the dune, and paused, not rising from his hands and knees. Air was nothing but sand from one horizon to the other, not even a haze of mountains in the distance. He swallowed, and felt the grit in his throat. If Naruto had ended up here, he would not have made it. It was unlikely Jeriah himself would survive, even with all the jutsu he knew for gathering water. From the taste of the air, there was just no moisture to be had. And with the rolling dunes in the endless sea of sand, he would probably never find the boy's body either. Looks like I've failed for the last time, Sarutobi-sensei, he said. I bet you're still mad. It had taken him 3 years to figure out how to follow Naruto to this place. 3 years since his attempt to teach the boy summoning had gone wrong. He looked up at the sky again. He still did not know where he was. He had managed to find a trail of the Kyuubi's chakra twisted up in the ravine Naruto had fallen into, being pushed into, to scare him into using the demon's power to summon a toad. He did not know where the trail led. He managed to copy the strange reverse summon the boy had accidentally created and thrown himself after him. Was this the underworld, some strange waterless hell? Or maybe it was the realm of the kami. They didn't need to drink, did they? Jeriah's mind went floating to images of the memorial stone in the village, smoke rising up around the 3rd Lord Hokage's name, and the name of Jeriah's student. I guess you were the last one, he said to Naruto, though he knew the boy could not hear him, whatever world he was in. He shook his head to clear it. The memorial stone vanished, and once again he looked out on the horizon, sighing. He blamed his foul mood on the lack of sake, and his imminent death under 2 alien suns. He saw the shadow for only a moment, but he knew it was not a mirage. It was grainy tan against grainy tan, but he pushed more chakra into his eyes, and the details became surer. It looked like an upside-down boat, perhaps 12 meters long and 3 high. He could pick out several narrow dark slits in the sloped hull, though it was too far away and too dark inside for him to see who was peering out at him. The keel pointed at the sky with a row of antennae rising from it. And a dish at the very end. The deck of the inverted craft hovered above the sand on a cushion of wavy energy. He couldn't tell if it was chakra or heat, but it displaced only the slightest cloud of dust as it rushed towards him. The sand boat vanished behind more dunes as it got closer. He considered running or hiding, but there was nowhere to go, and to be honest, he did not have the strength for it. He tried to feel the chakra of those in the craft so he could at least prepare for gods, men, or demons, but nothing came to him. The boat crested the towering dune across from the one he stood upon. And stopped. It rocked back and forth on the invisible cushion that carried it, and then sank down onto the sand. A door folded down from one side into a ramp. It was dark inside, but a rectangle of sunlight showed him the occupants as they passed near the opening. There were people in there, or at least creatures about the size of people. For a moment he glimpsed a woman with sharp teeth and tentacles on her head, and something shaped like a man, but larger and covered completely in fur. The sound of growling and hissing reached him, and mumbled sibilant words he could not even begin to understand. And then a woman stepped out onto the ramp, and his attention was drawn to her. She seemed a normal human size and shape, though. She was covered from head to toe in tan cloth. All he could see were her hands and her eyes. She waved, and then began walking down her sand dune with sure and well-practiced steps. After a moment's consideration, Jeriah did the same, though he slid and stumbled as he found his way down. They stood across from each other in the trough between the towering dunes. This close he could see the woman was on the far side of middle age. Her hands were calloused from work and the skin around her eyes was tanned and stamped with crow's feet. "Greetings to you, Aro Senin," she said with a heavy accent. Jeriah fell on his face. "Who are you?" Jeriah asked. The woman pulled down the cloth covering the lower part of her face. She was smiling softly, but Jeriah probably would not have noticed if she had fangs and a beard. His eyes were glued to her cheeks, each painted with 3 whisker-like lines. "I am SHMI Skywalker," she said, carefully. "On behalf of our cage, I invite you to the village hidden in hope. P.S. I know this should probably be slotted in crossovers instead of the plain Naruto category, but I see a lot of crossovers in this section anyway, and I think it gets more attention. A Village Hidden in Hope by Mars. The Sand Spirits. Part 1. The heavy rumble of the sand ship's engines had been jarring at first, but now he felt as if every bone and muscle had been shaken into insensate jelly by it, and his mind drifted, exhausted and stupefied. The harness kept him upright in his seat, so he didn't really mind. Jeriah had looked at the other passengers when he'd first boarded the strange craft, suspecting at some point they'd have to drop their illusions and reveal their true forms, but they remained freakish and impossible, so he'd decided to focus on the narrow windows of the craft, watching the area of sand blur by at a speed even the most powerful shinobi would be hard-pressed to keep up. "Where are we?" he asked the woman, SHMI, again. "Tatooine," she said. "When we get to the village more will we explain. I've not learned enough of your language to make things clear." "Is Naruto here, on Tatooine?" he asked. "No, not now," she said carefully. "He will be back soon, but not soon enough to meet you, so he sent us." "He knew I was coming?" Jeriah asked. "No, others of the village dreamed it, especially my son," she said with obvious pride. "We knew from his dreams that you were one of Naruto's people. So we came to claim you before the desert could." He nodded. But if she could explain all that, what words did she still need to tell him where the hell he was? Maybe she just wanted the brat to break it to him. His eyes drifted over to another of the women in the craft. She wasn't nearly as covered up as the rest, wearing shorts and a sort of armored bustier instead of the yards of tan cloth that SHMI favored. He decided the woman really had something going for her, though he was still on the fence about the pair of tentacles that sprouted from either side of her head across her shoulders. Every once in a while the end of one of them twitched or resettled. "Shaik SSKYSKCHJLLIK," she said and leered at him. She grinned at his confusion, showing sharply pointed teeth. Not wanting to be rude, he leered back. She laughed. Jeriah was about to ask if she knew a good place to get a drink when SHMI interrupted. "My son found Naruto just over those waves," she said, pointing out the window. Jeriah obediently looked, though he couldn't begin to guess how she told one series of sand dunes from the next. "How'd he find him way out here?" SHMI smiled faintly. "He is usually bright orange," she said. "The beginning. The edge of the dune sea was a terrible place to test a pod racer. The terrain was not anything like the regular course he would have to pilot through next month. There was nobody around to help if the pod broke down. There were fewer saboteurs from Mos Eisley hanging around. That was true, but that was because there were a lot more Tusken Raiders in the area. There was no way he could walk back to town if something went wrong. Not that Watto would listen. Anakin Skywalker trotted alongside his Toydarian owner as the pod was taken off the towing rig and set on the sand by its current owners, a pair of Bothans. Watto was considering buying it, since it was dirt cheap. It was a piece of junk. Anakin knew that before he had even opened the engine panels. Still, with a little tinkering he got the engines to light up, and with a lot of cursing and kicking by the current owners, the repulsors came online and the craft rose to minimum clearance off the ground. "You go 30 clicks. One whole circuit. You make sure it runs." Human, Watto said, waving impatiently as Anakin climbed into the pilot's seat. I know, Anakin said. You said before. The jumpy craft screamed over the sand, kicking up a cloud that came right through the cracked windshield and made it hard to breathe, much less see, but he thought he knew where he was going. The proximity monitors were functional enough to tell him when he was coming close to hitting something, and he felt like he had enough altitude. His fingers were going numb from clenching the steering column. When Watto finally signaled he could bring it back in. He started a loop around a large dune that was just about to overbalance. His mother told him not to play around with sliding sand, but as kind of neat to see something that big come crashing down. If he bounced the repulsors off it just right. Foom. The left engine coughed out a huge cloud of grit, but the dune started tipping. He was looking at the sliding pile with pride, noticing belatedly that there were footprints going up the dune, and maybe something orange now sliding along the backside of it. Oh, crud, he muttered. As the dune rolled over and settled out, he circled the pile again, hoping it was just some old bit of cloth a Jawa had abandoned. His engines blew loose sand away, and he peered through the clouds of dust. It was definitely something orange. Something orange with a hand sticking out of it. Oh crud crud crud. He circled again, but the engines wouldn't blow any more sand away, not without getting low enough to risk crashing or chopping up the person he'd buried. He picked up the comm. Watto, I need to shut down, he said, hoping it didn't sound like a lie, not that the Toydarian was good at deciphering human tones. Why, human, he said through a burst of static. On the monitor it looks fine. The manifold is cracking, Anakin said into the radio. I've got to shut down for a half hour. Or it'll blow out and you'll have to tow it back. There was muttered cursing. Fine, shut down. You guard that pod with your life, human. Yes, sir. Anakin looked for a good place to land, but the was nothing for 100 yards in any direction. The orange thing was in loose sand, but if he tried to park there, the ship would be buried in a second. He whined to himself and backtracked. The engines shut down with an unpleasant cough that made him wonder if they would start up again. He looked out at the sand. Whoever it was had been under for almost 3 minutes now. Maybe they were already dead. Maybe there was no reason to go out there. But his mother would be mad if he did not at least try to help. Anakin set his goggles on the seat and climbed over the side. His feet sank into the sand and he started walking so he would not disappear beneath it. The orange thing hadn't moved. He hurried, now, feeling exposed on all sides. He could see the hand better now. It was definitely human, and not much larger than his own. A shadow was passing along the inside of his head. The entire desert got dark. He could still see the suns, but it was like an unholy haze had settled over everything. He had never been more afraid in his life. As he stepped closer to the still form, he felt sure the sky was about to crack open, or the sand would rise up and swallow him. Mom will be mad if I don't help, he said out loud. Trying to ward off whatever it was. Though how would she ever know? He gritted his teeth and grabbed the hand and then the wrist. There was a pulse. He pulled and a body came loose from the sand. The feeling of dread lessened, but didn't leave. It was a human, a boy, not much older than he was, or at least not that much larger. He was heavy, though. As Anakin pulled him up, sand poured out of the boy's orange jumpsuit. The boy's face was burned and blistered from the sun. His eyes were swollen and crusted shut and his mouth and nose were gummy with blood. Anakin rolled him over, face up. And the boy took a shallow raspy breath. Anakin opened his canteen and pried the other's mouth open, dribbling a little water in. The boy swallowed. A little at a time, the boy took in the whole bottle. But he never really woke up. Anakin went through his pockets, since he could not object. The boy had knives and wire and sharp metal stars, but no ID. Don't suppose you could wake up now? Anakin asked. The boy was silent and limp as Anakin started to drag him to the pod racer. If he told Watto, the boy might be taken to the hospital and treated, but if he was, he would just be sold into slavery to pay the cost of his care, and it was more likely the Toydarian would consider the injured human too far gone, and make Anakin leave him behind. But what Watto did not know, the pilot's compartment was too small to hide the injured boy in. He went back to the engine. It would be a tight, uncomfortable ride. It took him 20 minutes to stuff the other boy inside the right engine casing. Watto was shouting into the radio the whole time. It took another 20 minutes to sabotage the engine on that side so it wouldn't start up and fry the orange boy. When the racer finally limped back to the tow rig, listing heavily to one side, everyone was mad. One of the Bothans grabbed him by the hair and pulled him out of the pilot's seat the moment he unbuckled the safety harness. "Your slave broke it," the one holding his hair growled. "I did not. You patched it with low-quality lead solder and it melted in the heat," Anakin whined, doing his best to appear both honest and pathetic. "Lies," growled the other. "Then what kind of solder did you use?" Anakin shrieked. "You damage my slave, you pay for a new one," Watto warned. That was about as far as the Toydarian would go for him. But the shaking stopped. The large furry alien didn't let go of him, though. Anakin noticed the other one was starting to pick around at the occupied engine. He had to do something soon. Watto hadn't owned Anakin and his mother for much more than a year, but Anakin had picked up a bit of his owner's native language. "You should buy it, sir," Anakin said. "The patch is bad but the rest is not that broken." "What's he saying?" the Bothan holding his hair demanded. "He says it's not his fault. He said the craft is garbage," Watto said in basic. "You can fix it?" Watto asked in his own language. "Yes, sir," he said. "He says it's not worth more than a scrap fee," Watto said. "I suppose I could generously offer you 1,500 credit alone. It's worth 11,000. The one by the engine said. "But it isn't even disassembled," Watto said. "It would take weeks of work to get the useful pieces out." "The engines still work," the one holding Anakin's hair added. "We wouldn't take less than 20,000. With another half hour of bargaining, they finally settled on a price of 18,500 credits, which was about as much as it would cost to buy Anakin himself. The boy had an angry feeling in his stomach as he watched his owner transfer half the money, the rest to be transferred when the pod was dropped off at the junkyard. The ride back was long and hot, and Anakin knew the inside of the engine panel was probably twice as hot as the cab he was riding in. With bad grace, the Bothans unloaded it from the tow rig and drove off. "Can you really fix it, human?" Watto asked when the cloud of dust had settled. "Yes, sir," Anakin said. "The other engine isn't really broken. I just kinked up the power flows so they'd sell it cheaper," he added. Watto looked at him for a long moment, and for a second Anakin thought he was mad. But then the Toydarian nodded. "You're not as dumb as you look, human. But don't start to think you're smarter than me." "Yes, sir," he said. "You can go home early today, slave," Watto said. "Sir, I'd rather start working on the pod now," Anakin said. "The Isley Open is only a month away." Watto gave him another long look. "You're up to something, I think. But all right, sir. Can I call my mother back here to help? I can't lift some of the pieces by myself." Watto waved a dismissive hand. "All right, human, but if you think you can double-cross me, I'll sell you back to a hut. You remember that, and don't get greedy." "Yes, sir." The call was unexpected, so of course she panicked. She ran all the way to the city, kicking up sand and probably losing a whole day's water ration in sweat. When SHMI got to Watto's shop, everything looked normal. She paused to catch her breath. "What's wrong, human?" Watto asked, startling a yelp out of her. "Nothing, sir," she said. "I thought something was wrong, to be called back this late." The small blue creature mumbled something about foolish females in his own language. SHMI supposed she was probably better off not understanding him completely. She didn't have the gift for languages her son did. "Your offspring needs help lifting things. He is too small," Watto said, as if this were her fault. "Yes, sir," she said, and hurried out into the junkyard. She gulped as she saw the craft her son was working on. It was a pod racer. And Anakin wasn't taking it apart. She hoped desperately that he needed help taking it apart. That Watto didn't expect her 8-year-old son to fly it. Hoping never really worked out for her. "Hi, Mom," Anakin called, waving to her as he crawled out of under one of the engines. "Are you all right?" she asked, rushing over. "Yeah, sure," he said, fidgeting as she pulled him upright, checked him for injuries and then hugged him. "Does he want you to fly that thing?" she asked. Anakin nodded. "I flew it today, but it broke down. It needs a lot of work, but I can get it going," Can't it stay broken? She asked as quietly as she could. Is Watto out here? Anakin whispered. He's inside, still, I think. Come look, Anakin said. She followed him around to the far side of the craft, where an engine panel had been pried loose. Anakin peered one last time around the pod, and not seeing their owner, he pulled the panel open. There was a corpse inside. She pressed her hand to her mouth. He needs help, Anakin said, somewhat proudly. She always taught him to help those in need, but couldn't he see? The corpse twitched. I couldn't carry him home on my own, Anakin said. Watto hasn't seen him. She nodded, reaching in to check the not quite dead boy's pulse. There was almost no movement in his veins. The blood cooked down to sludge. His sun-exposed skin was crusted with blisters from second-degree burns, but even those had dried out. He wasn't going to make it. She wanted to tell Anakin this. To tell him no effort of theirs would help him. But Anakin looked up at her, and she knew what she had to say. She had to make him believe that they were more than just property. That there was greater judgment than that of those who owned them. You did a good thing, she said. We will try to help. Anakin smiled. It wasn't much effort to convince Watto to let them work late and clean up after themselves. The Toydarian did not worry about them stealing from him. He kept an inventory and he could search their home if he ever felt like it. Long after the sun had set, SHMI pulled the dying boy out of the engine compartment, wrapped him in a blanket, and carried him home. Anakin trotted along beside her, apparently pleased with himself. It would be all that much harder when the orange boy died. But he didn't. She undressed him, put antibiotic salve and bandages on the worst of the sunburns, and put him in her bed. She settled in a chair next to him. She tried to stay awake. But she'd worked all day, and kept nodding off. Every time she woke up to check on the boy, she expected to find him dead, and every time she was surprised to find him breathing and thirsty. The boy went through their monthly water ration and she knew she'd be forced to borrow from the neighbors. At dawn she and Anakin had to go to work. She left a pouch of water on the chair next to the bed. Though she didn't think the boy would have the strength to reach for it. They spent the day working on the machine she was sure would get her son killed. When they got home the boy was still alive, and the pouch of water empty. Crumpled in the boy's fist. After another night of drinking, the strange boy's flesh had the look of flesh again, instead of dried paper. She went to change the bandages and found the sun blisters gone. She noticed the scars on the boy's cheeks, but they looked to be ritual decorations, rather than injuries. Someone had tattooed whiskers on him. She couldn't recall a people that did that. But she hadn't seen much of the universe, and knew she never would. Near dawn on the second day, the boy began to mutter strange words, and a few times he opened his eyes, but if he knew where he was or what was happening, he gave no sign. It was 3 more nights before he woke entirely. Shimi had left the boy alone, and gone to use the fresher, and when she came back, he was out of bed and looking around the room, and apparently doing some sort of dance. Here, she said, pointing at the fresher. He darted into the room, and spent almost a quarter of an hour disposing of excess liquid. SHMI didn't think a normal human could hold that much, but she was rather glad he hadn't let it go in her bed. Of course, a normal human wouldn't have recovered from cooking to death in the desert. She supposed he was just a similar-looking species. The fresher had gone quiet. She knocked on the thin panel door, and the boy slid it open. He laughed nervously and scratched at the back of his head, mumbling something in that incomprehensible language. She tried to talk to him in basic, but he didn't know it. Eventually with some pointing and miming she figured out that he didn't know how to cycle the fresher, or where to get sanitizer for his hands. When that was dealt with, she showed the boy where she'd left his clothes and he scrambled back into them, checking the pouches and pockets for weapons that she thought he probably shouldn't have. The boy froze for a moment and looked past SHMI, and she saw Anakin peeking in the door. The orange boy waved at him and smiled, and Anakin wandered in. "Who are you?" Anakin asked. The boy just looked at him. "He doesn't know basic," SHMI said. "Do you think you could get him talking? Perhaps we could figure out Here he's from by the language he speaks." "I'll try, Mom," Anakin said. He was unfortunately successful with the first part of his task, but an hour of babbling hadn't given them an idea of the boy's origin. At least they had figured out names, sort of. The orange boy was named Uzumaki Naruto, and he had learned Anakin's SHMI as SHMI Mama-sama, and didn't seem to understand that her name was Shish. Mi and her son Anakin was the only one meant to call her Mom. It wasn't until much later that they realized he understood the word Mom, and was doing it on purpose, and later still when Naruto learned Anakin didn't want to share. The present. Jeriah had expected it to look like the village hidden in sand, and he supposed the outer wall was similar enough, sand compressed and bonded together into huge protective walls. There was a large rectangular gap in the wall and they headed into it. Where he thought a gate should be hanging, they passed through unimpeded. They turned sharply once through, and the ship followed a narrow road along the inside of the wall. Jeriah twisted in his seat, as this maneuver had put the buildings of the village behind his back. The village was much larger than the village hidden in sand, and much more tacky. There were hundreds of buildings, most painted some shade of neon green, orange, or pink, though he saw a few bright yellows and reds. They passed a green building that was probably made a guy's dream retirement home. It actually made Jeriah's eyelids twitch. What's with the paint job? He asked SHMI. We are living in a harsh place, she said. This world will eventually bleach us all to white bones. I suppose many here wish to stand out while they can. Jeriah supposed that made some sort of sense, if you were a crazy art student. All right, I guess, he said. How come nothing's blue? That's the color of water. It would be too tempting to fate. Okay, whatever. A large warehouse appeared around a turn, and Jeriah assumed that was their destination. He had to press down on a jolted stomach as the sand ship dropped into darkness, entering a tunnel he hadn't seen from the street, though he couldn't figure out how he'd missed. A hole big enough to drop a 12-meter-long craft into. They weren't in the tunnel long. It opened into a large underground parking area, where dozens of other ships sat waiting. Many of them looked more like bizarre sculpture than mobile craft, ranging from sharp, needle-like towers with tiny wings on the side, to squat circles with tiny legs on the bottom to keep them off the ground. The sand ship turned and backed neatly into a parking space in the shadow of a craft that looked like a 2-story tall teacup with 4 large fans half unfolded and glued to the side. The sand ship sank to the ground and the engines cut out with a sigh. The others started unbuckling their harnesses and Jeriah did the same. He realized his hands were shaking. He got up and took a step. The floor tilted, but no one else reacted to it. A very large, fur-covered hand caught his elbow to steady him. You would, perhaps, like to rest, SHMI said. We will give you a tour later. Yeah, that'd be all right, Jeriah said, suddenly feeling worn out. He didn't even have the energy to chat up the tentacle woman as she walked off the ship. The large furry creature kept a grip on his elbow, escorting SHMI and him through the ship parking area into a tiny white room. He was about to ask what they were expected to do in there when the doors slid shut with a hiss, and the room moved upward. He wobbled again. The furry creature made a concerned whining noise. Jeriah wanted to shake himself free of its grip. It was making him feel old and short, but he knew he'd fall over if he did. The elevator stopped moving and they walked out at street level. Do you feel well enough to walk a few hundred yards, or should we call up a transport? SHMI asked. I'll make it, he said stubbornly. Where are we going? My home, she said. With my sons out so much, there are plenty of free beds. I don't mean to impose, he said. Those in need are always welcome in the Skywalker home, she said. I'll bet, he grumbled half-heartedly. A village hidden in hope by Mars. The Sand Spirits. Part 2. Jeriah woke unsure of where he was, and not really caring. The air was dry and there was a faint mechanical hum in the background. He rolled over in the too soft bed and finally sat up, struggling to find the floor and then the bathroom. Trying to figure out how to flush the strange, waterless toilet finally brought his mind back to the present. He was in the desert land, looking for Naruto. After failing to understand the sink, shower and other items that may or may not be meant for washing, he gave up and wandered out into the hall. His legs weren't shaking as they had been when the Wookiee had helped him find his way to his room the first time around. He had regenerated some chakra, probably because he'd been asleep for at least a day. But he wasn't anywhere near ready for a big battle. That jutsu had taken every last bit of his strength and then some. He could hear people in the kitchen. It wasn't far from his room. The subterranean house was smaller than he'd expected, especially for someone who seemed to have as much pull in the village as SHMI Skywalker did. He took his time making his way along, stopping to look at the pictures hanging there. Most of them were video playing or still on small, paper-thin television screens, but a few were on real paper. He stopped to peer at a childish scribble. 3 stick-figure people, a woman and 2 blonde boys. He realized one of the boys was Naruto, though the orange crayon used wasn't quite the same as the boy's real jumpsuit. That figure also had bold whiskers on its off-centered circle of a face. Looking closer, Jeriah saw the picture had been labeled in his own language. Me, SHMI Mama-sama, Anakin. Damn, that kid could not draw. He rubbed at his face and sighed. He focused his chakra into his ears and listened to the talking in the kitchen again. He identified SHMI and a stranger, and both of them talking in another language, though he did hear them mention Naruto, Anakin, and Cage. What had they called the kid? Their Cage. Jeriah doubted they knew what the word meant, or that Naruto had bothered to explain it to them. He was glad he kid hadn't ended up somewhere horrible, but he shouldn't have been granting himself titles he hadn't earned. He let his feet drag a bit so they'd hear him coming. There was an old man sitting at the table with SHMI. He had snow-white hair and deep lines around his mouth, but his gaze was steady and his eyes were clear. Other than old, Jeriah couldn't guess at his age. He wore what looked like an armored vest over his tan robes. And there was some sort of machine attached to the side of his head. "Morning," Jeriah said hoarsely. "This is Contra Savora. He's one of our most experienced military advisors," SHMI said. "Ero Senin," the man said, nodding respectfully. Jeriah frowned. "Did the brat ever explain to you what that meant?" They nodded. Jeriah's face fell. "Hungry?" SHMI asked. He nodded and a moment later had been served a bowl with a lid and a cup with a lid. He supposed it was to keep the contents from evaporating before he could ingest them. He opened the bowl and stirred the tan substance within. "It's a protein, carbohydrate-based ration," Avora said with barely a hint of an accent. "The med droid did a scan yesterday when you didn't wake up. It recommended a bow-ring diet until you've had a chance to settle in with the local microbes." "Does everyone here speak my language?" Jeriah asked, trying a spoonful of the bland mush. "And what's a med droid?" "We learned your language from Naruto," she said. "Well, not all of us learned it directly from him, but my other son Anakin set up a language program so a droid could record as much of it as possible and make a sort of primer for us to work from. It's actually a very good language for sending coded messages with." "Oh, right," Jeriah said. "And a med droid is a big, creepy robot that poked you with needles while you were passed out," Avora said. "Oh, right. No, wait, what?" Jeriah asked. "What's a robot?" They started explaining and it sounded like something that was halfway between a computer and a puppet that didn't need a puppeteer's chakra to move. It didn't make much sense. It was easier to nod. And then Avora had to go do something with telemetry and left them alone. Jeriah finished his mush and looked from his mug of tea to his hostess. "So, is the brat doing all right?" he asked. "It took me longer than it should have to figure out how to follow him." "Naruto is doing well," SHMI said. "Though I'd hardly call him a brat. He's an adult by most standards." Jeriah was really baffled about how they judged such things here. Would Naruto be able to handle all the bad news Jeriah had for him? He doubted it. Maybe he should just leave the kid here if he was so well off. He'd be safe from the Akatsuki and the village hadn't exactly encouraged Jeriah's efforts to retrieve the demon prison. To kill some time, he asked SHMI about the village hidden in Hope, and she did her best to paint a picture for him. The village was one of the largest cities on the planet, and had become the capital after a war with the planet's former rulers, the Hutts. The other cities, including their closest neighbor, Mos Espa, were still troubled by crime and the justice system wasn't much better than mob rule. But it was a great deal better than the previous system of Hutt rule. Jeriah wasn't terribly surprised. Fringe places tended to be run toward survival of the fittest. SHMI explained At most of the sentient beings who lived on Tatooine were prospectors or former slaves. And even after they lost political control, many of the Hutts stayed because of business investments. There was also a primitive race called, surprisingly enough, the Sand People, living out in the open desert. It was a very harsh place, but many were trying to change it for the better. Though Jeriah did know a lot about this world and had only the barest understanding of how he and the brat had come to be there, he was sure it could have been worse. Naruto had a lot of luck to end up in a place like this. Jeriah made the mistake of telling Shmi so. It was our luck, not his, Shmi said. I just mean he's lucky you found him and brought him to your village, Jeriah said. I don't think you understand at all, Shmi said. Why do you think we wear his marks? She said, pointing at the whisker lines drawn on her face. He saved us. He saved all of us. Yeah, sure, Jeriah said. I just mean, gee, I'm glad he ended up in this village and not, one of the other ones you described. He did not end up in this village, Shmi said. With his help, we built it. Jeriah couldn't think of anything to say in reply. He waited for more of the story. The first days, Naruto knew he was pretty much the opposite of a genius, but even he had figured out instantly that he wasn't at the bottom of the ravine in Konoha. He remembered falling, and the dark sewer that held the fox. He remembered the monster's chakra flowing up over him, and then a panicked scramble to form all the seals before he hit the ground and died. He thought he might have done one wrong, but the blood from his nicked finger splashed out, and the chakra drained into the seals, and there was a lot of smoke. He sat up and winced away from the sun. There had been a feeling of being pulled, and he remembered seeing bright things blur past through a long dark space, and then this. He figured he'd sent himself away rather than summoning a toad. And since he came to while lying on a sand dune, and there was no ocean in sight, he figured he was in wind country. He hoped he wasn't near that Gara kid's village, hidden sand. If that kid was a genin, he never wanted to come across a jonin, especially since he didn't have permission to be wherever it was he had landed. Sure, Sand Village was allied with Leaf, but he didn't know how friendly they'd be. Maybe if I do the same thing, but backwards, I'll send myself home. He said, nodding to himself as his whole body prickled with sweat. He bit his thumb and tried to make the seals in the reverse order. Nothing happened. He couldn't focus his chakra at all. He realized there was nothing to draw on. He frowned. He'd exhausted himself before, but even then he could feel something. Now there was nothing. I'll walk for a while, and try again. I don't want to be right where I started, anyway. I'd just be falling in that ravine again, he said. Nothing in the endless desert answered him. Though exhausted, he walked until it was dark. There was some weird optical illusion. He saw the sun set twice. Or maybe it was genjutsu. He had the horrifying thought that he'd just been walking in a circle all day. Getting more and more thirsty, trapped in an illusion, like he, Sakura, Kabuto, and Sasuke were during that last part of the second test. Maybe that was how Sand Village defended itself. Maybe if you weren't invited you just walked in circled until you died of thirst. He fell asleep as soon as he lay down. He woke up to the sound of flapping feathers. There was a strange-looking bird a few yards away, watching him. There was something very wrong with its face. It looked like it was halfway between a bug and a bird, with bulging milky eyes and a circular, fanged cavity of a mouth instead of a beak. Go away, he shouted, horrified. It made a sort of hissing sound and took off. He didn't see another living thing for the rest of the day. When he sat down to rest again he passed out, and woke in the dark. He tried to look at the stars, to figure out if he was going in the right direction, but he couldn't find even one familiar constellation. He wished again that he'd paid attention in the basic survival classes. He walked some more. He wished he still had his goggles. His eyes stung from 3 days of glaring light. They prickled and he tried not to cry, because he wasn't sure if it would be from frustration or physical injury. He didn't plan to give up. He wasn't going to just lie down and die, but every step got harder and his legs ached. And his breath rasped in and out past his parched lips. He tried to summon a few times, but nothing happened. He tried to make the fox talk to him again, but he couldn't find his way back to that sewer. He wished desperately he was back in that dank tunnel, so he could drink the water puddled on the floor. He thought he heard the word fool echoing in the distance somewhere, but he decided it was just his mind playing tricks. The tricks got worse after that. I'm not going to die here, he rasped to himself. I'll get home. I don't need to be rescued. I'll get up. In just 1 minute. Naruto woke up to someone smoothing his hair back from his forehead and pressing a cup of water to his lips. The water tasted murky and metallic, but he drank it anyway. He tried to open his eyes but they were swollen shut. A voice murmured in his ear. It was a woman's, but her words didn't make any sense. He groaned. At least, he tried to groan, but all that came out was a sort of strangled huff. He was given more water and slept again. It went on like that for he didn't know how long, coming half awake and drinking until he felt his stomach would burst, all the while some woman speaking quiet nonsense in the background. When he finally woke all the way, he really had to pee. The lady who showed him how the bathroom worked was really nice, but she looked really tired. Naruto realized, after being shown the entirety of the small house, that he had been sleeping in her bed. He'd tried to apologize, but she hadn't understood. He hadn't heard that they spoke another language in the village hidden in the sand, but it seemed to be true. She didn't even know where the Cage's office was, or where the diplomatic station thing was. Iruka-sensei had told him he had to check into one if he ever went to another village officially. The lady's kid came in. The little boy was probably about the same age as Konohamaru. Naruto was pretty sure the little brat didn't like him much, though he was polite in front of his mother. They spent an hour talking, but got nowhere. Well, Naruto, Anakin, and SHMI Mama-sama exchanged names, but Naruto still had no idea where the diplomatic station was. Eventually, he decided to look for it on head to stop him from leaving. The woman made pleading gestures, and the little boy kept calling him a word that Naruto was pretty sure meant, idiot. But they'd get in just as much trouble as him if they were caught harboring a missing, or in Naruto's case a lost nin. They called after him as he walked away from their house and followed him out to a road that led to a larger city Naruto could just see sticking out of sand dunes beyond. He set off through the desert with an unhappy trudge. He walked through the gates of the village, which hung open and were guarded by men in armor who didn't seem to care that Naruto was walking in past them. They didn't give his leaf headband a second look. Of course, he didn't spot a sand symbol on any of the guards, either. He thought for a moment that it was some other city in Wind Country, until he finally saw the ninja. The village hidden in the sand had the freakiest bunch of blood limits Naruto had ever seen. There were people who looked like lizards, people with too many arms, people covered in fur. He started to wonder if maybe they weren't summoned creatures instead of people. He even saw several groups using wind jutsu to float wheel-less wagons along through the streets. He wandered through the village, looking for ninja headbands, but nobody wore them. He didn't even see any ninja insignia, which was feeding a growing suspicion that this wasn't the village hidden in the sand, despite the sand everywhere. After a couple of hours repeating Cage, Shinobi, Konoha, and a dozen other words he thought should inspire directions, he was no closer to finding his way home, and his mouth was completely dry. He spent another half-hour looking around for a well or a drinking fountain, but there was nothing. He went so far as to enter a bar, where he was given a lot of creepy looks. He saw people getting cups of water at the counter, in exchange for large piles of triangular coins. He frowned and went back outside, slapping away a hand as a large man tried to grab him. He went out and found an alley to slump in. A weird, rat-like creature ran by his feet. He didn't have any money for water. He didn't have any money for anything. A shadow fell over him. It was the man from the bar. He had some weird thing in his hand. It looked kind of like Sakura's blow dryer. He pointed it at Naruto and tried to grab him again. Naruto swept the man's legs out of under him and hopped to his feet. "Leave me alone, you jerk," he demanded. The man pointed the blow dryer at him. Naruto wasn't really afraid of it, but dodged out of its path on general principle. He was glad he did. A red light came out of the blow dryer and burned a hole in the wall. Naruto dashed around out of the line of fire and kicked the weapon out of the man's hand. And then kicked him in the face for good measure. The man went limp, still scowling, Naruto went through the man's pockets, but there weren't any of those little coins. "I guess you were going to rob me, but the joke's on you, jerk," he declared. He kept the blow-dryer fire shooting thing and went wandering again. As he walked away, he saw a couple of short people in brown hooded robes running out to rob the man he'd knocked out. The small-robed people made strange bubbling sounds at each other as they fought over the downed man's shirt and boots. It was so stupid. In Leaf there were rivers and fountains and wells, but here blood seemed cheaper than water. Naruto considered robbing someone else, but he didn't really understand how the money around here worked. He climbed up on a roof and watched the street vendors sell what looked like dried-out frogs, small bottles of liquid that were definitely not water, and more of those strange, fire-shooting blow-dryers. Some people were exchanging the little triangle coins, but then others would give a crystal-looking thing to a merchant and then get it back. Others would press their thumb to a glowing board. If he was going to mug someone, he didn't know if he'd be taking coins or buttons or what off of them, and he really didn't want to take a thumb. Feeling defeated, he trudged back out to the huts outside the village. The strange boy came back to them at the end of the day. SHMI was relieved, but worried all over again. Apparently Naruto hadn't found any of his people to feed and house him. Somehow he'd acquired a blaster. Though, he chattered for a while and then made motions like he was drinking from a cup. She was glad she could keep an eye on him, as he didn't seem to realize what a harsh world he was on. Of course, he had been too. Mos Espa and come back alive, unharmed, and still free of controller implants, so he must have some survival instincts. She managed to trade the bloss tear for enough credits to replace all the water the boy drank, but it wasn't going to be enough for more than a week of upkeep. She hoped Anakin would be able to find the boy's people before that ran out. But 1 week ran out, and then 2. And Anakin still couldn't find any trace of Konoha in any of the databases he hacked. She thought he was jealous of the other boy, but that was only a very small part of it. Anakin was not fond of their house guest. His mother had tried to get them to share a bed, since he was too old to share with her, and they only had 2. But Naruto kicked in his sleep, and not just a little. Anakin just dragged 2 chairs together and stole the best blanket after his mother had tucked them in. He wanted to tell his mother that he didn't want to share a room at all. That Naruto's presence gave him strange nightmares about a huge red-eyed thing in a cage, but he couldn't figure how to say it without sounding like a stupid baby. He used to think there were monsters in the closet, but all he ever found in there were rats. More than anything, he wanted Naruto gone. More than anything else, Naruto wanted to be gone. Time crawled by, and nobody had come looking for him. He wasn't sure how long he had been in the desert village, but he'd been living with the Skywalkers for at least a month. The 3rd exam was long over. Naruto almost wanted to cry over that. He lost his chance to show up that Neji jerk, and he wouldn't get to fight Sasuke and impress Sakura. And old man Hokage would never acknowledge his awesomeness. Naruto hopped the old pervert who'd be teaching him to summon had explained that he had gotten lost doing a jutsu. If he just vanished, people would think he'd chickened out. He had enough problems with people thinking he was dead last. He didn't need them to think he was a coward, too. A coward wasn't worth looking for. He kept up with his training, wandering into the desert away from prying eyes to throw kunai and practice his chakra control and jutsu. Summoning still wasn't working, but he could still make clones and do all the academy basics. That day he stayed out until the first sunset, and then wandered back to the Skywalkers' hut. He frowned and looked up at the sky again. It was still cloudless. SHMI and Anakin were always showing him maps, trying to figure out where he was from, but their maps didn't make any sense. Their maps showed no hint of the elemental countries. It didn't even show the ocean. He tried to explain, but they just looked confused as they struggled to find common words. They seemed to know what an ocean was, but they insisted there wasn't one. He didn't believe them at first, even when they showed him pictures of the planet from space. He knew you couldn't just go into space. But he saw say ships take off from Mos Espa and go up into the sky until they disappeared. He wanted to go up into the sky in a ship, certain he'd be able to spot his homeland from that vantage point, but the Skywalkers didn't have one. And he certainly didn't have enough money to get one. He couldn't even steal one, because he had no idea how to make it work. He hadn't felt this crushed since Mizuki told him about the demon. And that had only been bad for a few minutes, because Iruka-sensei had shouted right back that he believed Naruto was human and worthy. But now there was nobody. He could hear the Skywall coached. And suddenly he couldn't face them. He channeled some chakra into his feet and climbed onto the roof. He spent the night looking at stars that weren't in the right place. SHMI went to whack. Up the boys and found Anakin alone in the bed. She shook him gently. Did Naruto get up already? She asked. I don't think he came back last night, Anakin said. She couldn't fail to notice the pleased hint in her son's voice. But didn't reprimand him for not telling her. Instead, she started looking. She sent Anakin to search the junk heap at the end of the street where the local children sometimes played. While she looked around their small house and the alleys around it, she found no trace of him, but as she came back, she saw the lost boy sitting on the roof. Against her better judgment she crawled up to join him. He was watching the sun's rise with the saddest look she'd ever seen on a humanoid face, and having spent most of her life among despairing slaves, that was saying something. When he saw her struggling up the wall, he held out a hand and when she took it he pulled her up with impossible strength. Again she wondered what kind of humanoid he was. What's wrong? She asked. There are two, he said. Looking down. Two what? I think. Might be wrong. Might be seeing wrong, but there are two. Naruto waved at the sky as the first sun crawled above the horizon. Two suns, she said. There's only one. This place is too far. I don't know where is my home. She put an arm around him, and he started so badly he almost fell off the roof. When he realized what she was doing, he leaned against her. Shaking a little but not crying. Our home is your home as long as you need it, she said. Then he did cry. Anakin was not having a good morning. His mother had been in a panic looking for Naruto. And when she found him, the older boy wasn't even hurt. He was just being an idiot and hiding on the roof. And the time they wasted looking for Naruto meant Anakin didn't get a chance to finish the circuit he'd been working on before he had to leave for work. He left the house in a bad mood, and it didn't get any better when he noticed the whiskered boy was following him. Why you all the time go before Mama-sama? Naruto asked in broken basic. I start before her. Watto has me start inventory and programming as soon as the shop opens. My mother goes to clean his house and run errands for him before she comes to the shop. She can start later since Watto doesn't know how long the errands really take. Why work for Watto? That blue guy is jerk. I don't have a choice, Anakin said. You quit, Naruto said. I can't quit, you idiot. I'm a slave. Slave, the older boy said slowly, as if slowing down the word would make it easier to comprehend. It means we do what he says or we die. He owns us. The older boy's eyes narrowed. Apparently he understood. I kill him, Naruto said, taking out one of those strange triangular knives he kept in a pouch on his hip. You not owned. No, Anakin shouted. He didn't really think the orange nuisance could do it, but if he even tried it, Anakin knew he'd get them all in trouble. He tried to explain it. If he dies, whoever gets his stuff gets us. We'll be sold again, maybe to different people. Maybe I'll lose my mom. If you try anything, I'll kill you. Why not try? The orange boy asked. You like be slave. Anakin couldn't help it. He forgot everything his mother taught him about being polite. He kicked the other boy with all his might. His boot struck Naruto's shin. The other boy hopped back and rubbed at the injury. Looking a bit annoyed, Anakin didn't really notice. Pain was shooting through his foot. He tried to balance on just the one and fell over. His eyes were tearing up. Naruto stepped towards him and Anakin lashed out with his good foot. Just go away. Just go back into the desert and disappear again. Anakin shouted. You want to run away from Watto? Naruto asked, still not getting it. We can't run. Anakin shouted. If we run away, we die. Do you understand that, you idiot? Die. Do you remember what that means? So it's this or it's nothing. How you die? We explode. Boom. You get it. We explode and there is blood all over and we die. Anakin said, remembering another slave he'd seen. It was one of the earliest things he remembered. The man was big and strong and he couldn't stand to be ordered around. His owner had told him to do something. Anakin couldn't recall what, but the big man had refused. He'd crossed his arms and said, "No." A minute later he was dead, blood leaking out his nose and eyes and ears. "Just go away," he said to Naruto. "You aren't like us, and you aren't helping. You just make it all worse." Anakin got to his feet and tried to walk. But every step felt like he was bringing his foot down on needles. Hopping along on his good foot would take forever. He was going to be late for sure. Anakin thought he might have broken his toes. Watto was going to be mad. He was going to be late and get in trouble, and Watto would punish him, maybe cut his ration, and they were barely making it anyway. He was shaken out of his doomed thoughts as Naruto picked him up and swung him around onto his own back. He let go and Anakin wrapped his arms around his neck to keep from sliding off. He hadn't had a piggyback ride in a while. It was years ago. He realized he was hurting his mother's back. The older boy took off at a dead run toward Mos Espa. "You kick all wrong," Naruto said. "Mama Sama not teach you fight. Fighting just gets a slave in trouble," Anakin said. "But good trouble, yes." Anakin didn't know what to say to that. He wanted to punch Naruto and struggle along on his own, but he didn't want to get in trouble. There was no good trouble. They got to the city in a quarter of the time it would have taken Anakin to run there, and Naruto didn't look the least bit tired from the mad dash. They blurred past guards and shop owners. But the streets were still mostly empty. Anakin looked down at his transport. Naruto could run without getting tired and had shins made out of steel. Maybe he was some kind of droid. Anakin had never seen Naruto come into the shop, but he apparently knew where it was. He was a little surprised to realize Naruto had never come to bother them there. Maybe he understood he'd get them in trouble, even if he didn't understand the stakes. The shop was still dark and closed. Watto hadn't even arrived to open the security gate yet. Naruto set the smaller boy down in front of the shop, and then dropped to the ground next to him. "How long you slave?" Naruto asked, picking up handfuls of sand and dropping them again. Anakin pulled off his boot and rubbed at his injured toes. He considered ignoring the older boy, but he'd probably just keep asking. A lot of his anger had worn off by then, anyway. "Since I was born, Mom used to be free, but that was a long time ago. She's from another world, but she doesn't talk about it much. I'll never see it, so I guess it's not worth thinking about." "You talk like you give up," Naruto said. "Give up what?" Anakin asked. "I was born with nothing but this. There isn't a way to change it. Fate picks who wins and who loses." Anakin didn't really believe he was going to be a slave all his life. But those dark thoughts were always in his mind. He figured that if Naruto thought he wasn't going to do anything, he wouldn't try, either. He was very wrong. "You call me idiot," Naruto said, letting his head sink down until his chin touched his chest. "Fate. That word, I always hear from idiots. Idiots say fate this, fate that. There's only fate if you don't fight. You maybe don't fight for you, but for SHMI Mama Sama you fight, for later, for. Naruto trailed off, looking confused. Anakin supposed he had exhausted his vocabulary. They sat for another 20 minutes in silence. "You should go before Watto gets here," Anakin finally said. "I will stay and help," Naruto said. "You don't know anything about droids or engines. How can you help?" Anakin challenged. He shrugged. "I were Anakin, of course, had no idea what that meant, but he knew. Naruto didn't know a grounding portal from his own butt. He thought about kicking him again, but then he saw Watto fluttering up the street like an unhappy bug. "Who's this?" Watto asked. "I think maybe I've seen him around before. He's my mother's sister's son," Anakin said, rushing to come up with a good lie. "He's from a free part of the family. They sent him to find us, but his money got snatched. The ship he bought passage out on got impounded by a corporation creditor, and the bankrupt captain won't give him his money back. I didn't ask you for his life story, human," Watto said. "What's he doing here if he has no money?" "I hurt my foot," Anakin said. "He came to help me out." "What are you giving him to help you?" the Toydarian asked. "Nothing, sir," Anakin said. "Then why's he doing it? You aren't going to help him steal from my store, are you, slave?" "No, sir." "Then why?" "He's family. Family works for free," The Toydarian asked, snorting. I need family like that. I wouldn't need slaves. Nothing better be missing at the end of the day, human. Yes, sir. Naruto was scowling, but Watto either didn't notice or didn't care. He unlocked the security gate and the servos raised it. The older boy helped Anakin to his feet and lent him an arm as he hopped inside. Watto pointed out the pile of fuel pumps that he'd bought from the Jawas, and muttered something about inventory. Before fluttering to his office, Naruto helped Anakin find a seat by the pile and fetched the datapad and cleaning tools Anakin pointed at. While the Toydarian was in the other room, Anakin sliced into his computer system. He found the file he wanted, and waved Naruto over. The older boy peered at the controller displayed on the screen. He tried to keep his explanation simple. They put these things inside us. If we try to get away, they set it off. It explodes and kills you. Naruto had a hand pressed to his own stomach. Thing inside you, he said. How it get there? With a really big needle, Anakin said, bringing up a picture of the needle on the monitor. Naruto's face looked more than a little green. How you get it out? Naruto asked. Same way, but you have to turn it off first, Anakin said. Otherwise, boom. How you turn off? Naruto asked. With a master controller and the right codes, Anakin said. Where they keep them? Naruto asked, looking into a bin of junk as if they might be hidden among the fuel pumps. It's not something you can just snatch. It's code and tech, Anakin said, turning his datapad and showing Naruto the characters scrolling across it. He nodded in satisfaction as the other boy's face clouded in confusion. The confusion left his face a moment later, replaced with a defiant stare. Then you tell me about code, Naruto said. I will learn to steal it. The present. Wait, Jeriah said. Naruto broke some kind of computer cipher. No, SHMI said. He can just barely operate the comm system even when it's turned on for him. He has many talents, but he isn't a slicer. Quote, Jeriah had no idea what a slicer was, but nodded like he did. He had a suspicion she saw through it. So how did he end up freeing you? He asked. I am getting to that, she said. What's the rush? Do you have somewhere else to be this morning? Jeriah thought about mentioning the woman with the tentacles who'd been on the flying ship with them. Then he sighed. Not unless the brat came back, he said finally. She shook her head. Then please continue. A Village Hidden in Hope by Mars. The Sand Spirit. Part 3. That day, he used Sasuke's face when he stole. Naruto picked out a few things based on the pictures on the labels. He could speak basic a little better now, but he couldn't read it yet. Anakin would sort his haul when he got home, anyway. He saw a package of something that looked like noodles and gave it a long moment of consideration. The last time he thought he was snatching noodles, he actually picked up a package of dormant gut worms that were apparently some sort of hut delicacy. Of course, he didn't realize that until he left them soaking in hot water and they woke up. They made a break for it, and they weren't content to hide in a dark corner. They wanted a new gut. Naruto hadn't noticed them until he felt a sharp pinch between his toes and saw the worm starting to slide under the skin. He yanked it back out and turned just in time to see the bowl tip itself over and spill hundreds of attack noodles onto the table and floor. And of course the Skywalkers chose that exact moment to walk in the front door. Needless to say, the surprise dinner he had been making for SHMI and Anakin had been surprising. SHMI had been mad about the gouges in the floor, but Naruto was certain that shuriken were called for. Naruto decided to risk it. He missed ramen almost as much as he missed Sakura. A package of hopefully noodles vanished from the shelf. Fairly often, the shopkeepers didn't even notice him slipping things into his pockets. Though once in a while their droids did. Naruto was better at stealth than most shinobi would give him credit for, and these people were no shinobi. Usually they didn't notice him at all. Except to yell, "Move along if you aren't going to buy," when he stayed put in a shop for too long. There were a couple of shops that put tracking chips on the bottoms of the items they displayed, which Naruto hadn't even thought to check for until the security guard from one store followed him all the way across Mos Espa. Naruto had gotten away, of course. Most of the people here had no chance of ching him unless they were in a speeder, anyway. Still, He couldn't let them follow him back to the Skywalker's house. They usually didn't bother to chip food, though. When his pockets were full, he wandered out into the streets. Found an empty alley, and released his disguise spell. "Bye, Sasuke," he muttered as the smoke vanished. The streets were a little more crowded than usual, with the pod race coming up. Naruto managed to snatch a few bracelets and wallets on his way back out of town. He trotted through the desert, humming to himself as he crossed the dunes under the sweltering sun. He usually didn't take the same path the slaves took. He didn't care if people thought he was a slave, but didn't want a lot of people to know where he lived. Once in a while a bandit would follow him out of the city. He'd acquired 3 more blasters that way. He walked back into the Skywalker's house and was a bit surprised to see Anakin was home early. He was sitting at the kitchen table with his head down. "You sick?" Naruto asked. "No. Watto gave me the rest of the day off," Anakin said, sounding pissy. "Why he do that?" Naruto asked. Anakin rolled his eyes. "The pod race is coming up. Registration was today and he doesn't want the other pilots to see me at his shop." "Why?" Naruto said. "You not that ugly. 'Cause if they recognize me, they might try to kill me, stupid. There's a lot of money riding on this race." The younger boy said. "I go with you. You point out the other pilots to me," Naruto suggested. "No, that would just get us in trouble," Anakin said. Naruto shrugged and started unloading his take on the table. "Stealing is wrong," Anakin said. "And you aren't anyone important. If you're caught, they'll kill you, and maybe us for letting you stay here." Naruto hadn't shown the Skywalkers everything he was capable of. He'd finally caught on that there were no other shinobi in the area. He made sure no one was around when he was training with jutsu. He didn't think the Skywalkers would turn on him. But he had figured out that standing out would do more harm than good. When the rescue party from Konoha came, it would be a different story. He was sure he could convince them to help get the bombs out of his new friends. Even if nobody back home liked him much, it was impossible not to like SHMI. She was just like a mom. He supposed Anakin was alright too, even if he could be as bratty as Konohamaru at times. "I'm not caught," Naruto said. "I know. I don't we're right. It's still wrong," Anakin insisted. "You and SHMI Mama-sama are stolen. That's more wrong." Anakin could not think of anything to say to that. He stuck his tongue out at Naruto when the other boy had turned around. Naruto still saw him do it, of course. He managed to ignore it. It had taken Naruto a while to figure things out. At first though Anakin was a jerk, picking on him because he knew Naruto didn't understand their land and knew he couldn't get by without Anakin and his mother showing him the ropes. It wasn't until Anakin accused his mother of liking Naruto better that he finally understood the younger boy was jealous of him. That was kind of new. No one was ever jealous of the dead last. But Naruto understood things from Anakin's side, at least. Anakin was a slave, treated worse than Naruto was in Leaf for being the demon's prison. And Anakin couldn't try to become a ninja and fight his way to the top. He couldn't do anything unless his owner let him. Even if Anakin won the race that was coming up, he wouldn't get to keep the prize. Watto might give him a few extra days off or some other little reward, but that wasn't any fair compensation for risking his life. "Ramen?" Naruto asked, picking up the package of hopefully noodles and thrusting them in Anakin's face. "If ramen means worms, then yes," Anakin said, scowling. "At least they're freeze-dried this time." Naruto had improved things for the Skywalkers. He more than replaced the food and water he had eaten while recovering. SHMI tried to speak to Naruto about the obvious thefts, but every time he would lapse into his own language. SHMI for the first time in her life had excess. While the protein and carb reductions could be saved, Naruto had begun to bring home fresh food, as well, and that she decided should be shared before it spoiled. Of course, when things start to improve for the poor and downtrodden, some terrible calamity usually shows up to put things right again. The slave neighborhoods were often the scene of crime. Aside from the normal quarrels that degenerated to violence, slavers would raid from time to time using overrides on implanted controllers to steal slaves to sell elsewhere. But most often the slaves were the victims of local gangs. Though they were impoverished, there was no one protecting them. It was illegal for slaves to be armed unless they were tasked with guarding by their masters. A few carried blasters, anyway, but they weren't organized or avenue enough to repel the gangs of free criminals. Security forces from the city would sometimes come out if owners paid them to check up on their property, but for the most part, they were on their own. There was something of a neighborhood watch, but it was voluntary, and most of the people living there were too tired from the daily labors to put much effort into standing guard. Most often, screaming from those living on the edge of the neighborhood let everyone else know trouble was coming. SHMI and Anakin usually just hid when they heard gangs or slavers were coming, but that night there was no warning except a queasy feeling in Anakin's stomach. He got up to ask his mother for medicine, when they heard shouting right outside the house. SHMI shoved Anakin back in his room and locked him in. They knocked in the front door a moment later. "Hello," said the first one, marching in like he owned the place. He reached out and flicked on the lights, and looked around, shaking his head in disappointment. "Anything good?" called another from outside. "Nah, just some dry old bitch," the first one said. SHMI raised her hands to show she was no threat. "Please leave us be. We have no thing worth stealing and we have to work early in the morning." Their leader just laughed as two more of them crowded inside. They were all human and they wore an assortment of knives and blasters. They hadn't bothered to wear masks. Though, "What's in there?" the first one asked, pointing at Anakin's room with his blaster. "My children," SHMI said. "My sons," she amended. "Well, let's have a look, who?" the first one said. "Please, it's late. They're sleeping," she pleaded. They ignored her and their leader stomped forward and kicked in the flimsy door. He stopped short. SHMI couldn't see what he was looking at from where she was standing, but she did not like the happy grin that spread across the gangster's face. "Mama, you didn't tell me we had guests," a feminine voice called. "Shmeez Mo." TH dropped open as a naked blonde woman walked confidently out of Anakin's room, seemingly immune to the men's leers. "Oh, and they're cute," the woman declared in slightly accented basic. "One of your sons?" one of them asked, half laughing at Shmi's confusion. "Let's go out," the woman purred. "We'll have fun," she added, turning toward SHMI and giving her a wink. SHMI saw then that the woman had 3 lines on each cheek, and realized that somehow, this was Naruto. She tried to grab her arm, to force a warning out of her mouth, but the man with the rifle pushed SHMI to the ground. He was out to club her with the stock when the girl caught his elbow. "Hey, don't push mama around," she said, leaning back and stretching up her arms. "She does good work, yes." The man seemed to forget SHMI was even there. "Let's go out," the woman said again. "We don't want wake up the baby, right? We might get loud." The gang members, practically drooling now, followed her out into the night. It took SHMI a moment to get her head together. She heard a pained whine from outside. She couldn't just let this happen. She grabbed the hydro spanner from under the sink and crept to the door. She heard a masculine grunt from around the side of the house, and crept towards it with the spanner held above her head. She turned the corner and froze. The spanner dropped to the ground with a dull clank. Naruto was a boy again, in his pajamas. All 3 gang members lay prone on the ground. Naruto was bending over one of them, pulling at something at the back of the man's head. SHMI realized he was trying to free a knife that was jammed up to the hilt in his skull. It came free suddenly and blood spurted up across the boy's face. He wiped it away, and started going through the dead man's pockets. "It's okay SHMI Mama-sama," he said without looking up. "Go back inside, I got them." She took step closer. The other 2 men's throats were slit. She gasped. "No worry," Naruto said. "Go hide, I'll fix." "Anakin, you go too." SHMI whirled, not even realizing her son was behind her. Anakin was staring at the blood, now clumping in the sand. "Are they dead?" he asked. Naruto made a sort of frustrated hiss. "Yes, bad, now dead," he said as he rolled another body over to check the back pockets. He waved Anakin over and the boy came on shaky legs. Naruto put the man's blasters and power packs in his arms. Then he handed over knives. "Credit chips," belts, drugs, and finally boots. When the corpses were stripped of all but their least valuable clothes, Naruto walked Anakin and Shmi back inside, giving the little pushes whenever they tried to look back. Shmi wanted to talk to him about what happened, but a scream from 2 houses down froze them all. You hide, Naruto said. I'll clean this up. You hide. We'll hide, Shmi said. Naruto nodded, and in blood-spattered pajamas ran back into the night. I just killed 3 people. Naruto supposed he would have been more hesitant if it hadn't been so easy. His training had kicked in, and with a few quick motions they were dead. He wasn't really sad about it. He had a crawling feeling in his stomach, but his heart was pounding fit to burst, and that kept more of his attention. He knew a shinobi should be calm in a battle. They had to be cold and logical. He tried to think coldly and an image of Haku drifted into his mind. Protect those who are precious to you. Those words worked a lot better than half-remembered lessons from the academy. He'd worry about it later. He slipped up the side of another hut and listened for a moment as something was smashed and somebody begged. He sped through the seal and on the roof with him. One hanged into the first gang member he had killed, and dropped down by the hut's door. Hey, come check this out, the disguised clone called into the hut. Naruto wanted to mention some really valuable but heavy thing that the other gang members would have to help him carry, but he just didn't know enough words, yet. It didn't seem to matter. Armed men rushed out of the hut, and Naruto's clones fell on them. 3 days later, Mos Espa security found 28 members of the Sand King gang stripped and buried in a shallow pit just outside the Bantha stables. The gang hadn't been that large or influential, and others rapidly moved into their territory, but word got around that they met their end in the slave quarters. And few risked hunting there again. For a week after the incident, Naruto rarely spoke. Once when Anakin returned from work they walked out into the desert and practiced firing the blasters. Out of 45 Naruto had acquired, they kept 6. The rest went out to the other slaves, in trade or handed out because they didn't know what else to do with them. Though only a few had seen Naruto cleaning up that night. Rumor got around that he had taken out the gang. Several other gangs came around to recruit, but they either couldn't find him, or couldn't make their offers understood. Since the kid seemed to have no ambition outside the slave quarters, they let it go. Shmi tried to talk to Naruto about what happened. He'd obviously killed to protect them, but the fact that he'd done it so and so easily left her tense and unable to sleep. She decided confrontation was inevitable, and when Anakin was out on another practice run in Watto's pod racer, she sat Naruto down at the table with a cup of tea for each of them. Determined to be understood. Please, Naruto, she said. I need to know what's going on. I need to know how you did that. I am shinobi, a killer, to protect my IOUS people. I am lost and no one is looking for me. I am trained to fight and kill and vanish, but before this I haven't, only training. Shmi thought she understood. It was obvious the boy had come from some low-tech world or tribe. They had comms and lights but were planet-bound. Despite many explanations, Naruto still didn't seem to entirely understand that he was on one of many inhabitable planets in the galaxy. He was trained as a mercenary or assassin and had no family and was apparently despised for it. It frightened her that killing was so much a part of him, but he couldn't help how he was raised. And was a good boy in spite of that. The present. Jeriah looked up from the strange tea. You mean he took out 24 bandits in one night? She nodded. Guess that sexy girl jutsu is more useful than I thought. What other uses could it possibly have? Shmi asked archly. None, Jeriah said quickly. Absolutely none. Shmi stirred her tea for a moment before putting the lid back on her cup. Is your world truly so violent that even the children must kill like that? She asked. Yours isn't so different, he pointed out. I get the impression that he has more peace here than he ever did at home, she said. I can't imagine a place worse than this, though I'll admit I haven't seen many worlds in my life. Jeriah frowned. It wasn't really a nod, more of a slump, but she took it as a yes. Our villages are constantly at war. Not all children learn the ninja arts. Few were suitable for that life, but Naruto was very suitable. He's such a kind soul, I don't see how that could be, she said. Trust me on this, ma'am. He was born for it. Do you mean to take him back? She asked. I don't know. I swore to the Third Lord I'd find him. But his home, it's changed since he's been gone. I got the impression he was not well liked there, SHMI said. The marks on his face, Jeriah said. They aren't a good thing. She nodded. He was rather disturbed when we started wearing them. He said they meant he had a poisoned spirit in him. But if that means he is an outcast, then we are cast out with him. He is family to us. Jeriah nodded. There was no way the kid was going to want to come back to Leaf now. So he eventually stole enough to buy your freedom. No, SHMI said. But I will get to that part of the story, soon. Anakin's stomach was tying itself in knots as he walked through the marketplace. Watto had given him another half-day off so he could prepare for the race. The pod was in as good a condition as he could make it, using recycled bits of junk from Watto's yard. The engines still threatened to overheat and blow out, but since his owner wasn't willing to pay for a new coolant system, he was stuck pumping nitrogen through tubes that were more tape and instant patch than actual tube. The race was 19 hours away, and Anakin had never been more tempted to make a run for it. If he lost the race, Watto would be out a lot of money, and he would be really mad. If Anakin won, somebody might make Watto a worthwhile offer, and buy him away from his mother. Anakin wanted to fly the pod racer, but he wanted to hop in and head for open desert, not the track. He felt something coming at him and brought up his hands. The blow struck his arms and he was thrown to the ground, but not really injured. He scrambled back to his feet, looking at the strange being that had attacked him. It was a Dug. They were short bipeds, that walked on what humans would consider their arms, while their legs hung folded up under them, unless they were busy kicking around. Small humans, apparently. Anakin had met a few of them while working for Watto. They weren't very friendly, but he had picked up a little of their language. All he really knew were the curse words. What was that for? You vent scraping coot eater? Anakin demanded. The Dug snorted, and jabbered something at him. It took Anakin a moment to figure out his meaning. Apparently his name was Sebulba, and he wanted Anakin to drop out of the race. Anakin recognized the name. Sebulba had won dozens of races throughout the galaxy. He was as well known for his racing skills as he was for his cheating. Not going to happen, Anakin said in basic. There was another lightning-fast barrage of words. Something about Anakin not being healthy enough to race. He understood the threat only half an insta. NT before Sebulba's foot was flying at his face again. Anakin flinched and brought up his hands, but nothing hit him. He risked opening his eyes. Naruto was standing there holding the Dug pilot by the back of his neck. This the one you talk about? Naruto asked. Other pilot. Anakin nodded. He said because I'm a slave it doesn't matter, Anakin said. He says you should put him down before you get yourself in trouble. Does he know I'm not slave? Naruto asked, through gritted teeth. The Dug spat out another mysterious phrase. He said all humans are slaves out here, Anakin said. Does he think I'm that much human? Naruto asked. The Dug twisted and kicked Naruto in the chest, and the orange-clad boy lost his grip on the Dug's neck, but he caught the offending legs before Sebulba could pull them back. Naruto twisted and flung him up in the air. Sebulba squawked and flailed for something to grab onto, but nothing broke his fall and he landed with a thud half a block away. You sure you pilot? You don't fly very well. Naruto called after him. Sebulba eventually got to his feet, limping badly. Anakin knew it was wrong to be happy that someone else was in pain. If his mother knew how hard he had to fight to keep a grin off his face, she'd be ashamed of him. Naruto stuck with Anakin the rest of the day, following him on every errand and lurking in a menacing fashion around Wat 2's junkyard while Anakin worked on the pod. The Toydarian didn't seem too happy to have Naruto there glaring at his customers, but he didn't try to make him leave. It was almost closing time when Watto got a message from one of his contacts at the race register. He came fluttering out to the pod. The odds on us have gone down for you, human, Watto said. Why? Anakin asked. I got a call from someone I know, who Cade. He says somebody is planning to break up my pod racer tonight. Says they sliced the register and got my location. I want you to take the pod to your lot. You bring it into the city tomorrow, right before the start of the race, so they won't have a chance to sabotage it. But I don't have a garage, and there's no way it'll fit in our house, Anakin said. Then you park it outside and you watch it. His owner said. Have your cousin watch it for you. I don't care. Just get it out of here. Anakin argued a bit more, but it did no good. He climbed into the pilot's seat and fired up the engines. They smoked more than they should have, but all of the systems were at least nominally functional. Naruto opened the gate around the yard so he could pull out, and Anakin idled in the street for a moment. Quite a few people stopped to stare at the electricity arcing between the engines. Anakin looked around for Naruto, but he wasn't standing by the gate anymore. Someone tapped him on top of the head. He almost hit the throttle, but pulled back his hand in time to avoid an accident. Naruto was standing on the back of the pilot's seat, grinning down at him. You better get off before you fall off. Anakin said. I won't fall, Naruto said. Yes you will. Won't. I have tree walking skill, the other boy said. Anakin glared. Fine, he said, and hit the throttle. To his amazed annoyance, Naruto didn't fall, and spent the whole ride laughing and cheering, and occasionally coughing as they sped out of the city and through clouds of grit toward the slave quarters. Anakin checked the charge pack again. It was still full. The blaster was heavier than he thought it would be. Do you really think someone will come out here? He asked Naruto in a low voice. It wouldn't be that hard, the older boy said. SHMI was not happy about the pod racer parked out in front of their hut. Everyone else in the neighborhood had already wandered by to stare at it. The local CH. Ildren had climbed on it and pitched a fit when Anakin wouldn't give them a ride in it. A few other slave children who Anakin considered his friends, Wald and Kitster, had helped to chase them away. They went home when it got dark, though, and he was left alone outside with Naruto. SHMI had wanted to sit out there with them, but Naruto had convinced her to wait inside. He tried to get Anakin to wait inside, too, but Anakin didn't trust him not to pull wires out or kick loose an important circuit while he was playing around. So far things had been pretty quiet, but they still had 8 hours until dawn. There was a hooting shriek somewhere out in the dunes, and Anakin jumped. The Sand People usually didn't enter the slave quarters. They seemed to know there wasn't anyone worth killing out there, though every once in a while someone was shot with a gaffy stick on their way into Mos Espa to work. The shriek was answered by another that seemed even closer. How far away are they, do you think? Anakin whispered. 1 maybe 300 yards that way, Naruto said, pointing. Not the one yelling, though. That one is farther out. Naruto was always wandering out into the desert, but as far as Anakin and SHMI knew, the Sand People had never given the boy trouble, or at least not trouble he felt like mentioning. Still, he'd never brought home a gaffy stick the way he did blasters. Should we go say hi? Naruto asked, grinning. His teeth seemed to glow in the dark. No, Anakin said, realizing he was being teased. They not come, Naruto said. You can go sleep. I can watch. It's my pod. I'll watch it, he said. You tiny, weak little civilian. You go sleep, Naruto teased. I can stay awake as long as you big jerk. Anakin replied. 20 minutes later he was out like a light, slumped against his fake cousin's side. He was standing up to his ankles in water. It was foul water, but he was still amazed. Anakin just wasn't used to seeing that much water in one place. He probably would have spent a long time contemplating it, had the thing not rattled the bars of its cage. Anakin stumbled back and fell to the ground. The back of his clothes soaked through. 2 huge red eyes stared down at him. How'd you get in here? The creature asked. Anakin saw all its teeth as it spoke. Every one of them was larger than he was. I don't know, he said, getting up. I suppose it doesn't really matter. Come here, boy. I need you to do me a little favor. What kind of favor? Anakin asked. You see that bit of paper on the bars over there? It asked, sticking a claw between the bars to point. I just need you to pull that off. It didn't seem like much of anything. No one even used paper anymore, really. Why did it even matter? But Anakin knew deep down that taking that bit of paper down was a bad idea. Why? Anakin asked, looking up at the paper. Don't ask stupid questions, it roared. Do it, or I'll burn your soul right out of your scrawny body. Anakin took another step back. He realized there was door behind him. Get back here, worm, And take it down. If you're so great, you do it. Anakin shouted. He turned and ran, nearly wetting himself as the thing began to howl. Anakin woke with a start, accidentally squeezing the trigger on his blaster and shooting Naruto in the leg. The other boy shrieked and hopped around. The blaster was set on stun, so I.T. only numbed the older boy's leg instead of blowing it off. Still, his shouts brought SHMI running. She took Anakin's gun away from him, and started a lecture which didn't stop until the suns came up. His nightmare had mostly faded from his memory, but his hands still shook as he started up the pod racer and headed into the city. He didn't feel much better as he did his systems checks and lined up for the race. His morning did not improve after that. The present, Jeriah shifted, so he didn't win his first race. No, he came in second place, she said. But for his first race, that impressed a lot of people. Watto also had a few bets that were contingent on Anakin simply finishing the race, which was not likely, SHMI said. He won the next one, though. It was shortly after that Naruto decided he also needed a job. Doing what? The Sannin couldn't help but ask. I guess you could become a bounty hunter, Anakin said, but around here, most of them work for the Hutts, and they don't get paid that much. And they usually just hunt down slaves, or debtors to make them slaves. Yeah, that won't work, Naruto agreed. There's the fighting pits, Anakin said. But Mom wouldn't like that at all. Fighting pits. Blood sports, Anakin said. Usually the Hutts fund that, two fighters go into the pit, and one kills the other. I think they might have fights against animals, too, maybe that wouldn't be so bad. Quote, do you know where this happens? Naruto asked. Not really, but Watto will. He bets on everything. He might even set it up for a cut. It took Anakin a few days to arrange things with his boss. The Toydarian knew Anakin's cousin could fight, but he didn't have specifics, and there weren't a lot of options for Naruto that didn't involve hurting another sentient being. Finally Watto showed up with a few forms to fill out in a place and time. Anakin didn't like the look of it. Apparently there was some sort of tournament at the Monarch Arena. The prize money was pretty good, though. It was a little too good in Anakin's opinion. He read the forms again. It seemed that Watto would get money either way, and Naruto would only get something if he won. Anakin pointed out how odd that was. He's not famous, human, Watto said. This is best I can do. Naruto shrugged. They have my money at the end. That's all I care about. Step on the scanner, the droid instructed. Naruto obeyed, the hairs on his neck standing up as a light ran over him. The readout crossed the screen and men in the betting cages laughed. Species. Human mass, 52 kilograms. Age. 13 standard years augments, none. Weapons. Ceremonial knives, wire, throwing stars training, unknown, shinobi. Win. 1. 7,200. Fight ranking. Slaughter. Naruto scowled at that. He walked to Troom and Slook. Head against the wall as his opponents were brought in. They couldn't take them out of their cages for the weigh-in and scans, so one unlucky bastard had to walk around them with a sensor on a stick, nearly losing his head twice. The creatures in separate cages because they'd attack each other, too, looked rather like a cross between a gorilla and a hyena, and kept all the legs from both. They grow. W led and drooled and hurled crap as their stats were taken. The info on the first creature rolled across the screen. Species. Grenatcache mass. 300 kilograms. Age. Adult 6 standard years. Augments. Che. Mickelly induced berserker state weapons. None. Training. 38 previous pit fight kills win. 7,200. 1. Fight ranking. Slaughter. Scared, kid, asked the beast's owner with a smirk. Never had nobody volunteer to fight these things. Mostly they just toss them screaming into the pit and watch the spray. Naruto looked at the man, fat and smirking with blue skin. He shrugged, though he really wanted to show oot about how he'd be the best and kick all those monsters' asses. He held back, though. Anakin had put a bet on him winning, and apparently if everyone thought you were going to lose, the bet would get more money when he didn't. Really, kid, what makes you think you've got a shot? Naruto frowned, thinking about the second task of the Chunin exam, the giant snakes he'd fought. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, future Hokage of Leaf. And it'll take more than 6 but ugly dogs to beat me. The 6 creatures darted into the pit, the lead animal coming straight at him. Naruto focused his chakra into his legs and leapt. As the creature passed below him, he flung a handful of shuriken. The creature howled and blood spurted around the metal stars, but it seemed more angry than hurt. Naruto looked away, focusing on landing without being savaged by 2 trailing creatures. He wished then that Kakashi had taught him some kind of fire jutsu like Sasuke had, since most animals were afraid of fire. But all he had was the little one from Iruka's survival training for starting campfires, and even that one he wasn't good at. Naruto ducked under one of the creature's swiping arms and twisted around its head as it snapped at him. He slashed its left eye with a kunai and then leapt up over it as it turned to bite him. Another creature lunged at him from behind, just missing, its clawed hands slashing into the side of the one he'd half blinded. Naruto ducked and rolled across the filthy sand as the injured one sank its jaws into the throat of its attacker. That's 2 out of the fight for now, he thought. He pulled the steel wire from his pouch as he leapt onto the back of another creature that was charging him, gluing his feet to it with chakra as it bucked and twisted, trying to grab him. He flipped a loop of wire around its neck and jerked it tight, but then it started to roll over and he leapt free. And was swatted down by the one with the shuriken stuck in it. He rolled away from its claws and the 2 others, who'd just been circling, darted in. He managed to avoid the lunging head of one, but it landed on top of him. He couldn't see what was going on, but the air was being crushed out of him and his right leg must not have been under the creature because something sank its claws into him. He didn't scream, mostly because he couldn't, and tried to pull his injured leg under his smothering shelter. Another creature landed on the one that was already on him and they were all pushed further down into the sand. Iltra Gib wondered when they were going to call the fight. He was rather annoyed that the small human had cost him 2 of his 6 grenadcache, and if he didn't call them off and sedate them soon, they'd probably turn on the one with the metal spikes jabbed in it. He wondered if this had ever happened before. A grenadcache pack crushing their prey before they tore it to shreds. He was about to demand the match judge call it, when the dirt beneath one of the beasts exploded upward and the boy lunged out of the arena sand, burying 2 blades in the grenache's belly and then pulling in opposite directions. The cuts were lethal, but the angles were unfortunate. The grenache's guts spilled over the boy, leaving him blind and slipping as the rest of the pack left off savaging each other to inspect the sudden new source of blood. They were on top of the entangled boy. In an instant and there was a splash of redder blood. Gib was once again going to demand the fight be called when he saw the boy on the other side of the pit, catching his breath and wiping the blood off his face. He looked back at the gutted animal and saw the 3 remaining healthy grenadcache were tearing up the one with the wire around its neck. The boy, still watching the pack tear up one of their own, began to bandage his slashed right leg, his only obvious injury so far. The boy stretched rather casually and then took another knife from the pack strapped to his hip. While the pack was busy snout down in their dying comrade, the boy charged. Naruto leapt onto the nearest creature, jamming a kunai into the center of its back, hoping to cut the spinal cord. It kept moving, and he leapt away, forced to abandon the knife as 2 other creatures charged him. He hopped backwards across the arena floor, stopping when his back hit the wall. The creature he'd stabbed in the back staggered and fell. The other 2 creatures' charge changed to a cautious stalk. He could hear the screams of the crowd, for and against him. It wasn't really like the Chunin exams, but he'd missed that by months now. As he pulled out another handful of shuriken, he hoped Sasuke hadn't made Chunin. He'd be insufferable when Naruto got home. Still, he had to make this a good fight, so his team wouldn't think he'd gone completely soft while he was gone. Naruto tossed the metal stars and managed to hit one of the creatures in the eye. But unfortunately, that didn't start a fight like last time. Naruto took the last kunai from his pouch. He hoped his next attack finished them, because he was not looking forward to digging the other knives out of those other creatures' guts in the middle of the fight. On some cue Naruto didn't catch. The creatures charged. He darted sideways, putting one of the creatures between him and its buddy. It lunged at him and he ducked down. The head passed above him, blocking his view of everything above. Even as its chest knocked into him, he thrust upward with the kunai. The skin under the throat was thicker than he thought it would be. The blade skidded across it, drawing a little blood. But it was barely a scratch. Its arms looped around him, trying to catch him in a bear hug. He pushed as much chakra as he could manage into his arm and punched upward. The creature was knocked back onto its rearmost legs, and tottered for a moment, trying to catch its balance. Naruto lunged in with his knife, slashing open the creature's belly. This time he leapt fast enough to avoid the spilling guts. He whirled, searching for the last creature. He'd lost track of it. Nothing else in the arena moved, though the spectators' screams and waves were still distractingly strong. Naruto counted. 6 creatures lay unmoving on the floor of the pit. Did I win? He asked, mostly to himself. He frowned. The last creature hadn't been hurt that badly, aside from the shuriken in its eye. He supposed it could have passed out from shock or something, but he knew he wasn't that lucky. That meant one of these stinking piles wasn't that dead. He watched carefully, but none of them breathed. A couple were twitching, but he was pretty sure that was just corpse spasm. They were all covered in blood, though he knew it couldn't be the ones with their guts hanging out. And it isn't the with the wire around its neck, he thought. Not the one with the knife, and that leaves you. He circled the creature he'd picked out. It was on its side with half its face hidden in the sand, so he couldn't be absolutely certain it was the one he hit in the eye. He scooted around behind it, planning to stab the spinal cord as he'd done with Teamed in with the knife. The creature rolled over. He leapt back, and avoided being cut. But the clawed hands caught the leg of his pants and pulled him off balance, sending him sprawling sideways as the cloth tore. It was on top of him in an instant, its jaws hanging wide as it lunged at his throat. He thrust the kunai up, but realized he'd misjudged distances. Instead of stabbing it in the face, his arm had gone inside its mouth. At the last second he turned the knife vertically. The creature bit down. Naruto shrieked. The creature pitched forward on top of him, its teeth digging into his arm. He kicked and the creature thrashed, squashing him down into the sand. He focused his chakra and kicked upward. The creature rolled over, but its jaws were still locked on his arm and he ended up on top of it as it kicked and spasmed, and finally went still. He gasped for a moment, getting his thoughts together, trying to remember what to do in a situation like this. Get that thing off your arm. A voice in his head commanded. Right, he muttered. He put his foot against the upper jaw and grabbed the gums of the lower with his free hand. It took a lot of effort to pry it open, and lift his arm up off its teeth. Winner Uzumaki Naruto, the droid announced. They actually tried to hide the injuries from me at first, SHMI said. I was certain he was going to lose the entire limb, but he healed up as good as new a few weeks later. There wasn't even a scar. And after that first victory, the fight promoters came looking for him. So he killed a bunch of horrible monsters and got the money to free you? Jeriah asked. That was the boy's plan, originally, she said. But then there was the incident with the Wookiees. What kind of incident? Jeriah asked. A village hidden in Hope by Mars. The Sand Spirit. Part 4. I'm sorry, okay, we'll get it back, Naruto said. I'm not mad, Anakin shrieked. I'll enter the Gadrog and regulated. We'll be able to buy you guys out inside a month. Mom would kill you, Anakin said. I'm sorry, okay, stop saying that. Anakin glared at the ground as they trudged back out to the red quarter. Naruto had won the 8 rounds, and they'd put 3,800 in the account, but that looked just plain sad when compared to the 42,000 they'd had before. They're still following us, Anakin said. I know, Naruto said. Maybe they don't have anywhere to go. Anakin nodded and glanced over his shoulder. The Wookiees were still trailing behind them. They had enough trouble with just Naruto staying with them. He didn't think they'd be able to save anything at all to buy themselves out if they had 3 new mouths to feed. Especially since the 2 adults were on the far side of 200 kilograms. They might be able to feed the baby one, but it was already as big as Anakin. Naruto stopped, waved his arms and a sort of gargling bellow at the Wookiees. Stop doing that, Anakin demanded. You aren't saying anything, you're just going to make them mad. Sounds the same to me, Naruto said. SHMI was waiting. G up for them with the note Anakin had left. She'd ordered them both to stay away from the pits, but she knew she couldn't control Naruto's wandering, and Anakin didn't have much trouble sneaking out after him. She looked at Naruto's blood-splattered clothes and her jaw clenched so hard the lower part of her face went pale. "Are either of you hurt?" she asked. Naruto had a couple of deep slashes in his back that Anakin had helped him tape shut, but he wasn't going to mention those. They both shook their heads. "Go to bed. We'll talk about this in the morning." They both just stood. "Shmi Mama-sama," Naruto began haltingly. She looked at him, but it wasn't a glare. She never glared. It was always the terrified look that was just short of tears. That is, sort of, Wookiees," he finally managed. "Wookiees?" Shmi asked. Naruto nodded. Anakin elbowed him in the hopes that he'd tell the rest of the story, but Naruto seemed to think saying, "Wookiees," explained it all. And then said Wookiees came up to the doorway. And Shmi said, "Oh, so maybe it did." Earlier that evening, Tatooine was the worst planet Shrivok had ever been to, and that was saying a lot. He thought he'd seen a tree as he was escorted from the ship to the arena, but it had turned out to be a slow-moving biped with branch-like antlers. He was glad the vile human Freakosh wasn't bringing Emruki and their son to watch him fight. His mate might be able to stand the relentless suns, but their child would get heat stroke within minutes of walking on the surface of this twice-blasted pit of a world. If the world was ugly, the people there were hideous. He saw a female Kalesh shot in the street as they passed. A few people stopped to look, but no one made any move to exact justice. The human who had shot her just walked away. Jawas ran from an alley to scavenge the corpse. No one else marked the female's passing, so Shrivok howled for her, hoping her spirit would understand, even if he didn't know her language. One of his handlers struck him in the side with a shock baton. "Shut it, fur bag," the armored human said. Shrivok resisted the urge to tear the smaller biped's arms off. Freakosh saw his struggle for self-control and smirked at him. The arena was fairly standard, an ugly metal structure that looked like it had been welded together from the remains of wrecked cargo haulers. He was dragged through several security checkpoints. Before finally arriving in the staging area, he saw a few Blish and a Grimoire. None of them looked too competent. He'd probably survive this day, and so would his family. "First round, Gate 3. Let's go," announced one of his handlers, walking over with the data cards. The gates were surrounded by transparent force fields so the audience could see the two competitors and place bets. The competitors could also see and hear each other, and make threats if they so desired. Shrivok stepped into his gate and the force field came up. He calmed himself. He had done this before, he could do it again. He looked over at his competition. There was a human child standing in the opposition box. "What's that doing in there?" Shrivok growled as he was weighed in by the arena's betting regulators. "That's your opponent," the droid answered. He turned towards Freakosh, growling in outrage. "I will not kill a child for their entertainment." The human snorted. "You will if you want the missus and the brat to live," Freakosh said. "Besides, the odds are in the kid's favor, not yours." He didn't see how that could be. The human was less than a quarter his weight, and obviously not anywhere near adult intelligence. The Sinda League was an all-weapons legal tournament, so it was possible the boy had technology to make up for his physical shortcomings. As Shrivok looked over the boy's stats as they were posted, he saw the only weapons he carried were knives, throwing stars, and wire. Shrivok saw his own blasters being examined and felt a bit sick. If he'd been allowed to carry them, he'd have been sorely tempted to end Freakosh's life right then, but that was why he was never armed until right before he was sent into the ring. Shrivok was not fond of humans. Their faces always looked so naked and their voices chirped and bubbled instead of making proper sounds. He supposed they'd be easier to deal with if they didn't look so much like someone had shaved some poor Wookiee. Still, he didn't know if he could live with murdering one of their offspring, even to save his own family. "Hey, what's the problem, mister?" the orange-clad human child asked. "What are you doing here? Boy, you'll be killed. Who is sending you to your death?" Shrivok said. "Who?" the human said. "He thinks you're too young to be in a death match," Freakosh said in basic. "You could drop out to make him feel better." "Up yours, old man. I don't quit," the boy shouted. "Who put you up to this? It's a terrible idea." Shrivak demanded, loudly. Quit your bellyaching, Frikosh said, taking a shock baton from one of the guards, and zapping Shrivak with it. Shrivak but Frikosh had already stepped out of reach. The orange-clad boy looked back and forth between Shrivak and Frikosh several times. Then an offended expression settled on his face. Hey, he's a slave. They don't allow slaves in the Umsinda League. The human boy said. That's a disqualification. There were a few fighting circuits that didn't allow slaves. They were rare this far out on the rim. Shrivak was a bit surprised to realize he'd been entered in one. Of course, that didn't change things. Frikosh had prepared for this exact circumstance. A promoter droid rolled over. Disqualification query, it asked in a buzzing voice. No, Frikosh said. Yes, said the human boy. He's a slave. Slaves aren't allowed in this competition. Record check in progress, it said. Inquiry complete. Subject 45B4R100110, Shrivak of Kashyyyk. Released from slavery as of 67-979-679, under non-binding contract. Related record, mate, Mrookie and offspring, unnamed, still in possession of Trey Frikosh Industries. Entrant still qualified despite second-degree relationship. What? The human asked. Frikosh sighed. We own his family. He's free to leave at any time. Isn't that right, Furbag? I guess we could make up your loss by hiring out your maiden brat. The brothel in Mos Toka is looking for new exotics. Shrivak growled, but held himself in check. Frikosh provoked him all the time. He'd learned not to react. Every blow he landed on his handlers would be brought back on his family 10 times worse. He was a bit surprised when his opponent lunged at Frikosh in his stead. The human's eyes turned bright red as he leapt forward and bounced off the security force field. The force field was meant to keep opponents away from each other before the paying customers could see them. It delivered a nasty shock, but the boy didn't even seem fazed. He jumped into it again. You bastard, the human boy shouted. The air around him was turning foul, and Shrivak could smell something evil in the arena. The human boy's eyes were turning red. He charged the force field again. Frikosh took a frightened step back, into the force field surrounding Shrivak. He yelped and collapsed, and Shrivak couldn't quite control his laughter. The human child grinned at Shrivak and the red faded from his eyes. Don't worry, Fuzzy, I'll get you out of this, the boy said. And I never go back on my word. If you want to help, drop out of the fight, Shrivak howled, but the human clearly didn't understand him. Who? The boy asked, as the lighting changed. You'll have to tell me later, Fuzzy. The fight's about to start. Just play along, okay. An alarm rang and the force fields dropped. The boy leapt into the arena and Shrivak jumped in, too. They faced off. The boy crouched, his feet digging into the filthy sand of the arena floor. Shrivak had seen the boy leap into the ring. He'd seen how fast he was. He knew a normal human couldn't move that way, and this boy could not be a hapless child sent to his death, but he still couldn't bring himself to attack. The boy lunged at him, and instead of drawing his blaster, Shrivak caught the boy's collar and tossed him aside. The boy landed neatly on his feet, grinning. Chill, Fuzzy. Just follow my lead. The boy charged. He moved so fast Shrivak's eyes could barely track him. He leaned down, intending to bat the much smaller biped away when he got close enough, but the boy dodged around his outstretched arms, and kicked up into the Wookiee's gut. Shrivak was lifted up off his feet and landed with a thump in the sand. The breath had been knocked out of him, but he rolled over and got to his feet, just in time for the boy's feet to slam into his chest. Again, he was knocked down. He got up and this time he managed to dodge the boy. They faced off again. Shrivak shook the sand from his fur. The finer particles stayed in the air, tickling his nose. The crowd was jeering and calling for blood, disappointed that neither combatant had used a blade. The boy backed off, grinning. Shrivak wasn't sure if it was compassion or mockery. Ready? The boy asked. Shrivak just roared. He didn't know what the boy meant, and could not have said, just get it over with, in basic if he tried. The boy charged. Shrivak went to block again. But the boy caught his arm and twisted. Shrivak was pulled off his feet and swung in a circle. Shrivak expected to be thrown into a wall, but the boy didn't let go. He kept an iron grip. Oh, End the Wookiee's arm and continued to spin. Shrivok did bounce off the arena floor several times, kicking up clouds of dirty sand. Just when he thought his arm would be torn off, the boy twisted back suddenly, throwing Shrivok high in the air. He came level with the third tier of bleachers before he dropped back down. He couldn't see the arena floor for the dust cloud that had been raised. He saw his opponent and another figure amid the grit. But he didn't have time to think about it. He was falling too fast. He brought up his arms to break his fall, and got his legs under him. He didn't think it would help. Bones would snap, and any way you look at it, he had lost. He had let down Emrookie and Rihaik. He felt a something wrap around his chest and pull. For a moment he thought he boy was going to throw him up in the air again, but then there was smoke around him and it was suddenly dark. He landed hard on a concrete floor, but not hard enough to break anything. He thought he heard a popping sound as he whirled around, trying to find the boy. He stood up and banged his head on something. He growled in frustration. "Hey, mister, you have to be quiet," a young voice hissed in Basic. Shrivok looked down and saw another human child, even smaller than the one he had been fighting. There was a little bit of light coming through the ceiling, and he realized he could see bottoms of numerous alien feet and boots through a grating. They were under the bleachers. He saw another narrow slit of light in the wall. He stumbled to it, bumping his head on the low ceiling again. He could see the arena floor. The cleanup droids were coming out to pick up a Wookiee corpse, as the human fighter in orange stood watching. As the droids rolled the corpse on a stretcher, Shrivok realized the dead Wookiee looked just like him. 5 minutes earlier, Anakin placed the bet. He tucked his datapad into his jacket and headed for the stands. Usually Naruto got him into the trainers section. But tonight there were a couple of goons in there who worked the pod racing circuits as well. If they recognized Anakin, they might take steps to keep him from competing in his own sport. Naruto would be too busy fighting to the death to keep an eye on him. He was about to sit down when a hand clamped down over his mouth. An arm clamped around his chest and he was dragged up the steps. A few people looked in his direction, but no one said anything, much less came to his aid. He was dragged out into the hall and then through an access door. Anakin reached for the knife Naruto had insisted he wear. His fingers had just closed on the handle when the one holding him let go. Anakin pulled out the blade and whirled, but his orange-clad attacker hopped easily out of the way. "You did better than the last time I grabbed you," Naruto said, grinning. "You're supposed to be in the way-in area," Anakin hissed. "I am," Naruto said. "I'm a clone. Come on. We have like 1 minute. What?" Anakin said. He'd seen Naruto do this 2 places at once thing a few times. He could not or would not explain how he did it, but it worried Anakin too. No end. One Naruto caused enough trouble. We've got to save the guy I'm fighting, Naruto said. From who? Anakin asked, as Naruto grabbed his arm and dragged him into yet another hall and then under the bleachers. Okay, when the Wookiee guy gets here, find out the name of the guy who owns his family and how much they want for them. The guy's here somewhere, so you can probably buy them right after I kill him in the match, but he won't really be dead. You just explain everything to him and hide him until you've got. No, what do you mean? Whose family? Anakin asked. You'll see in a minute. I've got to go, Naruto said. Naruto's hands waved in those strange patterns he called seals and then he vanished in a puff of smoke. In his place stood a 7-foot-tall, fur-covered howling creature. Anakin flinched back, bringing up his hands to protect his face. But the Wookiee didn't attack him. Anakin risked looking up at him. The huge creature was looking around, baffled. It whined. Hey mister, you need to be quiet, Anakin said. The Wookiee paused to look at him, and then roared something. Anakin sighed. It wasn't going to get any better waiting. Come on, mister, Anakin said. I don't speak your language, but I think you know basic. Come on, there isn't much time. Bring up the data for the company that owns your family, Anakin said, handing the Wookiee the datapad, hoping he would recognize the information they needed. Shrivok made a frustrated noise. All the lines are open, Anakin said. I don't know enough about this to find them, so you have to get me started. We don't have a lot of time. Reluctantly, The Wookiee took the datapad. A few dozen keystrokes later, he had the data on the screen. Anakin took the pad back and continued slicing through the data, eventually bringing up a list of recent credit tie-ons between the arena and Trey Freakosh. They just got a permit to bring 2 Wookiee slaves to the morgue to pick up your body, the boy said. That's probably your family, right? Shrivok nodded. All right, you go back under the bleachers and hide, and I'll go make an offer on them, Anakin said. Shrivok shook his head. No, you have to wait here, Anakin insisted. If they see you, you'll give the whole thing away. The Wookiee roared in what Anakin assumed was a negative manner. How about we find some place closer for you to hide? Anakin said. You know this won't work if they see you. Shrivok nodded. The Wookiee followed him through a twisting series of halls. He didn't falter once on the way to the morgue, and it took him all of 10 seconds to slice the lock and get the door open. A droid inside was guarding the bodies, but it didn't react to their entrance, or when Anakin started looking under tables for a place large enough for Shrivok to hide. Eventually he managed to cram the giant Wookiee inside a supply closet, though he had to turn sideways and bend his knees. Anakin closed the door a moment before Freakosh and his party entered. The lady Wookiee was very loud, and it didn't take a genius to figure out she was very upset. She elbowed the guards who shoved her through the door. They hit her with a stun baton, but she didn't seem to care. She only settled down, and when the guards waved their batons in a threatening manner at the baby Wookiee. Anakin wasn't sure if the baby was a boy or a girl, and the data he sliced didn't say. Of course, he wouldn't have known. And the lady Wookiee was female if he hadn't peeked at the files. Freakosh was a large human. He was wearing a lot of dark clothing, and Anakin suspected there was some sort of coolant system inside it, so he wouldn't sweat in Tatooine's heat. He ignored Anakin completely as he walked into the room. It was always like that. People always thought he was useless and worthless, that he could be ignored. They underestimated him, though, and this time it was to his advantage. Hey, Mr. Freakosh, Anakin said loudly. The man looked around the room. It took a long time for his gaze to settle on Anakin. What do you want, slave? Freakosh asked. My boss heard you had a couple of Wookiees, Anakin said. He wants to buy them. And who's your boss? Freakosh asked. Uzumaki Naruto, he replied. I think he tried to kill you before the match. Quote. Freakosh snorted. Wookiees ain't cheap, boy, he said as he took out a datapad. Anakin assumed he was checking Naruto's credit. Well, they can't be worth much. Only that one could fight. And not very well, obviously, Anakin said. What's your boss want with a Wookiee? Freakosh asked. I don't know, and I don't want to know, but he told me to buy them if they weren't too expensive, Anakin said. It seems like any money would be a waste for them, but I do what I'm told. They're good for labor, Freakosh said. I'll sell you the offspring for 25,000. We haven't invested much in it yet. Anyway, 15,000 for the pair, Anakin said. Nice try, kid. The female is worth at least 75,000, he said. To who? There isn't a big market for a furry, water-guzzling creature on a world like this. Anakin said. You might as well be selling Mon Calamari. Freakosh snorted again. Come on, Anakin said. They'll end up costing you more in the long run. The Famal. E's obviously gone crazy and you know she'll break something expensive the minute you get her back to your ship. She has always been a high-strung fur bag, Freakosh said. Stubborn slaves just aren't worth the trouble, Anakin said. As he spoke, he pushed against the idea, as if he could push the thought from his own mind into the man's. No, Freakosh said, sounding strangely vague. They aren't. Anakin was sweating. He wanted to wipe his forehead with his sleeve, but he thought the slaver would see that as a sign of weakness. They went on like that for another 10 minutes, Anakin mentioning. Gee, the problems the Wookiees would probably cause, while Freakosh allowed for slight decreases in price. He felt as if he weren't just talking to the man, but also leaning on him at the same time. Every time the bid dropped, Anakin felt like the leaning was getting less effective. 40,000 for the pair, and you deal with refitting controllers yourself, Freakosh said. I'll even throw in the dead one for free. Anakin decided not to press his luck. Deal, Anakin said. His hand shook as he signed the transfer and put the credit chip in the slot, all that money gone. They were so close and now they'd be starting over completely. The slaver apparently noticed his reluctance. Your owner lets you toss around this much money. Freakosh said. If I do something wrong, I won't live to regret it, Anakin said. I haven't screwed up yet. You're a pretty good negotiator, kid. You think your master would sell your contract? Freakosh asked. Probably not, the human boy said. He couldn't put on his shoes without my help. Anakin went to work on his datapad, overriding the controllers with new protocols. Well, good luck with them, boy, Freakosh said as he and his security guards started for the door. Anakin responded with a noncommittal grunt. It seemed as if it was all going to work out, but then the Lady Wookiee let out a stricken bellow and threw herself at what she thought was the body of her mate. She landed hard on the corpse's chest, and it popped, vanishing in a puff of smoke. Freakosh whirled and his guards whirled with him. Oh, crap, Anakin mumbled. Shrevok roared and burst from the closet. The guards turned and fired, but Shrevok's foot caught on something and he fell beneath their line of fire. He drew his own blaster and shot one of them in the groin. Emrookie grabbed P. Rehawk and the human boy and yanked them behind the meager shelter of the autopsy tables as blaster bolts went flying back and forth across the room. Freakosh ducked out the door as his guards fired. Shrevok tore the top off one of the tables and used it as a shield, charging the guards. Two were struck with blaster bolts and he used the now smoldering tabletop to slam a third into the wall. The last guard darted out the door after his boss. Shrevok chased him a few steps, but the guard rounded a corner and ducked past a medical droid, who was towing the body of another loser back to the morgue. Shrevok gave up the chase and returned to find his mate and child. The Skywalker hut. Anakin thought of himself as pretty good with languages, but as he'd never been around Wookiees, they rarely. Why came to the desert world, he'd never had a chance to learn any. He hoped the program he'd sliced from the grid and patched into the droid was on the level. The droid's eyes lit up, and it started a vocal systems check. Going through a sorted, finally settling into something that sounded basically human but incredibly fussy. I am C-3PO, Human Cyborg Relations. I am fluent in where's the rest of me. I'm working on it, Anakin said. As the Wookiee to basic program functioning. Yes, though without arms, some communicative gestures may be omitted. That's fine, Anakin said. If I had at least one arm, the droid continued. Just work with what you have, Anakin said. I suppose I'm ready, the droid said. Anakin carried the head into the main room where their guests were seated. The Wookiees started roaring. Oh my. 3PO said. Oh really, was it? All right. Yes, I suppose, oh dear. I see. Could you have made that robot any more annoying? Naruto asked. That's the base program. He came like that. Anakin insisted. Naruto mumbled something about an A-level assassination of the designer. The Wookiees finally stopped roaring. It appears that Master Shrevok and Mistress Emrookie were repiloting a cargo ship back from Jeriah Sigma when they were overtaken by slavers. They would have fought to the death, had Mistress Emrookie not been with child. In the 6 cycles since then, they passed through 2 other slavers before Freakosh entered Shrevok in the fighting pits with his wife and child as hostage. Since the Sindel League banned slaves as fighters, Shrevok was technically free, but if he failed to win a fight, Emrookie or the child would have been executed. Because of your actions this night, they are now free. Furthermore, he has seen that you put their lives above the freedom of your family. For this reason, he owes you a life debt on behalf of his family. Who? Naruto said. The present. So if you save a Wookiee's life, they have to stay with you for the rest of yours and keep you out of trouble. Jeriah asked. Essentially, yes, SHMI said. So if a Wookiee goes to the doctor, healers are very respected in Wookiee culture even if all they do is treat mange. But most major surgeries are performed by medical droids, SHMI said. To be honest, I don't know how they decide who needs to be watched. So they lost all their money saving these Wookiees? Jeriah asked. SHMI nodded. So what does that have to do with Naruto getting you free? Naruto probably could have continued pit fighting, but a situation arose, and he had to take some shortcuts. Jeriah stood up and stretched. Let me guess. This shortcut leads to another long story. Am I boring you? SHMI asked. I ramble on sometimes, I know. If you are feeling well enough, we could take a short walk to the village museum, SHMI said. Jeriah figured he could use the exercise after the long morning of sitting and listening. He nodded and they set out. The pace was very slow, and from the moment they left Shmi's house, the Sanin felt like he was about to catch fire from the intense sunlight. SHMI didn't seem bothered at all, though, nor did the people they passed. Jeriah kept an eye led for the tentacle-headed woman he'd met on the sand boat to the village, but all he saw were dozens of modestly clothed individuals, hiding their skin from the sun. Quite a few of them noted Jeriah's headband, and exchanged excited whispers in a language he still couldn't understand. Jeriah nodded to the ones who made eye contact. His legs were starting to feel shaky by the time they reached the museum. Though they probably hadn't gone even a quarter mile, he held the railing as they walked down the steps toward the entrance. From the top, blinded by the sun, Jeriah had thought the way was an arch with elaborate carvings, but as his eyes adjusted, he saw the path leading into the building led through the mouth of a huge reptilian skull set into packed sand walls. He reached up as they walked through. His fingers barely brushed the tips of the creature's dagger-like teeth. That was a Kairat dragon, SHMI said. If you want that story, SHMI said, put your hand on the plaque. Jeriah obeyed, brushing his fingers across the metal. A blue light shot from the dome, shining on the floor in front of him. The light grew brighter and solidified, into a familiar, spiky-haired boy. He was taller than the last time Jeriah had seen him, but his shrill voice cracked and broke as he excitedly spoke to an audience he couldn't see. Hi, everybody, Naruto declared. I guess if you're here, you already saw the awesome skull. Jeriah realized this was another recording of some sort, rather than genjutsu. It was also speaking his own language, not the basic that he'd picked up. All right, the glowing, semi-transparent Naruto said. This takes a while, and I've recorded this 5 times already, so I know, so if you have to pee or something, maybe you should go and come back. You can pause this by touching the plaque again. No, all right, let's do this. A Village Hidden in Hope by Mars. The Sand Spirit. Part 5. The Slave Quarters, years earlier. You're doing it wrong, Naruto said. You're explaining it wrong, Anakin said, trying to adjust his stance. Okay, see, when they try to stab you in the neck, you're supposed to block like this and have your hand like this so you can grab the knife away from them. Try it. Don't really stab me, okay? Anakin said. It's not even a real knife. Naruto complained, flipping the piece of duraplast they were practicing with. Naru, to had even dulled the edges so SHMI Mama-sama wouldn't complain. If you poke me in the eye with it, I'll still be blind, Anakin argued. Fine, Naruto said, muttering, scaredy cat, under his breath. Naruto lunged in with the fake knife again, and this time Anakin did the block mostly right. He managed to deflect the knife away from his neck but ended up getting poked in the stomach. Apparently, he was supposed to step forward and push back after he had control of his attacker's arm, but Naruto had forgotten to mention that part until Anakin was sitting on the ground rubbing his sore midriff. Ah, training the younger sibling, a voice called. The boys turned to look. A rather well-fed humanoid male was coming through the slave quarters towards the empty lot they were practicing in. The humanoid had a half-dozen armed and armored guards with him, and one battle droid trailing behind like a spider. Anakin thought this was probably the source of the tense, sick feeling he'd had all morning. What's it to you, mister? Naruto asked with a scowl. To me, oh, well, nothing really, but to my boss, it's somewhat important, the man said. He sent me out to this charming ghetto to inspect some merchandise he was considering purchasing. Come here, boy, he said, pointing at Anakin. Naruto growled and it wasn't a human sound. You've got to run this by Watto, Anakin said, backing up. Oh, I already have, the man said, cheerfully holding up a data pad crawling with Watto's signature. Now come here. Anakin felt Naruto tensing, and the air around him was getting red. Anakin was afraid to look him in the eye. Don't do anything, Anakin warned Naruto. All the guards had their blasters not so subtly trained on the orange-clad boy, but he probably wasn't even there anymore. Just don't do anything, Anakin repeated. Anakin walked up to the man, stopping just out of reach. The man grabbed his shoulder and started to pull him closer, but suddenly Naruto was standing in the narrow space between them, with a knife pressed to the fat man's throat. The guards were just starting to realize their charge was in danger when Naruto spoke. I don't know what Watto thinks he's thinking, but you better think about how dead you're going to be if you mess with my little brother. Perhaps just a scan, the man said, still sounding annoyingly cheerful, but a nervous edge was creeping in. It's fine, Anakin said. Naruto nodded, and vanished in a puff of smoke. Controller intact, no parasites, slightly underweight, prepubescent human male, no other alterations or cybernetics, no stress injuries or recent skeletal fractures. You're a light-use slave, I take it. I work in a junkyard, Anakin said, not liking the leer he was getting. I do salvage and Reo trained you to do that. Nobody. I'm just good at it. Your owner says you fly a pod racer too, the man mumbled, rolling his eyes. I do, Anakin said. I finished third in the Isley Open, and I made Watto a lot of money. So he isn't going to sell me, so why don't you leave and stop wasting everyone's time? A human that races pods and a human that fights battle droids in the pits, the man said. They sure grow some interesting things in this dump. Well, I suppose I'll be seeing you. Not if you've got the brains you were born with, Naruto said, from behind the oversized man this time. The guards were again startled and rushed to aim at him. It's not really up to me, the still nameless man said. You're dealing with Boroka the Hutt now. Watto's house. Watto looked up and down the street, more than a little nervous. There were a few lazy, overpaid security guards leaning against the wall at the end of the block. They were barely competent enough to keep the Jawas out of the neighborhood. They'd be no help at all if Boroka came after him. He pressed his hand to the panel and typed in his code. The door opened, and he hurried in. His small house was very clean, and when he checked the preserver, he found the Skywalker woman had left his prepared dinner and morning meal inside. He had gotten out of the habit of checking his food for poison. He'd done it for a full year after he'd made her cook for him. But it seemed like she wasn't going to carry out a revenge scheme on her former owner's behalf. Tonight he checked. Boroka had noticed him, and that meant all kinds of evil was headed his way. Boroka was no Jabba, but as Hutts went, he was still terrible. For the first time, he wished he hadn't won the Skywalkers, despite the fact that they'd tripled the amount of money he made off his junkyard business. And their strange relative Naruto had won thousands of credits for him in the pits. That would all change with them gone. Watto knew Naruto was saving up to buy his two slaves out of bondage. But Watto thought Anakin and his mother would probably still remain in his employ. He'd have to pay them a salary, but the Skywalkers had few connections and it would be a long time before they got enough money to be completely independent. Boroka would take them, though. He'd have to start over again. Watto had enough money to buy new slaves, but he didn't really know how to train them. And training would take years, and they probably still wouldn't be as useful as the boy and his mother. All his luck was leaving him. And then there was Naruto to deal with. The boy could tear battle droids to shreds. If Boroka didn't get him, that human would. Watto tried to think of something else, something more cheerful. After all, if you think of the devil, he appears. He pulled a data pad off a shelf and tried to find something to bet on. There was a scraping sound above him and Watto looked up. Naruto was crouching on the ceiling above him. The boy was dragging a knife across the adobe. He just watched him. He didn't say anything. Watto decided he had to talk first. He tried not to sound scared. What you want, human? He asked. Shouldn't you be home, sleeping or something? You're going to sell them, Naruto growled. His eyes had turned red, and Watto had seen him in enough fights to know that was a bad sign. I haven't sold anything, Watto said. But when a Hutt says they are interested, you have to pay them attention. You know that. They are not happy to hear no. You can't sell them, Naruto said, stalking forward. He didn't leap from the shelf. He stalked straight down the wall. As if gravity had no effect on him. If I tell the Hutt I won't sell, he will have me killed. My property will go to auction. The Hutt will get them anyway. So sell them to me, Naruto said. So what? You get them, and Boroka has me killed in revenge. That won't work, either, Watto said, unless you've got enough saved up to get me off this planet, and out of Hutt space. The human frowned, the color fading from his eyes. How much do you need? He asked. I'd need at least 100,000 credits, and that doesn't even count my shop. But I doubt you could get EV.N that much before I have to give the Hutt an answer. You'd have to steal a freight ship or find a dragon pearl. It won't happen. The human frowned, and his face wrinkled up. Watto knew enough about humans to know their faces scrunched when they thought hard. Maybe if you disappeared for a while, the Hutt would lose interest, Watto suggested. They want the Skywalkers to get to you, yes. If you go, there is no problem. But how long? Naruto said. And the Hutt might still want Anakin cause he's a good pilot. The human went back to making a thinking face. Promise, he said finally. What? The Toydarian asked. Promise you won't sell them until when I get back. Back from where? Watto asked. I'll get one of those pearl things, Naruto said. I just need to find a dragon. You'd be better off trying to steal a freighter. Wouldn't work. I don't get all that machine stuff. But one time I killed a giant snake. Well, it ate me and I blew it up from the inside. But it was big, and like a dragon, kind of. Do Kairat dragons really breathe fire? Watto blew a bunch of air out his nose. It was the Toydarian equivalent of a sigh. I can promise only 1 week, human, Watto said. Boroka the Hutt has no mercy. But he respects a higher offer. The date is set. It's the best I can do. Naruto nodded and then vanished in a puff of smoke. Watto went around his house, checking all the door and windows. They were locked and sealed. He went to his bed and set his blaster on the mattress next to him. The room still seemed too big and dark and filled with too many places for enemies to hide. Eventually he pulled the blankets up over his head. Anakin, where do dragons live? Naruto asked as he picked through a box of scrap gear that Anakin kept in the corner of his room. Anakin been forced to share the space with Naruto for about a year now, but he still considered it his and not theirs. Of course, if Boroka bought them, it wouldn't be anyone's. Boroka's compound was halfway around the planet. Not only would Anakin be separated from his friends and all things familiar, but he had heard Boroka didn't allow his slaves any sort of privacy or free time. Compared to Boroka, Watto was a saint. Anakin knew it was stupid, but he blamed Naruto. All Naruto wanted to do was help, and for a while Anakin had let himself hope. Naruto fought hard, and he'd saved up all that money, and they had been so close. But the money was gone, and the price of freedom had shot up so high they'd never be able to pay it. Anakin, what? Anakin snapped. Where do dragons live? Naruto asked again. The kind with pearls inside. Quote, most of the hunters look for them around the Jundland wastes, but they haven't found any recently, as far as I've heard. Why do you want to know? Once in a while, a big hunting party would come through Mos Espa before heading out into the wastes. Anakin had seen them leave, but he couldn't remember any coming back. They could have been too embarrassed by failure to show their faces. But Anakin had a feeling that most of them were still out there, dead. Watto said if I could bring him a dragon pearl, he'd let you guys go, since it's worth more than the Hutt's offer, Naruto said. He said he wouldn't sell you guys for at least a week. A week? Anakin asked, as his chest clenched. Naruto nodded. Yeah, so I've got to find a dragon pretty quick. Why? Oh, you can't just walk into the desert and find one. Anakin said. It's not that easy. There's no way you could even find one in a week. And you'd still have to kill it. The ones with pearls are 100 feet long. You'd need a concussion torpedo. You aren't going to take it out with one of your little knives. You don't know how big of a thing I can kill, Naruto said, waving a hand dismissively. I find one, kill it, and come back here. No problem. You'll die out there, Anakin said. You don't remember the last time you were in the open desert. You'll get lost and cooked to death. Hunting a dragon is a stupid idea. Not stupid, just crazy, Naruto said. Besides, if I'm gone, Boroka might not want you anymore. Anakin felt his anger melt into shame. He hadn't really thought Naruto would follow them if Boroka was their new owner. They weren't really his family, and Boroka would make Naruto a slave if he could. He wondered how far Naruto would follow them. Naruto did call SHMI mama even though she wasn't. He tried to imagine what would happen if Boroka bought them and Naruto did follow them. Delivered. He looked up. He was near the floor of the stadium, more so Naruto could see him than the other way around. Naruto was tearing up battle droids with his bare hands, his eyes an inhuman red. And more red light was oozing from his skin. Naruto had to use that awful, unclean power, because if he didn't, Boroka would kill Anakin, the way he had killed Shmi the last time Naruto failed. Anakin sat up with a gasp, and cracked heads with Naruto. Naruto whined about his nose, though. Anakin had seen the boy punched in the face by Gamorrean and grin afterwards. Anakin stumbled to his feet and away from him. His head spun. He knew what he just dreamed, just saw could not have been real, but it felt real. It felt hopeless and inescapable. What's wrong? Naruto asked. Do you need water? Are you heat-stroked? He knew it wasn't real, but he was sure it was still somehow Naruto's fault. Go away, Anakin shrieked. What? Naruto asked. Go away, Anakin repeated. Go back to the desert. Go back where you came from. Just go away. Yeah, I'm going, Naruto said. I'll come back when I got a dragon pearl. Just go, Anakin said. Naruto left, looking confused. Anakin didn't know if what he'd seen was real, but it felt like it. Maybe he was just having heat stroke, but even if it was just a hallucination, it might still happen. It would be just like what happened to Shrivak and his family. That might even have been where Boroka got the idea. If Naruto had just bought them out first, before he helped the Wookiees. Anakin bit his lip. If they hadn't helped Shrivak then and there, he and his family would have been tortured or killed. It was the right thing to do, it was stupid and selfish to blame Naruto now. It was even more stupid to send him off on a suicide mission over some stupid dream that was probably heat stroke anyway. Anakin ran out to tell Naruto not to go into the desert. That they would figure another way out of this. By the time he got outside, there was no sign of him. Naruto had goggles this time, and a wide straw hat, and of course, gallons of bottled water. He wished he knew more about sealing or water jutsu, as the bottles were pretty heavy. He'd tried to figure out how to make seals on his own. He tried to figure out a lot of things on his own. During the past year on this strange planet with 2 suns, he hadn't come up with much. But he had a lot of practice with the jutsu he already knew. Kage Bunshin, he called. There was a momentary whiteout as the desert around him filled with smoke. Hundreds of clones spread out across the desert, running out into the wastes. They ran until their chakra ran out or until sand people shot them. A couple were killed in rock slides. One was even dragged into a pit by a tentacle. None of the clones managed to find death by dragon, though. He didn't know how it worked, but when a clone was dispelled, everything it had learned or seen went straight into his brain. He marked off locations on the map as they explored and were destroyed. Shrivak had helped him make a map on canvas. Since he still couldn't get computers to agree with him, he paused to look at it again. The map wasn't drawn to scale. The wastes were taking up most of the center, with the rest of the planet depicted smaller and off to the side. Landmarks were drawn out big and obvious. It was a very good map. Shrivak had wanted to go with him, too. The big furry guy had gotten a job as a bouncer at a dive bar over in the Mos Eisley spaceport. Naruto had borrowed Anakin's droid head to ask the Wookiee for help with directions, since Anakin had gotten mad and screamy, and Naruto didn't want Shmi to know what he was doing since she would worry. Shrivak was all ready to quit his job and follow Naruto in the open desert. It took Naruto forever to convince him not to do that, since his family needed him, nobody had ever done anything like that for Naruto before. The first 2 days passed without much luck, so he decided to follow a caravan of Tuskens out across the wastes. Maybe a dragon would try to eat them, and Naruto could kill it. According to some old guy at the Broken Glass Cantina, sand people were supposed to go out and kill a dragon in some sort of adulthood ritual, but Naruto wasn't sure he believed that. He'd seen dozens of sand people and no dragons at all. Plus, he couldn't picture a sand person killing a dragon with just a gaffi stick and the slow-moving oversized goat creatures they rode around on. He didn't have much to do with the sand people. They sometimes shrieked and took pot shots at him with gaffi sticks, but they did that to everyone who wasn't another sand person. Naruto liked them for their lack of prejudice. Still, he didn't want them to know he was following. He spent a day and a half on their tails, but no dragon came rushing out to eat them. They did get in a fight with a pair of sand people from another tribe or something, but the smaller group turned tail and ran when they saw they weren't going to miraculously take out a caravan with 5 times their number. The fight didn't bring a dragon running. After that, Naruto gave up on them. He made another bunch of clones and sent them out randomly again. It was the 7th day when one of his clones saw evidence of a dragon in a weird, bowl-shaped rock formation. It dispelled itself, and Naruto and the others converged on its location. The first sun had set by the time he got to the bowl. It didn't look too promising. But as he got closer, he saw a bantha skull sticking out of the sand. There were huge teeth marks in the bone. Beyond it he saw the dragon. It was bigger than the snake that had swallowed him in the Forest of Death. Maybe even bigger than the one that freaky he-she grass ninja was riding on. The fight with that creature was a blur in Naruto's mind, even right after it happened. He wasn't sure how he had managed to pin its head down and stop it from eating Sasuke, but he thought the fox had something to do with it. Naruto didn't really have a plan, but with no one around to see his clones, he supposed he could try just about everything and see what worked. He ran through the seals and a clone appeared to his right. He held out a blaster rifle and the clone took it with a grin. When he created a clone, it had all the weapons Naruto carried, but cloned blasters never worked. He could use them to club people but they wouldn't fire. The clone darted out across the sand. The dragon didn't stir as the clone crept up to it, and aimed the blaster at one of the sleeping creature's eyes. He stood in awe for a moment, and felt a bit sad. It must have taken the dragon 1,000 years to grow this big. And he was going to kill it for a couple of stupid rocks. He had to do it, though. He'd picked this path and he didn't have time to go back and learn to steal spacecraft. The clone pulled the trigger. To say the dragon woke up mad was underselling it. Its roar was loud enough to burst the clone, and the blaster fell into the sand. The real Naruto winced as he absorbed the clone's memory. He had seen into the creature's mouth, and its teeth were longer than his legs. For a moment, Naruto contemplated returning to Mos Espa for backup, but there wasn't time. He gulped and made a few more clones. He had no intention of killing this giant reptile from the inside. Train Nash had almost finished scouting the east side of the burned spire cliff when he heard the dragon roar. He was sure they could hear it all the way back at the camp, but took the click-com from his belt, and wrapped the code B sentry on duty clicked back, confirming that he had heard and was spreading the warning. Trey clutched the half-meter dragon claw that he wore in his belt. He'd found it in the wastes on his warrior's quest. He had found no dragon to fight, not even a small one, but he ran out of water and was forced to return. He had found the claw in the sand, in a footprint not 20 feet from where he had slept that day. The Tuscan elders had taken it as a sign of blessing. And though he was technically not a warrior, he was considered an adult, and allowed to remain with the tribe. The dragon roared again, and Trey moved toward it, scaling the cliff and moving toward the half-gored rock formation, from which the cries echoed. He got to the top just in time to see the dragon rear back on its hindmost legs. It was the largest dragon he had ever seen. It bellowed and snapped at an orange and tan thing that was clinging to its massive head. The dragon tossed its head and the orange and tan thing flew off. It twisted back around and snapped the thing out of the air. But it burst apart as smoke between the creature's teeth. Dozens more of the orange and tan creatures were crawling up the dragon's side, swarming like ants. Trey took out a set of binoculars that he had taken from a dead outlander. He held them to his goggles. He got them adjusted, and saw that it was not a swarm of insects clinging to the dragon, but outlanders. The alien creatures stuck to the beast's skin and stabbed it with small triangular knives. From time to time, outlanders would come into the desert on their unholy floating metal slabs. They would search for dragons and try to kill them with blasters and bombs. The warriors of the tribe got rid of such vermin when they could, but it didn't seem to convince other outlanders not to come. Trey picked up his click-com again and signaled the tribe. Either the dragon would kill the outlanders, or the tribe would kill them as they fled. They would not leave the desert. Oh 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 oh. Oh 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 oh. It was not as easy as it looked on paper. That was for damn sure. Naruto leapt off the side of the dragon as it rolled again. Most of his clones managed to jump clear as well, but 5 held on too long and were crushed. As soon as the dragon righted itself, they swarmed again. Naruto and his clones had been tearing at the creature for the better part of an hour, but the results were not impressive. Naruto's knives were getting very dull, and the dragon was covered in hundreds of little wounds, which probably were the equivalent of paper cuts. He supposed it might eventually bleed to death or get an infection. But not before the day was up. For the 1000th time, Naruto wished Kakashi had taught him some offensive jutsu. That lightning blade that his sensei had accidentally through Haku's chest in Wave Country would have done the dragon serious harm. He frowned as his imaginary self stabbed his arm into the dragon's side. His arm went in up to the shoulder, and stuck. The dragon rolled over and crushed him. Maybe he was better off without the Chidori. Maybe if he could drive it crazy enough, he could convince it to run off a cliff, but he'd have to get it up the cliff to begin with. Or maybe he could get one of his clones to crawl down its throat and try to chop it up from the inside. He looked over at the nearest clone and tried to communicate the idea. The clone pretended it couldn't hear him. Naruto glared. He was still thinking when blaster fire started raining down around him. For a second, he hoped it was Shrivok or somebody come to back him up, but when he looked over, he saw the cliffs around them were swarming with Tuskens, taking shots at him with their Gaffi sticks. The shots were hitting the dragon too, but it didn't seem to notice them. Or at least Naruto and his clones were closer, so it blamed the new pain on them. The Gaffi blasts weren't doing much more to the dragon than the small knife wounds were, but when the clones got hit, they vanished. Naruto made the seals again and whipped up a new batch of clones, but he was already feeling tired, and this last batch had him scraping the bottom of his reserves. The dragon's tail me whipping around and Naruto pushed chakra into his legs to leap over it. He just barely made it over, but while he was in the air, the shot from a Gaffi stick found him. Pain went from one side of his body to the other, and he landed badly. The dragon noticed injured prey and tried to step on him, but Naruto's clones snatched him out of the way, tossing him from one to the other to get him clear. The last clone in the chain to catch him was hit by blaster fire, and he was dropped painfully in the sand. Naruto rolled down the dune he was on. He got out of the line of sight of the dragon and the Tuskens. But with so many of his clones being killed so regularly, he still knew pretty much everything that was going on. He pressed his hand to his side. The shot had hit him right below the ribs. It hadn't cauterized completely, and blood was dribbling out. It hurt a lot when he took a breath, but he could still breathe. That probably meant his lungs were all right. Only fried my guts, Naruto gasped. No big deal. He ran his hand over the other side of his body, and that came away bloody, too. It was a through and through. Okay, maybe it's a big deal. I can fix it if you sit still for a bit. A voice in the back of his head said. I can't right now, Fox. I've got to kill that dragon. No you don't. You could just go back to that filthy little village and kill everyone who opposes you. You could kill that fat worm, Boroka, and that strange blue creature, and free the Dream Wanderer and his mother. You have power enough to rule this place. If I just start killing them, they'll hurt the Skywalkers, Naruto said as he stuck a bandage over one side of the blaster hole. He wondered if you could see light through it. He decided the pain was making him loopy. They've got those computer bombs in them. And don't pretend you know how to get those out. I know you don't. If you stopped trying to be a hero and acted like a shinobi, you could have whatever you wanted. Killing is what you were meant to do. If you're so fond of killing, why don't you give me a hand with this dragon? Naruto said. What's in it for me? You get to kill something really, really big, Naruto said. I'll be out here till it's dead or I am. So make with the chakra or make your peace with the gods. Naruto wondered if the fox was really going to give him any. He usually didn't ask for it, not aft. That jutsu had gone so wrong and trapped him here, but it still leaked out sometimes when he was hurt or mad. He knew the fox hated him and would probably be happy if he lost the Skywalkers. But he would rather die than fail, and he knew the fox didn't want to die. Speaking of death, he felt his last clone dispel. "Come on, already," Naruto said. A moment before it was crushed, the clone had seen the dragon coming toward the sand dune Naruto was hiding behind. Naruto got to his feet and pulled a knife. His legs were wobbly and he almost lost his balance on the loose sand as the dragon's shad fell over him, and he was forced to crane his neck up to see its head. It roared and lunged. Naruto was leaping when the fox's chakra hit him. He almost blasted off the ground. The dragon got a mouthful of sand, and a kicked-up wave of loose grains spilled over Naruto's head as he landed. He kicked his way free of the impromptu grave and looked around for the dragon. It had frozen, mere feet away. In the dragon's eyes, Naruto could see his reflection glowing red. He roared at the dragon. It flinched back. The sound echoed through the suddenly silent desert. Naruto charged. He couldn't find a knife. So he clawed at the dragon's face with his hands, and strips of flesh went flying. It roared and snapped at him. He jammed his claws into its skin and crawled up past its eyes. The dragon swiped at him with its own claws, but he dodged, moving to the back of its neck. It thrashed more, disparanced his entire army of clones. It even managed to roll on top of him, but he held on, and when it righted itself, he was still there. Naruto found its spine and started digging. He wasn't an expert in anatomy of alien dragons, but he figured if it had a spine, it probably had a spinal cord in there. And most things didn't live very long without them. The fox's chakra gave him the strength he needed to dig through the hide and muscle and crack the bone. The dragon was going completely insane. She reared up on its hind legs and flipped over backwards, slamming its full weight onto the tiny human on its back. It wasn't enough. Naruto's hands found the slick rubbery cord, barely bigger around than his wrist. He ripped through it. The thrashing actually got worse for a few minutes. Later, Naruto learned this was because the dragon actually had other nerve centers in its body, miniature brains that helped with local reflexes. Just because the brain was so far away. But with the actual brain cut off, there was no hope of recovery. He went to the beast's side. Using his claws, he ripped it open. Boiling hot guts spilling out around him. His mind struggled to remember what the old hunters at the bar had told him. The pearls would be in the gizzard. He waded in. He found a bunch of melon-sized round things in there and stuffed them into his empty weapons pouches. They were so gory he didn't know for sure what they were. Again, Naruto felt sorry for the huge thing. As he felt that, he felt the fox's chakra draining away. And realized the job still wasn't finished. "More," he said to the fox. He felt grumbling in the back of his head, but the chakra surged. He crawled up onto the dragon and went to work on its exposed throat, ripping and tearing as blood fountained up around him. The head finally came loose. He lifted it and howled. The demon chakra warped his voice until even the dragon's bellows sounded more human than he did. The chakra drained away, and his limbs shook so badly he dropped the head, and barely managed not to crush himself with it. He could hear roaring in his ears. And at first he thought it was an echo, but then he looked up. On the cliffs, the Tuscans were howling back. "Oh yeah, them. Watto's junkyard. FSSSSSS. .STS. God Dragon. SSSSSTS. Be there soon. BZZZZZZT. Jawa's giving me a ride." So Watto, despite his fear of death by Hutt, had put off the sale of SHMI and Anakin, until Naruto got back. Boruto was not happy, but he hadn't sent anyone to put a gun to Watto's head to demand a signature on a sales receipt. Anakin felt a tug in the back of his head and put down the processors. He walked up to the comm and adjusted the frequency dials. As he went through the channels, he got an incoming signal. A moment later, a blurry image appeared on the screen. It was Naruto's face, almost masked by filth. On his right there was a Jawa, clicking and muttering in what Anakin figured was an unhappy way. "Hey, Watto, I got your pearl, so you bring the contract and everything to the main gate. We'll be there in another hour," Naruto declared. His teeth were a glaring white amidst the dirt that hid his features. "You, human, you got a pearl?" Watto asked. "From a dragon?" "Yup," Naruto said. picking up a large, round filthy thing and waving it in front of the screen. Anakin thought it was more likely that Naruto was returning with a dragon's kidney stone, but didn't say anything aloud. Oh, yeah, and bring a couple 100 gallons of water. And that explosive implant remover thing, too. Bye. Wait, what? Watto asked. The screen had already gone blank. What's he mean? He needs water. Watto asked. I don't know, Anakin said. You think he really has a pearl? Watto asked. Anakin didn't. Maybe. Right. We close early today. Go get your mother and meet me at the gate, Watto said. And don't say anything to anyone. Boroka might hear. Anakin nodded and rushed off. The group settled a short distance from the gate, waiting under the scorching suns. Anakin had used a few thousand credits from Naruto's prize fighting a coup. NT to order 3 500-gallon tubs of water. The tubs were covered, of course, so Anakin, SHMI, Watto, and the slave contract agent settled on them to watch the horizon. Anakin felt like they had been waiting forever watching the horizon. He wished something would come along to break up the monotony. He heard the thrum of repulsors and turned. A barge left the city gates and lumbered towards them, kicking up dust before parking between them and the city. An entire side of the barge opened up, revealing Boroka the Hutt. He was reclining on a dais, surrounded by guards, servants, and data screens. The exalted Lord Boroka wishes to know what you are doing out here, a fat servant called from the Hutt's side as the huge, worm-like creature stuffed a snail the size of a watermelon into its mouth. We are just making a delivery, Watto called. Not planning to run, the fat slave asked. Do I look like someone who runs? Watto said, kicking his stumpy legs against the side of the tank he sat on. His mightiness Lord Boroka heard you had a higher offer for your slaves, Watto, the servant said. He came to see if someone really offered you a pearl. Anakin's stomach did a little flip. If they had heard that much, they must know what Naruto had asked for and when he was arriving, or at least when he said he was arriving. Anakin looked over at the Hutt's barge again. It wasn't exactly bristling with weapons. But Watto had nothing but a little holdout blaster and 2 human slaves. Anakin did have one of Naruto's knives on him, but he couldn't throw it hard enough to injure a Hutt. Anakin looked over at Watto, wondering what he would say. The Toydarian didn't really have a choice. A pearl was offered, Watto said. We wait to see if it will show up. How long have you been waiting, the servant said. Anakin saw Watto look down at his data pad, fiddling with it as if he were trying to figure out the time. Anakin felt like the longer he was quiet, the worse it would get. You sliced our comm, Anakin shouted. Shouldn't you know? Watto glared at Anakin, but didn't contradict him. Your slave needs to learn some manners, the servant said. Watto shrugged. He won't be my problem much longer. The Hutt belched something. The servant translated. Boroka has increased his generous bid to 170,000 credits. I suggest you accept it in reality. There is no pearl coming. Then why are you out here wasting credits on a last-minute trip? Anakin asked. Slave, I will. There. SHMI interrupted. It was probably the first time she had ever interrupted anyone in her life. A line of black dots was cresting the edge of the dune sea. The present. And this part is on the vid. The glowing, transparent Naruto announced. The hologram pointed and another ghostly blue figure appeared. And then another and then another. Dozens of men marched along with what looked like spears in their hands. The men's heads were wrapped in layers of brown cloth, except for wire goggles and some sort of breather mask. Behind the men marched a row of creatures that looked like a cross between elephants and goats. Behind the strange animals came a huge rhomboid building, rolling along on caterpillar treads. On top of the building was the dragon's head, still covered in leathery flesh. Atop the dragon's head rode a small figure, whose features were mostly hidden by a crust of bloody sand and gore. Despite the filth, Jeriah recognized the small figure's grin. The large number of Tuskens marching towards the city brought an equally large number of armed men through the city gates. Some were in the security force. Others just wanted to protect their property. Speeders were lining up and men with blasters were peeking over the walls. Tuskens didn't have anywhere near the fire power those planning to defend the city did. Coming out of the desert like this was pretty much a suicide run, if it was an attack. The Jawa sand crawler that was accompanying them with a dragon head S. Trapped to the top gave them enough to think Abu immediately opened fire. One of the Tuscans at the front of the group came forward, and shrieked and warbled at the top of his lungs. Those lined up on the walls exchanged looks. Did anyone catch that? Someone yelled in Basic. The Gursk's droid buzzed thoughtfully for a moment. Maybe, it said. Everyone turned toward it expectantly. My Tuscan isn't very good, the droid said. But whose is? From what I can decipher, that little goo-covered biped has been declared the killer of the Sand Spirit and the Demon of 1,000 Shadows. They will not make war against his people. They will not spill the blood of his women or children. They will not speak against him to the gods. They will not slaughter his bantha or take from his water traps. They will not. Something about his Jawa. They will not place curses upon his shoes. They will not. Well, they just keep going on like that, you get the idea. Naruto stood up and waved. It's cool. They're with me. No one in the militia seemed impressed by that statement. They gave me a ride back. They're just here to get some water for these big furry guys, and then they'll go back to yelling angry things in the desert. Ani, you brought the water, right? Naruto called. What do you think these are? Anakin said, waving at the tubs. Naruto hopped down off the top of the Jawa's crawler, landing with a cloud of dust upon the road. He marched up to Watto, and the small Toydarian could see the red in the boy's eyes. Naruto waved him off the tub of water, grabbed the edge and dragged it over to the Tuscans and their bantha. He popped off the lid and one of the huge, furry quadrupeds lowered its head to drink. He came back for the next tub. Anakin heard men on the wall behind him trying to guess how much the tubs weighed. When that task was done, he marched back up to Watto. Naruto reached into the beaten, filthy sack at his side and pulled out a dragon's pearl. He used his sleeve to wipe the goo off it. It was blue and reflected the light of the two suns no matter how it was held. Anakin figured it had to be worth at least 1,000,000 credits. Naruto spoke. I picked you out this one, 'cause it looks like your head. Watto for a long moment was too stupefied to respond. He pointed at the contract agent, and finally managed to wave him over. For this, Watto muttered, gesturing vaguely at SHMI and Anakin. He seemed unable to look away from the pearl. The contract agent looked at the pearl as well, but he managed, with the aid of his droid, to fill out the necessary forms. The droid removed the implants. It stung like crazy, but 1 second Anakin was having a huge needle jammed in his chest, and the next he was free. SHMI swooned when her controller was removed, but Naruto steadied her before she fell. He left a gooey, bloody handprint on her dress. Naruto tossed the pearl to Watto, who, after a tense moment of fumbling, managed to catch it. The Toydarian gazed, enraptured, at the pearl, then suddenly tensed as he felt envious eyes upon him. He was surrounded on all sides by people who would gladly and easily kill him for his new treasure. Hey, Naruto, the Toydarian said, addressing the human by his name for the first time. How about, you get me to a ship off this planet, and I throw in my shop on this deal? Deal, Naruto said. The present, and he had 4 other pearls in his bag, SHMI said. He gave one to the Sand People and one to the Jawa. The other 2 he sold. And those jewels, pearls, she corrected. Those pearls were enough to buy all this. Jeriah exclaimed. Not all of this. No, she said, but it was enough to get things moving. We used what money we had to buy out as many other slaves as we could, and they worked with us, to get more money. To buy passage home if they still had somewhere to go, or to buy out other slaves. And this movement caught on this quickly. When you are owned, freedom cannot come too quickly, she said. We did eventually get some outside help. The footsteps were almost inaudible, and were Jeriah not trained as a ninja he would not have noticed them at all. He glanced over his shoulder at the shadow spilling down the steps. It was a being as large as he was. He'd have said man, based on the walk, except there were a lot of large bipedal things walking around that he wouldn't call men. He supposed it could have been a tall, narrow-hipped panda bear coming down the steps. It turned out to be a man, human, and at first glance Jeriah thought he might have been a hyuga. The man had long dark hair with a little gray in it, and pale flowing clothes, but the man had a beard and a faint smile on his face, not to mention hazel irises and pupils. SHMI, the stranger greeted in a mild voice. "How are you today?" "Well," she said, getting up to exchange bows. "And yourself?" "Well enough," he said. "We arrived in system earlier than expected, but not early enough, it seems." She nodded. "Let me introduce you. Aro Senin. This is Jedi Master Qui-Gon Jinn. Qui-Gon Jinn, this is Aro Senin. My name is Jeriah. Seriously, what has the brat been telling you about me?" He simply said why. "Our penchant for debauchery would make a Hutt blush," the Jedi said. Jeriah decided he'd have to get himself invited to a Hutt bash. They sounded like they knew how to party. "Is Ani with you?" Shim asked. He insisted he had to do some maintenance on his fighter, so he's still aboard the Aruka. "He should be down later today," Qui-Gon said. "Does his fighter truly need maintenance?" SHMI asked. "Probably not." "I see," she said, sounding both disappointed and concerned. "Any word on Naruto?" "The situation on Gretzkin has grown complicated. I don't know how long he'll be delayed," Qui-Gon said. "I suppose there is nothing we can do about such things," she said. "We've only just arrived at the museum. Would you like to accompany us on a tour? You could explain all those Force things I pretend to understand." "Certainly I will," the Jedi said. "If three is not a crowd." Jeriah just shrugged. There was something strained between SHMI and Qui-Gon. He supposed they might be exes, but that didn't seem quite right. They wandered through the halls, which held assorted relics of the village's history, half-melted machines, stained clothes, assorted paintings and sculptures, as well as Re of the three-dimensional hologram projections, though Naruto wasn't featured in these, and the recorded voices spoke a language Jeriah didn't know. "So how did you meet Naruto?" Jeriah asked the Jedi. "I was conducting some research on the women's side of the Tatooine hot springs." "What?" Jeriah interrupted. "By which I mean the ship I was traveling on was damaged in a battle, and we re-forced to land on Tatooine for repairs. A village hidden in hope by Mars. Part 2. One New Worlds, Old Weirdos." The air blowing through the vents no longer carried a metallic ozone edge, but the fear radiating from the pilots was even sharper. At the Jedi Temple, Qui-Gon Jinn had learned only the most basic aspects of starship mechanics, but even he knew the red lights on every screen were a bad sign. Data from the engine room turned the pilot's nebulous fear into a solid weight. The engines would not last until Coruscant. Even Republic space was out of the question. Qui-Gon leaned over his Prentice's shoulder as he ran the much-reduced range of their ship through astrogation, trying to find ports where the Trade Federation could not easily hunt down their wounded vessel and the fugitive queen it carried. "There, Master. Tatooine," Obi-Wan Kenobi said. The desert planet floated into the center of the screen. It was barely habitable, and had posted warnings both for hostile nomadic natives and civilized city-dwelling criminals. The crew balked when they realized the planet was ruled by the Hutts, but the Queen did not object. As they crossed the vast emptiness of space, Qui-Gon considered the past few days. Their meeting with the Trade Federation, the Gungans, and the Naboo was a tax negotiation that against all logic turned into an invasion. Their diplomatic mission had run far beyond, and he was taking it further still. There were other ports they could have sought. Even though the Trade Federation controlled most of the interstellar activity around the closest planets and stations, a few could be made to choose the Republic government over a commercial entity. But when Tatooine appeared on Obi-Wan's screen, Qui-Gon was certain they had to go there. He sat in the dark, surrounded by the hum of machines, trying to sense why. He had scolded his apprentice only a day earlier for depending too much on his feelings, and now he was guilty of doing the same. Hours of meditation did not bring him an answer, only vague feelings that he was going the right way. The pilot's voice brought him back to the here and now. Qui-Gon's knees ached as he stood and made his way to the bridge. Obi-Wan was already there, more nervous than useful, reading over the system alerts for what must have been the 100th time. Qui-Gon looked up from the screens and out the front viewport, eventually picking out the tiny orange globe among the white and blue lights of the stars. The faint pull in the force that had guided Qui-Gon towards the desert planet vanished, snuffed out in an endlessly sinking pit of darkness. He grabbed the back of the captain's chair but still didn't manage to keep his feet. They were diving into a black hole. They had to move, they had to change course, they had to. "Master Jin," shouted the co-pilot. I am sorry, Qui-Gon said. I suppose some of the last few days are catching up with me. He reached out with the Force to check on his apron. Tyson found Obi-Wan was worried for him, but apparently he was not aware that the universe had nearly collapsed in on itself. Are you all right? Obi-Wan asked. What was that? A disturbance in the Force, Qui-Gon said. Did you not feel it? No, Master, he replied. Qui-Gon had the strong desire to order the ship around, but they had used the last of their fuel to get there. There was no way back that would not put them directly in the hands of the Trade Federation. He had trusted the Force when it led them here, he would have to trust it would lead them back out. The present. Jeriah looked at the Jedi, and then gave the museum floor a suspicious stare. He wasn't entirely sure what a black hole was, but it didn't sound like something he wanted to be standing on. The Jedi's face was calm. I still don't understand this Force thing, Jeriah said. Did Naruto ever explain chakra to you? He attempted to, Qui-Gon said. From his initial descriptions, I thought we simply had different names for the same thing. I realize now that that was not correct. I now think they are more like alpha and beta radiation. Jeriah frowned again. You realize that doesn't translate very well. Direct and alternating current, Qui-Gon suggested. Jeriah nodded. I'm surprised Naruto knew those words. Anakin spent a great deal of time drilling the basics of physics into his head, Qui-Gon said. Words leaked back out. Perhaps it would be easier to show you. The Jedi took a deep breath, allowing his chin to sink down to his chest. SHMI floated up off the floor, and hovered with a good 2 feet of empty space beneath her. She frowned and crossed her arms, but did not speak the objection so obviously on her mind. Jeriah walked up to her. There were no signs of wires, physical or chakra. Above her and nothing he could sense lifting her from below. He did not really understand how the vehicles of this world floated over the sand, but those at least projected a noticeable energy field. He knelt and waved a hand beneath the soles of her feet. There was something there, but it was not chakra. If he went into sage mode, he thought he could get a better grip on what was going on. He was not sure he was recovered enough. The Force is an energy created by and binding together all living things, Qui-Gon said, his tone gaining the rhythm of a memorized lecture. With training, those sensitive to the Force can manipulate it to move people and objects, and increase their own awareness of the world around them and of their inner selves. The Force can be used to strengthen ease body and to improve speed and reflexes. It can even be used to heal grievous injuries. Or cause them, SHMI added. Qui-Gon nodded. The dark side of the Force is not the only side that uses that power for its own benefit. SHMI interrupted. You should have learned by now not to start out with half-truths. The woman's feet sank back to the floor, her frown growing. Qui-Gon raised his hands in a show of surrender. SHMI, Qui-Gon said. It was not my intention to conceal anything. It's often better to give the bad news first, SHMI said. Jedi can use the Force to confuse people, to override their will and judgment. They can read your feelings and thoughts, and get into your dreams. Of course, they would only ever do that when it is inconvenient to do otherwise. I think that is a gross oversimplification, Qui-Gon said, annoyance starting to show through his placid exterior. Jeriah was sure the Jedi had a slap coming, but the woman forced her emotions down. The Jedi was most likely annoyed because the accusations were at least somewhat true. I am attempting to give a balanced explanation, Qui-Gon said. I have been a Jedi my entire life. I think I am the best qualified to do so in this situation. Not from my point of view, she said. You are still trying to spin things your way. Just remember, whatever you tell him now, everyone else in this village can give him the truth later, she said. And turned towards Jeriah. I am going to call my son. I will be back in an hour or two to continue your tour, if that is all right. Jeriah nodded and SHMI hurried off. Don't suppose you want to tell me what that was about? Jeriah asked. I thought it would be beneficial for her son, Anakin, to join the Jedi Order, Qui-Gon said. It caused problems for her Fa. Miley and led to a falling out between Anakin and Naruto, but they have made their peace. The Order was not really central to their argument. Jeriah could understand that a little. Most of the kids he had taught were already orphaned. But parents often clashed with their children's instructors, despite it going against shinobi custom. He supposed the Jedi might be prone to similar problems. On's denial nearly had him convinced that was the cause. So what were they fighting over? Jeriah asked, to keep his bases covered. A girl, Qui-Gon said. Finally, the good stuff. Don't leave out any details, Jeriah said, leering. Padme was the handmaiden of Queen Amidala of the Naboo. The handmaiden's attire had to coordinate with the queen's, though their outfits, all modest floor-length robes, also had historical significance. There are 18 specific embroidery stitches in. I'm starting to think you're one of those dark side guys, Jeriah interrupted. Mos Espa. Padme watched a BLOND human teenager running across the rooftops as she waited for Qui-Gon to ask about parts at yet another shop. She'd been left outside with the astromech droid R2-D2 and the Gungan, Jar Jar Binks, A.N.D. was wishing minor sunstroke on the latter. The Jedi had insisted he would not need her for this mission, but he'd been quick enough to assign her babysitting duties. She glanced up the sand-scoured street. Tatooine was not as exciting as she'd hoped. So far, the blonde boy was the most interesting thing she'd seen on this desert world. Everyone they'd met, even the droids, seemed so tired they barely go about the business of their daily lives. But that boy was different. He was bursting with energy. He leapt and cleared a 5-meter gap between buildings with ease, and turned a cartwheel across the top of a bar. He laughed and she couldn't help smiling. Then she noticed she wasn't the only one watching him. 3 men with blaster rifles pursued the teenager from the ground. They too, a shot at the blonde just as he rounded the corner, and he dodged out of sight, his laugh echoing back to her. R2, Jar Jar, stay here, she ordered and took off. Don't have much in the way of weapons, just a holdout dart gun. But she felt like she had to help. It didn't take her long to find the boy. He'd come down off the roofs and was dancing around the men with rifles, knocking them senseless as they tried to get a shot in. It took him all of 30 seconds to finish them off. Then he turned to look at her. Apparently he didn't need her help. And she was wondering if maybe those men didn't have a good reason to be chasing him. She could see blood splattered across the knuckles of his gloves. He looked at her curiously. His expression wasn't hostile, but it hadn't been hostile when he was beating his pursuers, either. He smiled and it stretched the 3 whisker-like scars on his cheeks. Hey, pretty lady, bet you're totally impressed with my ass-kicking skills. They're nice, Padme allowed. The boy had an accent she couldn't place. Need a blaster rifle? He asked, pulling one out of under an unconscious attacker. No, thank you, she said, watching as the teenager stripped the other men of their valuables. Won't you get in trouble for that? Nah, they're bounty hunters. Nobody cares, he said. Are you sure you don't want a blaster? This ain't the kind of neighborhood to be wandering around in unarmed, especially if you're a girl. Let your guard down for a minute and you'll end up in a brothel with a control tag in your spine. Believe me, lady, they've tried it with me. Especially when I'm a girl. Are you with somebody, at least? I saw you outside that store with that weird floppy ears guy in the astromech, but neither of them looked like very good guards. I'll walk you back, he said, suddenly looping his arm through hers, and half dragging her back the way she'd come. I'm Uzumaki Naruto by the way, he said. I'm Padme, she said. Qui-Gon was less than happy about having to track down a runaway handmaiden. He wasn't having much luck finding the parts for the Queen's ship anyway, but it was another distraction he didn't need. Especially with such a strong dark side presence in the area. He asked Jar Jar where Padme was. The Gungan wasted several minutes theorizing about where she had gone before finally admitting that he had no clue. The astromech droid, R2-D2, started to beep and rattle, and then took off up the street. The Jedi followed. The droid didn't seem at all worried, but Qui-Gon never had much faith in machines. As they moved through the market, the dark presence grew closer. Qui-Gon tried to find the missing girl through the Force, but flinched back as his senses brushed against the darkness. He wondered why people weren't fleeing in terror as it grew closer. He recognized the girl's laughing voice and hurried past the droid towards her. Didn't he see them? Padme asked. Nope, a young male voice replied. So then Shrivok said, Grawe Irk. He gone past a bantha and saw Padme, now with a blaster in her hand and a bandolier of charge packs across her chest. She was walking with a short but loud male humanoid. Padme and the boy were probably about the same age. He supposed the boy had given her the belt, since he was wearing two of his own, with a few blaster rifles slung over his shoulder as well. The boy had bright blonde hair, blue eyes, and 3 whisker marks scarred into each cheek. He was also radiating so much darkness Qui-Gon felt faint. "I don't speak Wookiee," Padme said, trying not to laugh. "According to Shrivok, neither do I," the boy said. "But I think he was messing with me, 'cause to me it sounded the same, and I have pretty good hearing." "Hey, that old guy is looking at you funny, do you know him?" "Master Jin," Padme called, waving. The world was tilting and slowly spinning. He felt as if a storm had come up, winds buffeted against him, pounding his face and forcing him to turn away. The desire to back up or simply turn and run in the other direction almost blotted out his conscious thoughts. He had a mission though, and he could not simply flee. Since no one else seemed affected, Qui-Gon closed himself off from the Force as much as he was able. He was left with only the normal 5 senses of a human to rely on, but the terror and disorientation were vastly reduced. "It is not wise for you to wander off, Padme," Qui-Gon managed to say. "I found us a local guide," she said, without apology. "This is Uzumaki Naruto. His family owns a repair shop and junkyard and they have contacts with all the local parts dealers." "That is convenient," Qui-Gon said. He wondered if he shouldn't put aside the teachings of the Jedi just this once and strike preemptively. The boy did not look tense or stand aggressively, but that could change at any moment. Qui-Gon prepared himself for some kind of attack, but the nexus of dark energy just pulsed aimlessly out from the boy. It wasn't organized. He couldn't even tell if it was sentient. "Hey mister, you're looking at me funny," Naruto said. He looked at the boy's face. There was no hint of mocking. "I apologize," Qui-Gon said. "I didn't expect to find anyone so helpful on a world as back-ass wards as this," Naruto supplied. "With the reputation Tatooine has," Qui-Gon said. "Well," Naruto said, "I'm not gonna tell you to relax. 'Cause around here that'll get you killed, but we got parts and we charge fair, so take it or leave it, I guess." "We'll take it," Padme assured him. "Maybe we should shop around a little more," Qui-Gon said. "Just to get a better idea of the local prices. We've been to dozens of shops already," Padme said. Qui-Gon wanted to object, but he didn't sense any dishonesty from the boy. He didn't sense anything but a sickening evil. Figuring out the boy's true intentions would be like trying to spot a distant star in broad daylight. Without the Force, he still had more than 50 years of experience dealing with sentient beings to fall back on, but that felt woefully insufficient. The boy looked honest. Qui-Gon nodded. "All right, let's head over to the broken glass. I know a guy there who can give us a ride out to our village," Naruto said. "The shop is not in Mos Espa?" Qui-Gon asked. "Nah, we moved a couple o' clicks out of town because of this little problem we're having with the huts that run this place. If we're going, we gotta go soon, though. There's a sandstorm kicking up out of the dune sea that's gonna hit us in about an hour." "I do not know if this is wise," Qui-Gon said to Padme. Qui-Gon did not want to say anything too obviously in front of Naruto, but he was worried they were being lured somewhere, and not for their own good. He was about to ask her to take Jar Jar back to the ship, but she spoke before he could. "I'm sure we won't come across anything you can't handle," she said. "And the faster we get the parts, the faster we can be on our way." "Ah," the boy whined. "You want to leave already? You just got here." "I'm afraid we have important work to do," Padme said. "We have to get back to it as soon as possible. If we weren't having engine problems, we wouldn't have stopped at all." Naruto laughed. "Well, I didn't think you came here on vacation." Naruto and Padme continued to chat as he led them towards a bar. Qui-Gon followed, not happy that the handmaiden was all but ignoring him. He wondered if the boy was using the Force to influence her, but the Queen's retinue was highly trained. If her will were impinged by another, she would give some sign, he hoped. The dark presence also seemed too disorganized to be doing anything so precise. If it directed itself at the handmaiden, her head would probably just explode. The bar was crowded, And as soon as Naruto walked through the doors, a half-dozen people fled. One even tried to jump through a window, but bounced off the reinforced glass and fell on his back on the floor. He rolled over, stumbled to his feet, and ran for the back door. The boy laughed. "It's not funny, brat," an old Bothan shouted, coming out from behind the bar. "They ain't paid their tabs yet." Ki-gon looked around the room and saw more than a few blasters pointed at them. "Sorry, Granny Verkik," Naruto said. "But I'm not promise." The bar settled and Ki-gon was quite certain he heard safeties clicking back into place. As soon as the boy promised, the tension nearly vanished. It seemed Naruto was known for keeping his word, which did a little to balance the fact that large armed men fled at the sight of him. They followed the boy to a table near the back of the bar, where a few Rilkians in full environmental suits were playing sabak. They all had drinks in front of them, but Qui-Gon couldn't begin to guess about how they were going to ingest them. "Hey Nilly, I need a ride," Naruto said. The Rilkian seated on the end flicked on his translator. "And I need a limber Twi'lek who can breathe a high argon mix. We sometimes have to do without." The Rilkian did not seem afraid of the boy. In fact, it took another quarter hour of whining to get him to agree to drive them out to the village. The sandstorm was nearly upon them as they flew out through the city gates in a speeder that was more patches than original body. Dust and rocks bounced off the vehicle as the sky turned a shadowed, murky tan. The front of the storm came over them, making the speeder's engine whine as its filters didn't quite manage to clear the grit from the intakes. They pulled into a covered garage and then climbed out, shaking the sand from their hair and clothes. R2-D2 squealed and a puff of sand shot out of the droid's data port. Nilly drove back out of the garage as soon as they were all out, and vanished into the swirling sand. "Will he be all right out there?" Padme asked. Sure, Naruto said, waving a hand dismissively. "Rilkians have got some kind of Geo-Magno-Centro thing in th. Ire bones so they always know where they're going. Like homing pigeons." "What are pigeons?" Jar Jar asked. "Are they for eats?" "Don't know," Naruto said. "Never tried." They followed him down a ramp to a large underground warehouse. Huge racks of parts and half-assembled engines forced them to weave, hop over, and duck to make headway. There were a few humans gathered at a desk in the center of the maze. They were going over data pads, and they waved and smiled when they saw Naruto coming. The Jedi noticed they all had 3 lines on each cheek, most painted on, but one man had carved his lines in, and rather recently too. Judging by the redness of the scars. "Cus tuo mers," Naruto announced in a sing-song voice. "Welcome to Skywalker Salvage, I'm Contra Savora. What are you looking for?" "I need a hyperdrive generator for AJ Type 327 Nubian," Ki-gon said, waving for R2-D2 to bring up the specifications. "We do have one of those in stock. Current price is 36,000 credits local," Avora said. "All we have are Republic Dactaries," Ki-gon said. "Republic credits are worth pretty much nothing out here," Avora said. "Do you have anything you could trade?" He thought about using the Force to convince the man to take their credits, but with Naruto so close by, he did not want to risk it. He was not even sure if he could use the Force in such a negatively charged atmosphere. "We could arrange to have a more suitable currency sent to you," Ki-gon said. "No offense intended, but we can't do IOUs in this business." "We don't have off-world collection agencies," Avora said. "Is there anything else you would take in trade?" Ki-gon asked. "Where are you going?" Avora asked. "Maybe if you can take a few passengers for us, we can call it even." "We cannot divulge our destination," Ki-gon said. Wishing Naruto would go so he could use the Force, if not to influence the shopkeeper, then at least to figure out if he was trustworthy or not. The man was looking at him shrewdly. "Your engine is a Nubian. Meaning you're either from Naboo or Alderaan, and you've got diplomat stamped on your forehead, right next to Jedi, meaning you're headed for Coruscant," Avora said. "Tell me I'm wrong." Avora sounded honest, if smug, but Ki-gon did not want to admit he was right. Even if the man did not actively betray them, gossip or rumors might spread before they could get off-world. He was going to name some other planet, farther out on the rim, but the handmaiden butted in again. "You aren't wrong," Padme said, walking over. "But that is not our only stop, and any passengers would share the risks. Which unfortunately are a great many. Risk is something we deal with daily, Avora said. Qui-Gon fought back the urge to shoo Padme away. He knew the girl had the Queen's trust. But she was making things much more complicated. There were too many people around double-checking things for Qui-Gon to try making Avora forget what she just said. How many people would we have to transport? Qui-Gon asked. 25 should make a square if you can get them all the way to Coruscant, Avora said. Qui-Gon nodded. It would be cramped, but it wouldn't put undue stress on the life support system. All right, then, Avora said. Soon as the storm dies down, you can fly into the yard out back and we'll get you fixed up. Qui-Gon nodded. He wanted to take the parts to go. But as they would be taking 24 passengers with them as well, there wasn't much point in trying to keep them from finding the ship. The Queen's security team wasn't going to like this. And of course, there was a chance the junkyard owners planned to simply murder everyone on the ship and keep it once it was under their influence. Avora waved over a male Rodian in a baggy jumpsuit and told him to set up a lottery for 25 seats to Coruscant. Qui-Gon looked around for his charges. Jar Jar was still occupied with electrocuting himself. R2-D2 was scanning bins of cable. Padme was still talking to Naruto. Except she was standing much closer to the boy than she had been before. And she was blushing slightly. An alarm sounded. Naruto's head shot up, as did the other employees. North Wall breach, Avora called. Got it, Naruto said. I'll be right back, he said to Padme. And then he vanished in a puff of smoke. Qui-Gon stretched out his senses a little. The dark energy was gone. He could feel the minds of those around him, slightly worried, and Padme confused, but the darkness was gone. He stretched a little farther and found it again, a few kilometers away. What's happening? Padme asked Avora. Where's he going? How did he vanish like that? Qui-Gon rather desperately wanted that answer as well. He could not see any panels in the floor, or any other way for Naruto to Avenue escaped from the room without being seen. The room was filled with electronic equipment, but he did not see any hologram projectors that could have been used to mask the boy's exit. That's just something Naruto does. Avora said unhelpfully. Somebody blasted a hole in the north wall of the village. Naruto went to straighten things out. He works security around here. Tusken Raiders? Qui-Gon asked, recalling the alerts listed for the planet. No, we've got our own arrangement with them, Avora said, pointing at the lines painted on his cheeks. It's probably bounty hunters or slavers. Slavers? Padme asked. Yeah, Avora said. They don't come around too often anymore, but some are more greedy than smart. Can't the local security forces? Padme began. Avora interrupted. This is a Hutt world, miss. Slavery is just fine by them, as is retrieving stolen property. Even if we did have paperwork on everyone here, the Hutts won't go out of their way unless someone is throwing a lot of money at them. It's just easier to throw a lot of Naruto instead. Paperwork? Padme asked. To prove former slaves were legally freed, Avora said. You have many freed slaves in your village. Qui-Gon asked. 80% of our population is freed slaves, Avora said. Didn't you read the plaque when you came in the gate? We couldn't see much through the sandstorm, Padme said. So they were freed and moved to Tatooine. No, dear, they were freed on Tatooine, and they have moved to the village for protection until they can afford to get off this sand-blasted rock, Avora said. Oh, Padme said. Qui-Gon could detect no deception from the man as he explained things to the handmaiden. Proud, in fact. It would also explain why so many of them were willing to go to Coruscant, since most worlds affiliated with the Republic are not had an embassy there. Was Naruto a slave? Padme asked. Avora laughed. No, you want his story, you'll have to ask him, but he's never been a slave. Let's get your generator in order. Instead of falling into a black hole, he was on the epicenter of an earthquake. Had he not met Naruto less than an hour before, it would easily be the strongest force presence he'd ever come across. Sorry, the boy said. I was in the middle of a real finicky slice. The boy was a human, perhaps 9 or 10 years old, his blonde hair and coveralls streaked with grease. The grease did not cover the 3 whisker-like lines drawn on his cheeks. Qui-Gon could not sense any darkness from the boy, only the normal emotions of a bright but distracted child. The prophecy floated to the surface of his mind. There will be born a chosen one, who will bring balance to the Force. Could this be why he was drawn to this fringe world, to find this boy, to bring him to the temple for training? Perhaps he was meant to rescue him from the darkness the other boy carried. We've got a buyer for the Nubian, Avora said, tilting his head toward Qui-Gon. Your brother brought them in. Can you make sure the generator is up to spec and get the haulers to move it around to Dock 8? And show these three to the waiting area. Sure, the boy said. He glanced at them, his gaze drifting over Qui-Gon and Jar Jar to settle on Padme. Hi, I'm Anakin, the boy said. It's nice to meet you. I'm Padme, and this is Qui-Gon, Jar Jar and R2-D2, the handmaiden replied with a smile. You're Naruto's brother. He certainly does a lot of interesting things. The boy looked annoyed, and then his expression got a bit sly. Was he chewing his toenails again? I'm pretty sure. That's why he wears sandals instead of boots, so he can get to him easier. Padme's nose wrinkled and Anakin gave her a huge grin. I'll show you to the waiting room. We've got some drinks and chairs and vids for you to watch while you wait, Anakin said. There's a fresher too, since the sandstorm will probably go on for a couple more hours. They followed the boy through the shop to a glass wall LED room with a variety of couches and benches arrayed around a hollow projector. The boy waved them inside and seemed ready to rush off again. Qui-Gon's eyes scanned the room, looking for something that would get him to stay. He saw the complimentary refreshment counter. It did not take a great deal of focus to make a cup of tea pour itself and float into his casually outstretched hand. It worked perfectly. The boy's mouth dropped open for a moment. You're a Jedi, Anakin said. Qui-Gon nodded, keeping his face impassive. Padme gave him a suspicious look. What are you doing way out here? Anakin asked. Are you on a mission? Qui-Gon nodded. Our ship came under fire. That's why we were forced to land here. Are the bad guys still after you? Anakin asked. Yes, but they don't know where to look for us, Qui-Gon said. Then it's a good thing Naruto brought you out here, Anakin said. There are people who would sell out their own mothers in Mos Espa. Are you hiring him for security while you're here? I hadn't planned to, Qui-Gon said. Do you think we need to? Maybe not, Anakin said. You can probably do most of the stuff he does anyway, and not be all loud and annoying about it. Was Naruto trained at the Jedi Temple? Qui-Gon asked. He does not look familiar to me. No, the boy said. He's a shinobi, not a Jedi. They're pretty low tech, but your brother can levitate objects, as I did. Qui-Gon asked. I've never seen him do anything that smoothly. Naruto's been trying to teach me, but his explanations aren't that good. I can do the floating leaf trick, but I think he left out some middle step or something, Anakin said. May I see this trick? Qui-Gon asked, trying to hide his concern behind curiosity. Sure, Anakin said. I just use a piece of plastic instead of a leaf. Because there aren't many leaves around here. Qui-Gon nodded and waved for him to proceed. Anakin took a little piece of plastic from his pocket, and then tilted his chin up and set it on the flat plane of his forehead. He closed his eyes and his nose wrinkled as he concentrated. The plastic took a few quivering hops before rising up into the air above the boy's face. Qui-Gon feel the force twist and ripple as the boy struggled to draw on it. He did not let it flow through him as a well-trained Padawan would. He grappled, clawed and clung to the energy. He was not Ki-Te falling into the realm of the dark side, but he was very close to crossing the line. Can you give me any tips? Anakin asked as the bit of plastic fell from the air and landed in his hand. Qui-Gon frowned. Jedi only teach at the temple on Coruscant. Usually years of meditation and training precede using the Force for physical manipulation. Anakin frowned. Do you have to study for years to get hints? Using the Force is not like slicing code, Qui-Gon said. You need a solid foundation to build on, else you might injure yourself or fall to the dark side. When a Jedi is properly trained, his will flows through the Force. Qui-Gon raised his hand and set his cup of tea floating again. If you are frustrated and angry, trying to bend the Force to your will, you will burn yourself out. Quote, a billow of smoke filled the doorway, and a wave of darkness washed over Qui-Gon. The cup fell from the air and tea splashed across the floor. The smoke cleared and a singed and dirty Naruto stood before them, a huge grin splitting his face. His flashy entrance at least drew attention from Qui-Gon's close call with unconsciousness. "I'm back," Naruto announced needlessly, walking in and heading for the snack table. "You're bleeding," Padme gasped. Naruto looked down at himself, surprised. "Uh-oh. From where?" "You're back," Anakin said, pulling some napkins from the refreshment station. He pre-SSED them into the bloody burned spot on the back of his brother's jacket, and then yanked his hand away with a yelp. "You've still got a flechette in there." "Oh," Naruto said, "I guess that's why it's still bleeding. Can you get it?" Yeah, hold still," Anakin said. He used the wad of napkins to grab and pull out a serrated, 4-inch-long strip of metal. "Was it that stupid bunch of Kobokians again?" "I think so," Naruto said, pressing a hand to the now gushing injury. "They tried to take out Shrivok and Mararver VN, aimed for the tallest target instead of the most dangerous. That seems like they're kind of stupid. We took out their ship this time, so even if they do manage to survive the sandstorm, they'll be too broke to pull that again." "Is everybody okay?" Anakin asked. "Yeah," Naruto said. "Those personal shield generators you rigged up worked good. They'd work for you too, if you would wear one." Anakin snapped. "They make a weird noise. It makes my teeth itch," Naruto whined. "If you don't use the shield, you shouldn't lead the charge," Anakin said. "I can't let my people get hurt, it goes against my way of the shinobi." Of course common sense would. Qui-Gon listened to the boys bicker. The dark energy emanating from Naruto kept the Jedi's senses dull, but the boys' concern for each other and their fellow villagers seemed genuine. He had met Jedi fallen to the dark side, but he did not know if he could recognize a true Sith if he met one. Naruto was not how he pictured one. He watched Padme try to get a look at Naruto's wound, but Anakin waved her away. One brother was good and the other was evil. That seemed almost cliché. Qui-Gon frowned. It did not reflect the reality of the situation either. Naruto felt evil, but his actions, though violent, appeared altruistic. But even if Naruto's dark presence was not intentional, it was having a negative effect on Anakin. Force-sensitive children were easily influenced by negative thoughts, much less the malevolent blast furnace that was Naruto. Keeping children free of such influence recruited potential Jedi at such a young age. It would be in Anakin's best interest to go somewhere else, and the temple was the only place Qui-Gon could even imagine the damage being undone. Qui-Gon could see that Anakin was jealous of his older brother. Naruto could steal attention from a supernova, much less an awkward little boy covered in gear grease. Qui-Gon thought he could convince the temple to train the boy. He wondered if he could convince Anakin that the life of a Jedi was more exciting than being in his brother's shadow. He frowned. A Jedi's life was about service and peace, not glory. It would be disingenuous to say otherwise to lure the boy away, even if it was for his own good. And what about the good of everyone else? If Anakin was the one spoken of in the prophecy, the entire galaxy depended on his well-being. "Anakin, Naruto, would it be possible for me to speak with your parents?" Qui-Gon asked. The present, knew, every student he'd ever had, except for Naruto, had died. Now that he thought about where he was and what was happening, he wondered if it had even been his own world the Toad Sage had been talking about. He looked up when Qui-Gon trailed off, apparently lost in thought. "So you decided to snatch the kid because of some prophecy?" Jeriah prompted. "I did not snatch him," Qui-Gon said. "I offered him a chance to go to the Jedi Temple and learn." "Because of a 1,000-year-old fortune cookie?" Jeriah asked. "The prophecy was ancient, from the earliest days of our order. It said that in a time of strife, a child would be born who would bring balance to the Force," Qui-Gon said. "When I first laid eyes on Anakin, I was certain he was the one spoken of. I thought a greater good would be served." Jeriah frowned. "So when this kid showed up, the Jedi were in a bad way, on the verge of extinction or something?" Jeriah asked. "No. When I found Anakin, the Sith were thought extinct," Qui-Gon said. "Since then several have revealed themselves. So the Jedi," Jeriah said, holding one of his hands up above his head. He held the other down by his leg, "and the Sith." He brought his hands together to meet in the middle, "We're going to be balanced." Qui-Gon's face gave hints confusion and horror, but then he steeled himself. "That is not what it meant." "Why not?" Jeriah asked. The prophecy didn't come with a convenient set of footnotes or something, did it? No, Qui-Gon said. It meant he was going to destroy the Sith and bring peace. Maybe it's a problem with the translation. But balance and peace are not the same thing, Jeriah said. Qui-Gon did not seem to have a response. Jeriah tried to break the tension. So how did the kidnapping work out? He asked with a grin. Show, or video games, so there may be a few errors. I do consult Wikipedia, but they aren't foolproof. Anyway, if I wrote something glaringly wrong, please let me know, but I'd rather know what you think of the plot and characterization, instead of whether Qui-Gon wears size 34 Jedi robes, and not 36 or some such thing. Cheers. A Village Hidden in Hope by Mars. Part 2. Two New Worlds, Old Weirdos. Obi-Wan Kenobi paced back and forth across the small bridge. The pilot had left a few hours ago to catch up on sleep, as his skills would not be needed in the middle of a sandstorm. The other man had not been talkative, but the room now seemed too quiet without him. Obi-Wan knew he should have spent the time meditating, saving his strength in case the ship came under attack before his master returned. But he could not make himself sit still. When the comm system chimed, he rushed to accept the call. The tail end of the sandstorm added hisses and pops to the audio portion of the transmission, but did nothing to hide his master's furrowed brow. What is wrong? He asked before Qui-Gon could speak. Instead of chiding him, his master simply shook his head. Our original objective has been accomplished. A local village has agreed to give us the parts we require. In exchange, the Queen's handmaid agreed to take 25 refugees with us to Coruscant. I am certain Captain Panaka will be overjoyed to hear that. Qui-Gon nodded, but his face did not even hint at a smile. Obi-Wan wondered if something about the refugees was suspicious or dangerous. He hopped the refugees reined from a species with unpleasant bodily functions, but usually that would not disturb Qui-Gon in the least. He suspected Qui-Gon took some sort of perverse pleasure in making things awkward for him and then lecturing him on decorum. I have found a candidate for Jedi training, Qui-Gon said. I have also come across a very unusual phenomenon, and I would like your opinion on it when you arrive. You aren't bringing the parts to us? Obi-Wan asked. This village is relatively secure, and we will have to collect our new passengers as well. I am sending you the coordinates now. As soon as it is safe to fly, bring the ship. Qui-Gon ordered, and ended the transmission. Panaka was as happy to hear about the refugees as Obi-Wan expected, which was not at all. He did not rush off to tell the Queen, though. He only muttered that the Queen trusted Padme's judgment. Panaka was more wary about flying their damaged ship into a village, no matter how small, and he must have picked up on Obi-Wan's unease as well. What else is wrong? Panaka asked. I'm sure if it was something serious, Master Jin would tell me, Obi-Wan said. The captain did not look convinced. What do you think is wrong? Master Qui-Gon seemed a bit strained, Obi-Wan said. It is probably nothing. Captain Panaka did not look at all reassured. Do you think your master could be acting under duress? No, Obi-Wan answered eventually. Contact Padme, the captain said to the nearest crew member. Obi-Wan had not known Padme had her own communication device, but he did not object. He did fidget with embarrassing nerves as they waited for the Queen's maid to answer. Padme eventually responded, and told them nothing was wrong and that they should. The crew got the engines online and the ship limped into the air, rocking quite a bit as the repulsors took more than their fair share of the weight. The endless sand was finally interrupted by a half-constructed city. They circled once and then dropped into a narrow lot, between rows of dilapidated spacecraft. The pilot guided them into a large hangar where a dozen people of various species waited with tool bags and a plastic-wrapped hunk of junk that was probably their new generator. Obi-Wan followed the captain through the ship to the back ramp. Everything seemed normal enough. He spotted Qui-Gon picking his way through the repair crew, but his master seemed oddly washed out and his presence in the Force was the barest whisper. Obi-Wan hurried towards him, struggling to stay calm. He opened himself to the Force, trying to feel what was wrong. The captain spoke, but Obi-Wan couldn't make sense of his words. Obi-Wan stepped onto the ramp and froze. He couldn't decide if he needed to run, vomit, or slam his head against the ground until he was unconscious. He could not deny the pressing need to be away and empty. The ground seemed to spin away from him. The captain grabbed him under the armpits and held him upright. Obi-Wan could feel his own mouth moving, speaking. But he had no idea what he was saying. "Calm yourself, Padawan," Qui-Gon said quietly. His master's words drowned out at least a little of whatever it was that was trying to crush his soul. A hand caught his elbow. And after a moment of struggling to comprehend where it had come from, Obi-Wan realized his master had come up the ramp and was helping him walk down. He suspected it might not have been an entirely supportive gesture. Perhaps Qui-Gon didn't want him to flee and embarrass the Jedi Order. "You must block yourself off from the Force," Qui-Gon said quietly. "It will allow you to function at least somewhat normally." "What is it?" Obi-Wan asked. "At the moment I do not know," Qui-Gon said. A small group of people stood in front of them, but Obi-Wan could only really see one of them. A humanoid Teaker's marks scarred into each cheek. Other people were washed out of perception by whatever it was emanating from the whiskered boy's stomach. "Hold yourself away from the Force," Qui-Gon repeated. "Do not react violently." Obi-Wan gulped, and managed to look the whiskered boy in the face. He tried to push the Force away, but that was like convincing himself to let go of a pier when the tide was pulling him out. "Hi, I'm Naruto. Welcome to our village. You look like you're gonna barf." "Space travel makes me queasy," Obi-Wan replied, fighting the sudden urge to draw his lightsaber and drive it through the boy's belly. His hands were shaking so badly he doubted he would be able to get the weapon off his belt. "Well, there's a fresher inside over there, so if you have to barf, that's the best place. If you puke outside, some of the grokemets might come over and start eating it, and if you haven't already tossed everything up, after seeing that you totally would. I mean, grokemets are nice people, but even I can't keep it together when someone's eating my half-digested Nerf stew, with bits of sand floating around in it and..." Obi-Wan vomited. "Shmi Mama-sama. Can you make some tea or something?" The new Jedi guy threw up. "Did he see your face?" a young voice asked. "Nah. He saw those engines you put together," Naruto said. "Boys, is something wrong?" a woman called. "No," they chorused. Still dizzy, Obi-Wan was escorted into a building and laid out on a couch. Apparently his master had given up on him being able to control himself. Rode Qui-Gon argue with someone the captain, maybe he wasn't sure. The arguing got louder until even he was able to focus on it. He realized the dark presence had moved away. "Lying to us," Panaka said. "Your apprentice is terrified and I'm not leaving you alone with him until you tell me what the hell is going on." He said, "It's in him." And it didn't sound like a good thing. They couldn't afford to work against each other. Not with that thing out there. Not him, Obi-Wan choked out. "The boy, the one in the orange coveralls. There's something in him. He does have a strong presence in the Force," Qui-Gon said. "It is affecting Obi-Wan more severely than I anticipated." "Is everything all right?" a boy in greasy overalls called from the doorway. "Yes, Anakin," Qui-Gon answered. "My apprentice is just feeling a little unwell." Quote, "It's going to swallow the suns," Obi-Wan said without intending to. "He doesn't sound all right," Anakin said. "I agree," Panaka said. "He just needs some rest," Qui-Gon said. "And some quiet in which to meditate. Come along, Anakin." His master walked out of the room, sweeping the others with him. Obi-Wan was left alone, confused, and trying his best not to be frightened. Fear leads to the dark side, he thought, and then let out a slightly panicked laugh. He felt a strange ripple in the Force, and was certain something nearby was laughing, too. Shmisk. Y. Walker watched the Jedi haul his wobbly, muttering apprentice into the customer lounge. She did not miss the terror on the young man's face, or the way he hunched away from Naruto while the boy opened doors for them and tried to be helpful. She called Naruto away, and suggested he go and greet the other new arrivals. As soon as Naruto scampered off, Anakin took his place. She considered calling him away as well, but she thought it might be good for Anakin to see that Jedi were not as invulnerable as legend made them out to be. Qui-Gon shooed her son and another member of the Nabooian crew away soon after, and left his apprentice alone. Shmi saw an opportunity to gather information from a less biased, or at least less wary source. The young man noticed her as she slipped into the room, shifting a little on the couch. but obeyed her when she told him not to get up. She gathered a few things from the cabinet and then knelt at his side. SHMI placed the cold pack on the younger Jedi's forehead. He groaned a little and opened his eyes. "Do you think you can drink something?" she asked as quietly as she could. The young man nodded and she helped him sit up. She felt sorry for him, but the timing of his illness was exceedingly worrying. She did her best to hide her suspicions. Before this day she would have thought it impossible to hide things from a Jedi, but her recent interaction with Qui-Gon Jinn made her realize Jedi were not as infallible as their reputation implied, nor as honest. When Anakin had come home through the tunnels, hours before his shift at the shop ended, she had worried that he had hurt himself. He brushed off her concerns and had presented her with a tall, leonine man, and announced his guest was a Jedi named Qui-Gon Jinn. "Mom, can I go to the Jedi Temple?" Anakin asked. "What?" she had asked. Seeing her baffled look, Qui-Gon had launched into an explanation for his visit. He told her Anakin had great potential, which did not surprise her in the least. And how that potential meant he could someday be a Jedi Knight. To do so of course meant he had to go to the temple on Coruscant for training. SHMI found herself frowning at the Jedi. She had great respect for their order. They were renowned as protectors of the Galactic Republic, but she did not like that he had made the offer to her son without talking to her first. Before she could give the Jedi a piece of her mind, or more likely politely tell him no and then just think poorly of him, Naruto arrived with more off-worlders, an amphibious orange being of a species she did not know, a droid, and a very pretty human girl, whose arm Naruto had claimed. Naruto introduced the rest of the party, refugees from Naboo who were stopping by to have their ship repaired. He then offered to make lunch for everyone. The girl, Padme, must have caught the concerned look on Shmi's face, and offered to help Naruto in the kitchen. The amphibious fellow trailed after them. Naruto had leaned towards Padme as they walked out, and his smile was smaller than usual, but very genuine. His crush was obvious, as were his younger brother's jealous looks. SHMI was glad the girl would not be staying long. She would never deny Naruto friends. But her sons did not need something new to bicker about. The Jedi recaptured her attention by saying, "This would be a great opportunity for your son." SHMI tilted her head as if waiting for further explanation. She wanted a better life for Anakin, free from constant fighting and constant threats. She was no expert on Jedi, but given their penchant for dying heroically in stories, she did not think Anakin's life would be longer or safer with them. She had previously considered moving their family and Shrevokes to the Wookiee planet, Kashyyyk. It looked promising from the descriptions she got from the holonet, protected in Republic space, wild enough that Naruto would not be hemmed in, but civilized enough to keep Anakin busy. But then they had sold the dragon pearls, and they had the resources to free many of their fellow slaves but not all of them. She knew Anakin would not leave his childhood friends behind if he could help them, and Naruto would not leave anyone. The Jedi did not present any further arguments for his cause, he just watched her. She turned to Anakin to say, "We will discuss this later," which meant, no. What came out was, "It is your decision." She did not press her hands to her mouth or anything so dramatic, but she knew her surprise at her own words showed on her face. "You must consider all your options very carefully," she managed to add. Anakin smiled hugely and she found herself unable to say more. She had already banned her younger son from pod racing because of the dangers. This did not seem much safer, but at the same time it was a rare opportunity and she did not want to hold her son back. Was this really such a bad thing? She couldn't seem to keep her thoughts in order. Naruto returned with lunch, and chattered proudly about the village and the horribly dangerous and exciting process of founding it. SHMI did notice Anakin's very thoughtful expression as his brother talked about their adventures. She knew her son of Naruto's shadow, but not eager to leave their home. Naruto did a good job of reminding Anakin why he was needed here, and Anakin practically glowed when Padme praised him for his ability to slice his way into an elite model astrogation computer. No other unexpected words popped out of her during the meal, but she kept her guard up just the same. When lunch was over, the Jedi returned to the shop to try to contact his ship, and they all went with him, even SHMI. She did not know how quickly repairs could be completed, but she did not want Anakin to, accidentally, end up on the Naboo ship when it left. She was glad she had, otherwise she might have lost her chance to interview Qui-Gon's apprentice. The younger Jedi looked embarrassed as he reached out shaking hands for the cup she offered. "Thank you," he said. "I apologize for my son's behavior," she said, watching carefully for his reaction. "Naruto thinks boisterous shouting is some sort of cure-all. He is your son?" the young Jedi asked. His head tilted and he looked at her stomach. "I don't understand. You are not at all alike. He does more sit-ups than I do," she said. He looked confused, and then horribly embarrassed. "I did not mean that," he finally managed. She smiled and waved a dismissive hand. She helped him finish his water before her next statement. "Your master offered my son a place at your temple on Coruscant," she said. The Jedi failed to disguise the horror on his face. "My younger son, Anakin," she added. "The mechanic?" the Jedi asked, swallowing and trying to compose himself. "Only your younger son," she nodded. "He told me Anakin had the skill to become a Jedi. When your master spoke to me, I found myself considering allowing Anakin to go, though now I am less certain it would be a good idea." "What is Jedi training like?" "We don't usually discuss the training with outsiders," he said. "The first few years are spent learning to sense the Force through meditation and with basic education as well. Most candidates begin their training as very young children. I would have thought Anakin was too old. What happens if he goes to the temple and they think he is too old to be trained?" SHMI asked. "He would be sent to one of the service branches, agricultural or medical perhaps," the Jedi said. "But if he is happy here, he should stay here. And his brother, too." She nodded. "Thank you for telling me. Do you want anything to eat?" "No thank you, ma'am," he said. He lay back down and she left, dimming the lights. The young man had relaxed a lot when SHMI implied Anakin would not be going. She could not begin to guess why he was so unnerved by Naruto, when most others liked him or dismissed him. She knew Naruto was a killer when he needed to be, but she doubted he was any worse than any other mercenary on Tatooine. Perhaps they were unnerved by Naruto's strange abilities. She hoped he'd have the good sense not to show off in front of them. Qui-Gon knelt in the shadow of the Queen's ship, trying to meditate. He had made some progress reconnecting with the Force while still inside Naruto's sphere of influence. He found he could create a sort of bubble in the Force, keeping a small pocket of the nebulous energy free from the dark pulses that rippled from Naruto when he was nearby. He had not made any progress affecting Naruto directly. Fortunately Naruto had left the room while Qui-Gon was speaking to his mother about sending Anakin to the temple. The sooner Anakin was off Tatooine the better. Qui-Gon had been greatly disturbed by Obi-Wan's reaction to Naruto. He wanted to see if Obi-Wan noticed anything, since his apprentice had not noticed the darkness on the approach to the planet. He had not expected Naruto's presence to nearly cripple the younger Jedi. Qui-Gon thought Obi-Wan would adapt quickly, since the young usually figured things out more readily than the old. He frowned up at the sky, wondering when he had begun to think of himself as old. He thought it may have been Naruto's presence, or perhaps meeting Anakin. If the younger brother really was the chosen one, he would witness the end of an age. Qui-Gon found himself looking forward to the end of the status quo at the temple more than the new and better order that would come to be when the Force was balanced. "Hey, old man," Naruto shouted from right next to him. Qui-Gon started and then stared. He looked at the boy but could not sense him. There was no darkness, no evil, no anything, really. He could sense something there, taking up space, but it was not quite solid. He extended his senses, as he had done when Naruto vanished from the repair shop earlier, and found the dark vortex of energy several kilometers away. He wondered if it had left Naruto, or if the thing before him was just some sort of projection. Did the real Naruto exist at all? What crawled up your butt and died? The hollow Naruto asked. "Nothing to my knowledge," Qui-Gon said. "Should I be on the lookout for a life form with such a proclivity?" Naruto snorted. "Nah, you just looked all thoughtful so I figured I should rescue you. I wanted to ask you about the Jedi school you were talking to Ani about." Qui-Gon nodded. "Please do so. So are you a teacher there or something?" Naruto asked. I don't teach children Anakin's age, Qui-Gon said. He watched Naruto for signs of disapproval, but saw only curiosity. When students are older they become Padawan, apprentices to Jedi Knights. Obi-Wan is my current apprentice, though he will become a knight soon. So there are knights? Naruto asked. Are they the highest rank? There are initiates, children who study at the temple, and then Padawans, knights and masters, Qui-Gon said. Oh, that's like back home, Naruto said. We had Shinobi Academy students, Genin, Chunin, and Jonin, and then the Cage who was the boss of everyone. I thought Tatooine was your home. Qui-Gon asked. It is now, I guess, Naruto said. For a while though. They'd send someone to bring me back to Leaf, but nobody came, and SHMI Mama Sama took me in, so she and Anakin are my family now. Qui-Gon nodded as his mind whirled. Naruto was adopted, so you are not from this world? The Jedi asked. Naruto shook his head. I don't know what other people called our planet, and I don't really know how I got here, either. Anakin couldn't even find any words in my language in the computers. Were you a Jonin, on your world? Qui-Gon asked. No, I was still a Genin, but I was an awesome Genin. I was in the finals of the Chunin exam when this happened. The teenager said, waving an arm expansively. That information solved one of Qui-Gon's problems and created a few dozen more. Anakin and Naruto were not blood relatives, which meant separating them would probably be less difficult than he anticipated. But if an entity with Naruto's potential for destruction was merely the equivalent of a Padawan in his people's culture, what would someone of higher rank be capable of? Obi-Wan's babbling about swallowed suns echoed in his mind. What would a planet full of people like Naruto be capable of? So where would Anakin fall, in this ranking system? Qui-Gon asked. Naruto's face scrunched up as he thought. Probably not even an academy student. I've been trying to teach Ani, but he doesn't get it, Naruto said. But maybe also I'm forgetting some things. I didn't learn the basics that well at the academy, either. Iruka-sensei had to tie me to my chair to get me to stay put for lectures. Or maybe they don't teach you how to teach. Until you're a Chunin. You think he'd learn better at your school? It's possible, Qui-Gon said. We train Jedi there, and your brother would make a good Jedi. I am not sure what a shinobi is taught, or how they are instructed. Perhaps you can show me some of your skills, and we can see how they compare. Sure, Naruto said. We'll see who's more awesome. I'll get Padme and Ani and meet you at the dump. As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto vanished in a puff of smoke. Qui-Gon wondered if this was some sort of trap. It would be an opportunity to learn what Naruto was capable of. BT would expose his own vulnerabilities to a possible enemy. Naruto seemed to know very little about the Jedi Order, and his family seemed to know only what was presented through the media, but what was he really about? PPOSED. There was only one way to find out. He asked nearby mechanic where the dump was. The Bothan cheerfully told him. When Naruto told Anakin he had challenged Qui-Gon to a fight at the dump, he panicked. His brother had been grinning when he made the announcement and did not seem angry, but that did not mean he wouldn't go too far and make a mess of things. Naruto had vanished before Anakin could demand he call it off, and his only option was to get there fast and make sure nothing too stupid happened. When Qui-Gon told him he could be a Jedi, Anakin had been over the moon. He was not eager to leave home, but ever since Naruto had moved in with them, he had felt out of place. Naruto was a better fighter than Anakin could ever imagine being. Anakin was a better pilot than anyone he ever met. If he had been allowed to keep podracing, he was sure he could have brought in as much money for their village as Naruto did, but his mother made him quit because it was too dangerous. He knew SHM. I did not like that Naruto did dangerous things, but she did not try to stop Naruto, she only stopped Anakin. He could admit that Naruto healed faster than he did and was much stronger, but Anakin was not useless. Naruto was still unable to work the simplest code slicing, and his plans often had holes in them that Anakin had to fix. If Anakin could just figure out how Naruto did what he did, he was sure he'd be twice as useful as Naruto ever was. Naruto had tried to teach Anakin to manipulate chakra, but the lessons were so incomprehensible Anakin was sure Naruto was doing it wrong on purpose or just making things up. When Qui-Gon had offered him Jedi training, he was sure this was the chance he had been hoping for. And now Naruto was going to mess it up again. Anakin ran as fast as he could through the village. Naruto had beaten him to the ravine behind the village that served as its unofficial dump, but Qui-Gon was just getting to the edge as Anakin arrived. "Hello, Anakin," called a female voice. He peered into the ravine and saw Padme sitting on a wrecked speeder at the bottom. Of course his brother would want a girl around to show off for. Anakin waved to her and she waved back. "I usually train here," Naruto said. "Since there's nothing here that's not already busted. You want to be the ref, Ani. What are the rules of the spar?" Anakin asked. "Spar?" Qui-Gon asked. Hot, we were just demonstrating skills. Isn't sparring the best way to do that?" Naruto asked. Anakin did think it would be pretty awesome to see Naruto and the Jedi go all out in a fight, since he honestly did not know who would win. But if Naruto managed to knock the older man unconscious or accidentally ripped off a limb, the rest of his crew might not want to take Anakin to the temple. "He's got to go on his mission later," Anakin said. "Maybe you should stick with small stuff." Naruto slumped. "Fine, but awesome small stuff." Qui-Gon looked a little confused, but nodded. A staircase had been carved into the rock so you could walk to the bottom 100 feet below, but most people just threw things over the edge. With a grin, Naruto stepped off the edge into space. Qui-Gon raised his hand. Probably convinced the idiot needed saving. Anakin snagged the Jedi's elbow. "He's fine. He's showing off," Anakin said, even as Padme's horrified shriek echoed up from the ravine. Naruto's landing sent up a cloud of sand. But he hadn't injured himself, or landed on Padme. Anakin led the Jedi down the steps as Naruto waved at them and shouted for them to hurry up. Qui-Gon walked sedately down the steps. As the Jedi was walking down, Naruto walked up the completely vertical side of the ravine, and then did cartwheels and backflips on his way back to the ravine floor. For the next half hour, Naruto continued to show off. He lifted a 3-ton boulder and threw it from one side of the ravine to the other. Naruto handed Padme a blaster and told her to shoot at him. When she was reluctant, Anakin took the gun from her and obliged. Naruto dodged every shot. Naruto threw knives at a painted target board, and then at a dummy made out of an old flight suit. He vanished into a cloud of smoke and managed to startle Padme. But not the Jedi when he popped out of the ground behind them. Qui-Gon matched most of the feats, sending the boulder back where it came from with a wave of his hand. Qui-Gon drew his lightsaber and deflected Anakin's shots instead of dodging. The Jedi threw a half-dozen knives he borrowed from Naruto, and hit all the same targets, though the blades arched oddly through the air. Moved by the force instead of the strength of the older human's arms. Qui-Gon also did a vanishing trick, kicking up a huge cloud of dust and vanishing in the cover it provided. The Jedi also startled Padme. But Naruto was not surprised. Anakin noticed Naruto did not show off his clone jutsu, or his shape-changing jutsu. He figured his brother wasn't a complete idiot for wanting to keep some techniques in reserve. Anakin doubted the Jedi had shown all he was capable of, either. Anakin was also happy that Naruto had not lost his temper at any point, since that weird red GL. That surrounded him when he was in a rage scared the crap out of Anakin, and he knew Naruto liked him. It would probably give Padme a heart attack. Neither Qui-Gon nor Naruto looked particularly tired, despite the heat of 2 suns. But when Padme suggested they head inside, both agreed. Anakin couldn't wait to begin training. He knew his mother would be sad when he left, but he'd write to her all the time. He was sure she'd understand, and he'd be able to come home and put an end to slavery really quickly, once he was a fully trained Jedi. And with Naruto staying in the village, he'd have the entire flight to Coruscant to talk to Padme. He waved goodbye to the small group once they reached the repair shop, and hurried home to pack. Padme sat on the ridge and watched the second sunset. Her comm clicked again. Yet another message from Captain Panaka, reminding her she was needed on the ship. It was not as if she did not know what needed to be done. She had checked in with her small C-Ord when they had moved the ship into the village, and after the safety checks were run. She did not have any duties at that moment. Panaka just wanted to keep her in sight. He was worried for her safety, which was his job. But she had probably never been safer in her life. So then Ani and me decided the best way in was to sneak in, so we disguised ourselves as a hut, and shuffled right in the door, Naruto said. Annie's still mad I made him be in the tale. The image Padme's mind provided startled a giggle out of her. Did you really make a Hutt costume? How long did it take you to sew it? Huh? Naruto asked. Oh, no, it was just the image of the Hutt. We just had to stay inside the shape. Ah, Padme said, a little disappointed, though in reality it would be hard to fool anyone with a costume. Even a holographic projection was very risky. Besides, Naruto said, SHMI Mama Sama is the only one of us really good at sewing, and if we told her the plan she'd have sewed us to our chairs instead. Naruto launched back into the Hutt Hall caper, as he called it. She did listen to him, but most of her focus was on his face. His expression changed to match his story, brow furrowed whenever thinking was recalled. Wide eyes and gaping mouth for remembered terror, and a huge grin when he got to the victorious rescue. If he were ever to tell bedtime stories to children, they would never sleep. He was just too animated. Without the suns, the temperature dropped rapidly, but Naruto didn't react until she shivered. Guess we should head back, he said. Padme nodded reluctantly. She did not have the right to dawdle so long when her people were in trouble, but really it was not and she'd be leaving in another 3. The village lottery had come up with 25 names, and those people were busy packing their bags and selling or giving away what they couldn't bring with them. The Skywalker family was not on the list, but Padme knew Qui-Gon planned to take Anakin with them, as a 26th passenger. In a few years, when his village had more money and stability, Naruto might go visit his brother at the temple, though that was generally not allowed. Even if he did, she would not be on Coruscant then. She'd either be back on Naboo, leading her people, or dead fighting to free them. She wondered if she could hire Naruto, but she was fairly certain the Republic would look on Naboo's hiring of mercenaries more harshly than the Trade Federation's bringing in droids. She tried to banish the silly little fantasies from her mind, but they crept back. Padme knew enough about human psychology to know that stress, near-death experiences, and teenage hormones were all playing havoc on her judgment. She knew she could not bring the boy with her. It would not be fair to either of them. They barely knew each other. Naruto did not even know the most important thing about her. She could not very well propose he run away from his duty to his village when she would never be willing to give up her duty to her world. And what do I know about him? Naruto is a mercenary, but he has a good heart and a family he loves. He has strange abilities like the Jedi, but he hasn't the first clue about meditation or the Force. He helps people. He has no brain-mouth filter. He is lucky at cards. He has perfect eyes and his nose is just the tiniest bit crooked. Maybe leaving was the best thing she could do. On the walk back through the village, Naruto's comm beeped. He fiddled with it for a moment, his tongue poking out of the corner of his mouth as he tapped the small buttons on the side. Eventually it produced a holographic message, telling him he had been hired for a retrieval job in Mos Espa. Dang, Naruto said, it shouldn't take me more than an hour to find Tikleri. He always hides out in the same brothel. I'll be back before your ship leaves, I promise. Padme nodded. Be careful, she said. He gave her a huge grin. Of course I will. And then he vanished in a puff of smoke. She was nearly back to the ship when SHMI Skywalker leaned out of a doorway and waved to her. Padme could tell the older woman was nervous about something, and after a few minutes of polite chit-chat, the unofficial matron of the village invited her for a cup of tea. They ducked into the building, a large dome-shaped hall with a lot of chairs stacked up against one wall. There was a single table on the far side of it. 4 of the chairs were already occupied. The human man with the cyber interface from the repair shop, a wookiee, and 2 willowy-looking beings with silver skin whose species Padme did not recognize. SHMI introduced them. The human was Contra Savora, the wookiee was Shrivok, and the 2 silvery beings shared the name Mavur. Padme sat and smiled, and thanked them all for their hospitality. They in turn thanked the Naboo for helping some of their friends get home. Their tea was poured, and after a little more chit-chat they got to the point. They were at least GHTLY more direct than the politicians she was used to. Anakin told me he wants to join the Jedi Order, SHMI said. Padme noticed the others at the table growing more focused. I would say congratulations, Padme said. But your expression is hardly joyful. I would feel better if I knew what to expect, SHMI said. Master Jin has been less forthcoming than I am comfortable with. I cannot tell you much of the temple. But Master Jin and his apprentice conducted themselves with courage and honor when they came to our aid on Naboo, Padme said. I have noticed he seems more nervous here than he did on Naboo, while being shot at by battle droids. The main cause of my concern is the way the Jedi react to Naruto, SHMI said. Well, he is cheerful enough to make your teeth hurt, Avora said. It is something more than that, SHMI said. I do not know if he truly wants Anakin to go to the temple for his own sake. Avora nodded and Padme took another sip of her tea. None of them said outright that the Jedi was acting shifty. He wasn't. He maintained his placid expression and never once had he been caught in a lie. Padme did think Qui-Gon was avoiding mentioning something important. Captain Panaka had told her of Obi-Wan Kenobi's panic attack upon leaving the ship. Shrivak burbled and his translator activated. Anakin will not go with the Jedi if you tell him not to, and if he really is such a wonderful candidate. The Jedi can come back for him. The apprentice, Obi-Wan, told me Anakin was very old to begin training, Shim said. I do not want to hold him back from an opportunity, if it is legitimate. Padme took another long sip of tea. Captain Panaka had mentioned they could have taken more passengers than the bargain had called for, though as it was, people would be stepping on each other and sleeping in the ship's halls. She knew Qui-Gon would not like her next suggestion, and even as she spoke she doubted the altruism of her own motives. The only solution I can think of is for you to come, too, Padme said. No matter what influence the temple has, they cannot take Anakin from you without your explicit permission. You have every right to take Anakin home again. While the government of Naboo in exile does not have many political powers at the moment, I am certain the Queen can and will hire passage home for you and Anakin, should the temple not honor Qui-Gon's word. You might even petition the Senate for aid while you are there. I do not think many Republic citizens are aware that slavery is still legal out on the Rim. Do you think the Republic would do anything for us? SHMI said. Padme frowned. Given the situation we Naboo are in, I cannot make any guarantees. Many of the richer core worlds do like to sponsor charities. They can be fairly condescending. But you might be able to wring funding from them at least, if you can swallow your pride. If SHMI were able to establish an anti-slavery charity on Coruscant, it would give Padme a reason to stay in contact with her and her family. If anything, you are too humble, one of the Mavers said. You should take Naruto, the other Maver said. He is very convincing, and will show that we have resources of our own. I am more worried about what we'll do if Naruto goes off-world, Avora said. Every mercenary on Tatooine is terrified of him. If they know he's gone, every last one of them will descend on us. It's embarrassing to be so dependent on a teenager, but he is the linchpin here. Shrivak rumbled and his translator clicked to life. We must stand on our own eventually. Naruto is a spirit and must return to the shadow world. Padme just nodded. She agreed with the first part at least. I'll see if Naruto wants to go, SHMI said. I think the village will be all right on its own for a few weeks. We just have to keep word from getting out that he's gone. With the decision made, Padme excused herself, saying she had to let the Queen know about the change in plans. She told herself that she did not feel guilty about it. Obi-Wan watched the crew run their final systems check on the hyperdrive. Everything passed muster, but the young Jedi did not feel relieved. He did not think he would feel better back at the temple, either. At the beginning of this mission he had been certain he was ready for the trials, ready for knighthood, but now he doubted himself, and worse, he doubted his master. Whatever Qui-Gon saw in Anakin Skywalker, it was not worth the risk. It was not worth drawing that creature's attention to them and to the temple. If anyone bothered to ask Obi-Wan's advice he would have told them to interdict the space around Tatooine and never let anything take off from the surface again. Qui-Gon had mentioned the prophecy of the Chosen One to Obi-Wan. After he had managed to stumble from the lounge in the repair shop back, Obi-Wan was not convinced Anakin was the one it spoke of. He questioned Qui-Gon's judgment, asking how he could trust his sense at all with the creature disrupting the Force so badly. Qui-Gon claimed to have gotten used to the interference and made a few bland statements about how Obi-Wan would soon figure out how to do the same. Is something wrong? Obi-Wan asked the pilot as he hurried past with his arms full of ration bars. What? The man said, looking slightly guilty as he stuffed the bars into a drawer under the arm of his chair. Oh, not really. The new passengers are bringing some of their own supplies, but I don't want to fight my way past 28 extra bodies to get every meal. Don't you mean 26? Obi-Wan asked. The Queen added 2 more an hour ago. The pilot said. With a sinking feeling, Obi-Wan rushed through the ship to find his master. Qui-Gon was standing by the ramp watching the small group of refugees approach. The creature was easy to spot in their midst, since he was dressed in bright orange. Obi-Wan spotted Anakin Skywalker between his mother and brother, obviously pouting. All 3 were carrying luggage. Qui-Gon nodded to them and then hurried up the ramp. Obi-Wan could hear him arguing with the Queen, who was waiting with her handmaidens in the cargo area to greet their new traveling companions. Your Highness, Naruto cannot go with us to Coruscant, Qui-Gon said. We would know why, the Queen said. It is a Jedi matter, Qui-Gon said. It is our ship, the Queen replied. And though, it would be poor recompense for your brave and timely service to us, we will not refuse the young man passage without an explicit reason. Anakin Skywalker is very strong in the Force and may be a candidate for Jedi training. Qui-Gon said, but his brother would be a negative influence on him. He has great darkness within him. Uzumaki Naruto has committed no crime by our standards, the Queen said. He and his mother wish to petition the Senate on behalf of those still enslaved on this world. We have agreed to assist them in this endeavor. We require a more serious charge than darkness. To go back on our word. Qui-Gon paused, and Obi-Wan knew they were lost. Qui-Gon could not make a reasonable argument, because how could someone reasonably say, there is an evil entity inside that boy that only I can see? And you must take my word for it. Qui-Gon could not even risk using the Force to change her mind. Unlike the Gungan leader Boss Nass, the Queen's handmaidens knew Jedi could influence minds. And even if Qui-Gon succeeded despite the creature's proximity, the handmaidens would likely point out the Queen's unusual behavior to her. Obi-Wan wondered if the Queen was under Naruto's control, but thought it was unlikely, since she had not even met him yet. Perhaps, Naruto had gained influence through Padme. He supposed it was also possible SHMI Skywalker had simply made the request and the Queen had granted it. It might just be their bad luck SHMI wanted to bring her other son along. Obi-Wan looked at the group gathered at the bottom of the ramp. The Queen's security team had begun checking the refugees for weapons, and everyone had at least one. Eventually the passengers agreed to put their arms in a lockbox until they landed on Coruscant. When they were told Naruto would be coming with them, not a single one retained fear of a double cross, even after the boy in the orange jumpsuit handed over 4 blasters, 30 throwing stars, 20 knives of various sizes, a handful of needles, a bandolier of grenades, and nearly a kilometer of razor-sharp micro-wire. The security team did insist they leave behind items that were illegal to possess on the capital planet, even with an ambassador's credentials. Naruto whined a bit when they made him hand over his poisons and mines, which were then passed back to a Wookiee who had come to see them off. SHMI shut him up by Poe, hinting out that there were weapons shops on Coruscant, and if he left more behind now he would have more places to put the shiny new sharp things he would undoubtedly pick up. Obi-Wan saw the Queen's guards exchanging not quite panicked looks. He supposed he was not in a much better mood. They thought they'd be stuck in a small ship with a volatile mercenary with all the maturity of a 5-year-old. They didn't even know about the giant sun-swallowing entity in the boy's belly. When the luggage issues were settled, the refugees were brought up the ramp to meet the Queen. Qui-Gon stood at her side looking suspiciously grim. But the Queen's guards focused on Naruto as the others introduced themselves and bowed, curtsied, spun, presented their bellies, or whatever other gesture showed respect and submission. The Queen welcomed each, solemnly nodding. The Skywalker family was the last, and after exchanging names and formal welcomes, Naruto complimented the Queen's headdress, mentioning Th. At it looked something like a gold-plated turkey with leg warmers. One of the handmaids giggled. Obi-Wan wasn't sure if it was Padme. The Queen told the mercenary that she did not know what a turkey was, but thanked him anyway. Obi-Wan was struck with an almost uncontrollable urge to get off the ship. He fought down the urge to volunteer to stay behind. He knew his master would need him, but he did not know if he would be of much use. "Sir, we need to close the ramp," a crewman said. Obi-Wan looked out at the night and the glowing windows of the village. If this could exist in Naruto's presence. "Sir, are you all right?" the crewman asked. "Yes," Obi-Wan said. "Sorry, I was just getting a last breath of air." The man nodded and Obi-Wan forced his shaky legs to bring him inside. "Anyway, let me know what you think. Also thanks to Hobbitfoot for the spell checking. A Village Hidden in Hope by Mars. Part 2. 3 New Worlds, Old Weirdos." Naruto sprawled on the highly polished floor, wishing he could at least look out a window. SHMI sat to his right and Anakin sat on her other side with his feet folded under him, in case the crew had to get through the hallway. The ship did not have enough seats for everyone, and the crew did not want them too close to the engines, or the life support systems, or the Queen's personal chambers. They had been banned from the bridge as well for safety reasons. Naruto was pretty sure Captain Panaka thought they would try to hijack the Queen's ship if given the chance. Not that taking the bridge would be much of a challenge. The pilot and the navigator were crammed into a pretty small space. And if the Jedi went in there to act as guards, they'd be packed in like sardines. A single stun grenade would probably get them all. Of course, flying the hijack D ship anywhere was beyond Naruto's ability, but Anakin was there, so he could take care of that. He leaned forward to ask Anakin his opinion on the feasibility of becoming space hijackers, but then thought better of it. The crew was likely spying on them and would probably panic, even if Naruto explained it was just a strategy exercise. He leaned back and tapped his fingers against his knees, Ying to think of something else to talk about. "Are we there yet?" Naruto asked. "We haven't even taken off," Anakin replied. Naruto supposed that meant it was not too late to get out. He had heard Ki gone object to his coming along, despite acting somewhat nice to him after their spar in the dump. It made Naruto suspicious, but the Queen was nice and the Jedi seemed to do what she said, so even if they didn't like him, it seemed like they couldn't do much about him. Besides, he wouldn't let SHMI and Anakin go by themselves, after SHMI told him she was worried for Anakin's safety. His imagination and various vids from the holonet had made him paranoid about the rest of the galaxy. Slavers and pirates could arrive at any moment. Even their own village wasn't entirely safe from that sort of threat. Naruto had left his lookout clones on the perimeter of the village. He sort of wished one of them would get dispelled. He didn't want the village to be attacked, of course, but it would be a reason to at least get out and stretch HTTING still for an entire 20 minutes. He was pretty sure the people in Hope would be okay with him gone. Avora and Shrivok were good leaders, so there wouldn't be a panic if the villagers noted his absence, and it wasn't like anyone was stupid enough to go telling the Hutts he was out of town. Naruto chewed on his lip, trying not to feel guilty for leaving them on their own. The villagers had a lot more training and weapons than when they'd started. A blaster was issued to every citizen, and enough charge packs to fire continuously for an entire day. They even had their own ion cannon, though Naruto wasn't really sure how it worked or what was so great about it. They would be alright. He wasn't abandoning them. He'd be back soon. The ship rattled, and Naruto's stomach did a little flip-flop. He'd ridden in a speeder before, and he'd been on interstellar ships, to steal and or free their cargo. None of those ships had managed to make it out of Tatooine's atmosphere with him aboard. "Though, we're taking off," Anakin said. Naruto's stomach did another flip, and he wished desperately for a window. He was starting to understand how Obi-Wan LD still be throwing up days after a long flight. "Are we there yet?" Naruto asked again as the ship gave another ominous rattle. "No, that was just the artificial gravity turning on," Anakin huffed. "I like real gravity better," Naruto said. SHMI patted his arm. Naruto smiled at her. He knew she was even more worried than he was. The last time she had been on a ship it was the one that kidnapped her from her homeworld. She did not talk about it, and he wondered if she didn't remember it, or just hadn't liked her home planet that much to begin with. Maybe she associated ships with going away and never coming back. Naruto made another promise to himself to steal her a really nice one, so she'd know she could visit Anakin whenever she liked. Naruto wanted to say something encouraging to his adopted mother, instead of the other way around, but he couldn't think of much. He had never really had parents, so he wasn't sure what would be helpful. He tried to imagine what it was like for parents to send their children off to the academy back in Leaf. Ninja families would probably be proud. Civilian families would probably be worried about their children getting stabbed. Naruto wondered how long the training would take. Obi-Wan was still an apprentice, and he was in his late teens. He had started earlier, too, according to SHMI. The more Naruto thought about it, the less he liked it. He kind of hoped the parts they had sold the Jedi were faulty, so they could turn around and go back. The ship gave another gut-churning shiver, and Naruto wondered if he had jinxed them. Was that more fake gravity? He asked. No, Anakin said. We're under attack. Obi-Wan stood crammed in the corner of the bridge as Qui-Gon and Panaka both tried to look over the pilot's shoulder at the same time. He was more in the way than anything else. Obi-Wan tried to justify his behavior as strategic. It was safety in numbers, or holding a defensible position. Qui-Gon would need help if Naruto attacked the bridge. Of course, the unarmed refugees crowding the hallways would likely need more help than a Jedi Master would. Fear leads to the dark side, he thought. What about denial? The ship took off, angling sharply out of the atmosphere. Obi-Wan could definitely feel the vibrations in the hull. Normally he would also feel the force fading as they moved away from a living planet, but he had closed himself off from it as much as he was able. He expected Naruto's presence would be even more overwhelming now that the more benign planet was no longer there to balance it out. What is that ship? Qui-Gon asked, drawing his attention to the present. There, it just came out of hyperspace. Obi-Wan leaned forward to look at the monitors. The oncoming ship was slightly under 30 meters in length. He thought some engineer must have gone out of his way to make it look like a dagger, and then been forced to put a sort of bubble on the back to accommodate passengers. It's some kind of star courier, the pilot said. I don't recognize it, but no one is required to broadcast their license out here. It's changed heading to intercept us, Qui-Gon warned. It was moving toward them, but it's LDB heading for the Mos Espa spaceport. Obi-Wan started to reach out through the force to try to gauge its intent. An icy shiver ran down his spine, and he stopped himself. They did not need his input. In this situation it was just good judgment to assume everyone was out to get you. Take evasive action, Qui-Gon ordered. The pilot obeyed without argument, rolling the ship. Obi-Wan looked around for handholds and found none. They barely dodged a barrage from the courier's well-concealed ion cannons. The shields lit up as the charged particles brushed past. It wasn't enough to damage anything. But the ship shuddered as power was redistributed. A moment later, a fist pounded on the door to the bridge. Hey, is everything all right in there? Naruto called. We are taking fire, the pilot shouted into the comm. Even though dozens of alarms were sounding off around the ship. Hang on to something. The artificial gravity compensated for their maneuvers, so even as the Queen's ship started a barrel roll to the starboard side and then rolled back to port a few degrees short of 360, the only thing affecting the crew was the nauseating view of spinning stars through the viewports. A sharp ping and a flashing green light told them the ship had cleared the gravity well. The astrogation computer burbled as it recalculated their route, even as the pilot juked and jiggled the ship around, trying to make their ship a harder target. The screens turned red as the enemy ship locked on, but the engines whined and they jumped forward into hyperspace just ahead of another ion barrage. As the stars stretched out in front of them, Obi-Wan stepped back and crossed his arms inside his sleeves. His eyes drifted to the clock at the astrogation station, 57 hours until they reached Coruscant. As he watched the screens he barely noticed the thump outside the bridge door. Anakin's worried shouting did a more thorough job of grabbing his attention. Instinctively Obi-Wan reached out with the force and flinched. He ran into the dark vortex again, but this time it was different. Bright little sparks of consciousness were vanishing into it, and Obi-Wan stretched his own consciousness out towards them, trying to save them. For a moment he was certain Naruto was somehow absorbing the crew. He caught one of sparks and his mind filled with images of the desert and the walls outside Hope Village, and then the little spark slipped away. Jumped into hyperspace, Qui-Gon was saying. Obi-Wan realized his master was kneeling next to him, trying to help him sit up. I think I don't like hyperspace, Naruto said. Maybe it doesn't like you. Anakin said, as he tugged at his brother's elbow until the larger boy stood. That doesn't even make sense. Naruto said. Does it? Is everyone still on the ship? Obi-Wan interrupted. Qui-Gon looked at him in confusion, but the pilot used the sensors to do a head count. The refugees, the crew, and the Queen's staff were all accounted for. No one fell out the back, the pilot joked. Obi-Wan nodded weakly. What did you sense? Qui-Gon asked. Since Naruto was less than 2 meters away, it did not seem like a good time to share his theory. Instead, Obi-Wan just shook his head. He doubted anyone would believe him if he accused the orange-clad boy of eating a few dozen souls. Hyperspace, 49 hours from Coruscant. Padme stood inside the door to the Queen's quarters, blowing on a steaming cup of tea. Captain Panaka had insisted they stay inside and keep the door locked to keep the refugees out. She could hear people talking in the halls outside, and a few shrieks of childish laughter. She knew their parents were probably happy to be going to the worlds they were born on, but she wondered how the children would adapt. She knew a few thousand of her peeing the blockade started. Would people on other worlds take in the Naboo if they could not go home? Trying to push those thoughts from her mind, she returned to her workstation. The screen showed wed numbers and letters that blurred into a meaningless jumble. After avoiding yet another assassination attempt, it was a little difficult to focus on bureaucracy for more than a few hours at a time. After the fourth failed attempt to fill out an insurance form, Padme forwarded the document to Panaka, and moved on to a slightly less tedious task. Padme joined Sabe in front of the vid screen. Sabe was editing their presentation. The Senate would get a full copy of their record of the invasion, but they needed something short and to the point to deliver in committee. They only had aerial views of the concentration camps the Trade Federation had set up, and a few intercepted audio transmissions. Their ship just wasn't designed for spying, but since the transmissions were reports on the number of dead, they were a potent addition. It felt like she was turning the suffering of her people into cheap drama, but plain numbers were convincing to a vanishingly small number of species. Even our humans were not particularly moved without a few recorded screams and explosions. The Jedi did not manage to record anything. Sabe asked. They said not, Padme replied. I don't imagine they have any sort of camera on their lightsabers. A lightsaber's view of a battle, Sabe said. That would either be very exciting or very nauseating. Perhaps we should suggest they add one, Padme said. I'll write up the proposal, Sabe said. And while we are busy offending the Jedi, should I mention anything about the boy? Padme looked away. Which one? The cute one, Sabe said. Padme turned back and scowled. I know a trap when I hear it. Sabe shrugged. I don't think bringing them along will harm our case before the Senate, but you know the older one frightens the Jedi. They aren't supposed to be afraid of anything, Padme said, and they would not give me a logical reason not to bring Naruto. Do you have a logical reason for bringing him? Sabe challenged. Of course, and I'll spend hours debating the merits of them, Padme said. Though I wonder if I've become so used to adding political spin to facts that I've begun to fool myself. Naruto will be returning to Tatooine with his mother and brother. If the Jedi won't train Anakin, I'm not planning to run off with him. No, Sabe said with a smirk. You're just daydreaming about it. I know you would not neglect your duty. But I intend to tease you mercilessly. Padme scowled at her body double. Don't make that face. If it sticks that way I'll have to do it too, Sabe said, scowling back. They worked out the rest of the presentation. And Padme spent another 2 hours filling out visa forms for the Hope refugees, granting them all temporary passports through the consulate of Naboo. It was enough paperwork to give everyone but Anakin at least 6 months on Coruscant. The Jedi would be responsible for Anakin's place in the immigration bureaucracy. Padme used her workstation to check on Captain Panaka and saw that he had switched his comm sign to off-duty, which meant he was sleeping. She got up from her chair, deciding what Panaka did not know would not hurt him. I'm going to stretch my legs, Padme announced. Say hi to the cute one for me, Sabe said. Padme scowled over her shoulder and then opened the door. Of course Naruto was right outside. Oh, hey Padme, Naruto said. Hello, Padme replied, ignoring Sabe's snicker. What are you up to? The other teenager looked out of sorts, but not exactly sad. I was trying to find a window, Naruto said. Are you alright? She asked, looping her arm through his and pulling him towards the back cargo ramp. There was a viewport there, though all they'd see through it was the stretched out lights of the stars they passed. Yeah, I'm okay, Naruto said. I'm just kind of taking it all in. I guess it didn't really sink in before how big the galaxy is. I guess I still think about things in terms of how long it would take to walk there. I don't think I can fit a number big enough into my head for this. She nodded. I suppose I am used to space travel. Moving faster than the speed of light has lost its awe for me, though truthfully I don't really understand how a hyperdrive works. Oh, good, Naruto said. I thought it was just me. Anakin gets this kind of thing so easily. He makes me feel kind of dumb. Padme nodded sympathetically. She had heard from the crew that Anakin knew as much about engines as they did. She suspected their pride kept them from admitting the 9-year-old boy probably knew more. I suppose if he is not accepted into the Jedi Order, he won't have any trouble getting into an engineering school. They have scholarships for very talented students, she said. Those would still be on Coruscant, though, Naruto said. He would be safe there, Padme said. Her mind drifted to reports and warnings about crime in the lower levels of the city. She hoped she wasn't lying to him. Coruscant had to be safer than a Rim-Wo. RLD filled with slavers and corrupt huts. Maybe, Naruto said, but when I think of safe, I think of somewhere I can get to really fast. Padme nodded. She knew the feeling, though it was not logical. Even if he is far away, he is very smart. He will probably know when it's time to hide and call you for help. Yeah, maybe, Naruto said, his relaxed expression morphing into a smirk. I just don't know if Ani will be okay without his blankie. He left it back on Tatooine and... You're such a jerk, a voice shrieked. Padme started and turned. She had not noticed Anakin shadowing them, but she did notice the boy scrambling out of the cargo deck. Her heart was racing a little, even though she hadn't been doing anything improper. That was mean, Padme said, trying not to look flustered. Naruto shrugged. He needs to practice his stealth skills more. Padme supposed she shouldn't be surprised that the young mercenary was upset about his brother's poor technique rather than the spying itself. Have you told Anakin that you are worried for him? Padme asked, trying to get the conversation back on track. He knows, Naruto said. She was not entirely convinced that was true, and was about to tell Naruto so when her comm beeped. Captain Panaka's code flashed on the little screen. She wondered how the man functioned on so little sleep. I have a meeting to get to, Padme said. Her comm went from a single alert beep to trilling like a fire alarm, convincing her that her absence had been noticed. With Captain Panaka, she added, trying to find the silence button. Should I walk you back? Naruto asked with a bit of a smirk. No, thank you, Padme said. She stopped herself from straightening her robes, since there was no reason to do so, and hurried back to the Queen's quarters. Hyperspace, 20 hours to Coruscant. Obi-Wan knelt in the small cabin he shared with Qui-Gon, the ship's mechanic, and 2 security officers. There were only 2 bunks, so they had to sleep in shifts, or in Obi-Wan's case, meditate in an uncomfortable position on the floor and fight sleep with every fiber of his being. On previous missions, Obi-Wan had gone for longer periods without sleep, but in those situations he used the Force to compensate for the weakness inherent in his biology. Now he was on his own. If he slept, he would not be able to keep apart from the Force. He had spent most of his life learning to draw on it even when unconscious, and now that worked against him. The darkness would seep into his undefended mind. He was sure of it. He knew sleep deprivation would make him irritable and paranoid. But he worried Force deprivation was having an even more detrimental effect on him. He could see and hear the people moving around him, but they had become like holograms, empty and abstract. He could feel them in the most literal sense of the word, because he couldn't go more than a few feet outside the cabin without someone bumping into or crawling over him, flowing between them and connecting them. They did not feel real. He had gone to his master for help. Qui-Gon had already dismissed Obi-Wan's theory that Naruto was somehow taking life force from those around them. Qui-Gon had not felt anything odd when they jumped to hyperspace, and had dismissed Obi-Wan's impressions as stress. He tried to convince Obi-Wan that rest was the best course of action. Qui-Gon had expla in the method he was using to keep the darkness away, creating a bubble of force around himself that interacted with the rest of the force only minimally. Obi-Wan had yet to successfully reproduce his master's technique. When he allowed himself to interact with the force, his attention, his entire consciousness almost, honed in on the darkness he was trying to keep out. He started to wonder if Qui-Gon's method actually worked at all. Obi-Wan did not want to doubt his master, but Qui-Gon was acting oddly. It was not unusual for Qui-Gon to interpret orders from the Jedi Council in ways they obviously had not meant. Qui-Gon usually had a good explanation for his equivocations, half-truths, and calm messages that were disrupted by solar flares, to the point that he just could not make out words he did not want to hear. He would, in most cases, tell Obi-Wan why he was disobeying, so Obi-Wan could understand his master's reasoning even when he did not always agree with it. In this case, Hi's master was so focused on the prophecy of the Chosen One that he seemed to have forgotten they had found something so dangerous not even 100 Chosen Ones could save them. He felt his master was being unconscionably dismissive of his worries, and thought that in and of itself might be proof the entity was influencing the older Jedi. Obi-Wan decided the best course of action was to avoid Naruto as much as possible and report to the Jedi Council as soon as possible. It felt like a betrayal, but he was sure his actions would benefit Qui-Gon and the rest of the universe. He just had to stay awake for one more day. With a sigh he gave up on meditation and decided moving would do more good than sitting quietly in a dark room. He left his cabin, hopped over a sleeping Rodian and sidestepped his way down the hall. Navigating through the sleeping refugees required more focus than normal pacing. He hoped that would add to his alertness. He had not expected to cross paths with Naruto. Even with his force sense blunted, Obi-Wan was sure the dark vortex was outside the engine room, but Naruto was inarguably jogging towards him carrying a Kormai child on his back. A teenage Togruta was following a few paces behind with a human child. "We're racing," the Kormai riding Naruto declared. "And winning," Naruto said as they passed Obi-Wan by. "Faster," the human child ordered. Obi-Wan stretched out his senses into the Force, and fought down the sickly feeling that rushed in, a horrible combination of hopeless cold and boiling anger. He found his master by the bridge and pushed the Force away again. The entity was at the opposite end of the ship. Obi-Wan struggled to steady his nerves as he walked towards it. He had to know who was carrying the entity now. What he saw there sent Hi's already exhausted mind into an uncontrolled dive. Naruto could not be outside the engine room and running towards the bridge with a child on his back at the same time. And yet, he was. Naruto stood just in front of the sealed engine room door, looking up at the ceiling. A panel had come loose and cables and air circulation ducts hung exposed. "It popped open and now it won't go back," Naruto said, eyes fixed on the cables. The darkness still poured out of the other teenager. Obi-Wan wondered if the Naruto he had seen racing around the hall had been one of the other refugees with an image generator. That would make sense if Naruto needed an alibi for something. That would also mean that whatever the plan was, some of the refugees were in on it. "I'll let the engineer know," Obi-Wan said. He took out his comm and signaled the bridge as well as Qui-Gon. Only the first officer answered. Obi-Wan called for a repair crew, but the words were barely out of his mouth when Naruto interrupted. "I didn't break anything," he said scowling. "Then how did the panel get opened?" Obi-Wan asked. "By accident," Naruto said, crossing his arms. Obi-Wan was careful not to mirror the boy's posture. He left his hands by his sides in case he had to draw his lightsaber. The two stared at each other, in a tense silence. Obi-Wan wondered if he should call Qui-Gon again, but he wasn't sure if his master would take his side. A crew member came by a few minutes later and after a cursory inspection, closed the panel with a little hook on a stick. The crewman gave both of them a suspicious look. "It's fixed," the crewman said. "Move along." Nothing was broken. Obi-Wan persisted. "No," the man said, making shooing motions. "We've got less than a day before we land, so keep your roughhousing to yourselves until you disembark." Obi-Wan fought down the urge to defend himself, deciding the crewman's good opinion wasn't worth an extended stay in Naruto's presence. If nothing in the panel was broken, Then he had no grounds to make accusations. Obi-Wan started walking back the way he had come, and fought the urge to start running when Naruto fell in step beside him. "What's your problem?" Naruto asked. "I don't have one," Obi-Wan said, stepping over a sleeping refuge as they re-entered the more populated part of the hallway. "I have to go now." "Where?" Naruto asked. "Away," Obi-Wan said, ducking into the closet-sized mess hall. Naruto did not follow him inside, and Obi-Wan felt the dark presence moving away, up towards the bridge, towards Qui-Gon. Obi-Wan doubted his master would appreciate it if he went up there to defend him. He looked around the mess hall. It did not have privacy, but the only other man in the room was one of the Queen's guards. He did not think all the refugees meant him harm, but their obvious adoration of Naruto grew more ominous the more he thought about it. His hands were mostly steady as he typed a request for tea into the dispenser. There was a small tab, low with 2 bench seats against the far wall. They could hold 2 average-sized humans comfortably, or 4 if 2 were squashed into the wall. Obi-Wan slid into the bench across from the guard and hawk. All of 5 minutes before 2 Bothan refugees joined them. Obi-Wan found the wall rather sticky. Obi-Wan tried to focus on the hot mug he held in his hand, or the Bothan's conversation of which he understood 1 word in 10. But his eyelids grew heavy and his head joined his shoulder against the sticky wall. He was only going to close his eyes for a moment, to try to clear his thoughts and come up with a way out of the mess he was in. He woke up in a sewer. Council next time. I was trying to make things creepy for Obi-Wan, like Xenomorph on the ship creepy, but I think I only got it up to Hitchcock paranoia. I think the only way it would have worked would. A Village Hidden in Hope by Mars. Part 2. 4 New Worlds, Old Weirdos. Obi-Wan winced as a large drop of water hit his cheek and splattered into his ear. He reached out through the force and flinched back. The darkness seemed more intense now, almost a haze over his vision, making his head spin and ache. He looked around for Naruto, certain the boy would be standing over him. He found himself alone. Foul energy washed over him in pounding waves, but the boy he associated with it was nowhere to be seen. "Get out! Get out! Get out!" His instincts commanded, urging him to panicked flight, but he tamped down his emotions. Even if he couldn't reach the force, he could call upon his other training. He searched the immediate area for signs that he was being observed. When he found none, he rolled to his feet. His robes hung wet and dripping from his shoulders. Water sloshed inside his boots. He had no idea how he had come to be there. He remembered being on the ship drinking tea. He supposed he must have been drugged and moved. He felt sick, but not particularly inebriated. He dissed wondering what had been used on him. He needed to find out what happened to the others. Obi-Wan realized he was in a sewer of an ancient design, filled with metal pipes and stone walls, with no service droids or control panels. He thought it was a human construction, based on the height of the tunnel, but the eerie phosphorescent fungus that lit up the walls was alien to him. He strained his ears, trying to sort out the sound of dripping water. From a distant deep rhythm that he thought might be some kind of bellows, it took him a few minutes to realize he was hearing something very large breathing. As he moved toward the sound, the mildew smell of the sewer slowly lost dominance to the reek of wet dog and burning hair. He saw a doorway and leaned through it. The light from the corridor revealed a cavernous room. He moved in slowly, to avoid splashing. His eyes adjusted to the new darker chamber, and then he saw the columns. At first he thought they were support structures, given they were tall enough to disappear into the darkness above him. And then noticed a pair of the columns met in the center of the room. He fought down a gasp as he realized they were the bars of a cage. Obi-Wan saw a slip of paper on the bars, stamped with an unfamiliar design. He did not recognize the language, but approached it, hand outstretched. He noticed the sound of breathing had stopped. A claw, taller than his body, darted out between the bars. He threw himself backwards, rolling through the water and coming up again in a crouch. His hand brushed his side, searching for his lightsaber. It was not there. "Brat, get in here." The voice seemed to come from all around him. The Jedi's bones rattled and he flinched when his shoulders hit stone. He had backed into the wall opposite the cage without consciously ordering his legs to move. The red glow spread from the eye and flowed into the water around the creature's feet. "This cannot be real," Something that big would collapse under its own weight. It cannot be real. His eyes went to the paper again. Maybe that was a clue about how to get out. He tried to call upon the Force to snatch the paper and pull it towards him, but as soon as he lowered his barriers and reached for the Force, the red light rushed through the water towards him. He scrambled along the wall, finally finding a few uneven stones that gave his enough purchase to scramble up out of the now seething red liquid. He knew the source of the darkness now. It was the creature inside the cage. He wondered if it had eaten Naruto, or perhaps Naruto was a part of it. Brat, the creature called again. Come to me, now. Obi-Wan had no intention of obeying that command, but a moment later he realized the order was not directed at him. There was a loud splash and Obi-Wan turned his head just enough to see Naruto trudge through the doorway and march right up to the cage. What do you want? Naruto asked. The giant claw poked between the bars, aimed damningly at Obi-Wan. Naruto whirled to look, and pointed as well. What are you doing here? Naruto demanded. Obi-Wan gaped at him from where he clung desperately to the wall. Before he could point out that Naruto had kidnapped him, the creature answered. He has wandered in, it said. Get him out. Quote, what do you mean wandered in? Naruto asked, turning to Obi-Wan. What does he mean? Naruto looked suspiciously between Obi-Wan and the creature, as if they were ganging up on him. The red glowing water around the boy's legs did not seem to affect him in the least, but Obi-Wan thought he looked gradually more frightened the longer the awkward silence drew out. Where am I? Obi-Wan asked. Tell him, brat, the thing in the cage commanded. Maybe I don't wanna, Naruto said glaring. Maybe I don't want you inviting people into my head without telling me. Why would you care? It's practically empty. It's rude, Naruto said. It's rude to leave me here to rot unless you need chakra. Why would I hang around? You just call me an idiot and threaten to devour my soul. Obi-Wan tried not to gawk as the boy and the towering nexus of evil traded insults and critiqued each other's manners. His arms shook and his grip on the wall loosened. He gasped as he scrambled to regain his hold, drawing the creature and Naruto's attention back to him. Why are you doing that? Naruto asked. Obi-Wan looked pointedly down at the red glowing water. Oh, Naruto said and then turned to the creature. Knock it off. The water faded to a slightly less ominous inky black. Obi-Wan stepped down. The creature seemed to be the source of the malevolence, but if Naruto could command it so easily, could he be any better? I still don't know how you got here, Naruto said. But since you are, stay the hell away from that paper, even if he asks you real nicely to. Take it down. It's what keeps him trapped in the cage. Obi-Wan looked at the shorter boy. I tried to take it down. He stopped me. Naruto looked queasy. He started pacing between the Jedi and the cage. His face appeared pained as he thought. Suddenly, Naruto whirled and pointed at the thing behind the bars. We're in space, that's why you don't want out, isn't it? Naruto demanded. I suppose you are only half as stupid as you look. The creature said. Obi-Wan stared at the glowing eye, floating high above in the darkness. The creature seemed to imply that it would like to be freed on a planet. But weren't they on a planet already? Naruto had said they were inside his head, but that made no sense. Obi-Wan knew you could enter other people's dreams through the Force, or have visions. But he was certain he was in a real place. He grabbed his own ear and twisted it sharply, wincing at the appropriate corresponding pain. What is really going on here? Obi-Wan demanded. Naruto rugged and then scratched the back of his head nervously. I don't know. Maybe you're having a really crazy dream. I know that is not the case. Obi-Wan said, pointing into the cage. I've known some Ethan was in you since I first met you and I am standing before it now, an insatiable vortex of evil hate that could consume the universe. You say such pretty things, Mind Walker, the thing in. Try, then, the creature said. He's disturbing my sleep. Naruto's hand began to glow with a blue-hued light. Obi-Wan backed up. Wait, please, he said. I need to know what that is. It's a very good reason to stay out of my head. Naruto said. The orange-clad boy leapt at him, faster than Obi-Wan could dodge, and the blue-swathed palm struck him in the chest. He flew backwards, but did not strike the wall behind him. The wall had vanished. Obi-Wan found himself trying to keep his feet in a low-tech urban market while being pelted with rotten food and a few stones, while people hissed cruel words at him. But he couldn't understand what they said. A moment later he was sitting in front of a large desk, watching an elderly man in a large hat talk to a younger man, probably a soldier, GI. Then his posture and the deep scar bisecting his cheeks and nose. At first he saw the soldier by the desk, but suddenly Obi-Wan was on his back in a forest, and the soldier was crouched over him, shielding him. The soldier was beaten and bloody and saying something, denying something. Obi-Wan did not understand the language, but he caught Naruto's name, and was almost lost in the overwhelming tide of terror and pride and gratitude the man's words inspired. A moment later he was cradling the body of a severely injured boy. The dark-haired boy had been stabbed with dozens of oversized needles. He felt the body go limp in his arms. Rage filled him and the scene changed again. Obi-Wan stood in a forest, choking on a murky reptilian stench and staring at an androgynous humanoid whose expression made the Jedi shudder even before Naruto's anger and fear washed over him. Obi-Wan thought he knew what was happening. As near as he could tell, that handful of blue light Naruto shoved into him was life force energy. If not the force itself. That energy was infused with the memories and feelings of the person it had caught. No trace of the hateful creature in the cage, which could mean the creature and Naruto were separate entities. Figuring that out did not really help his current situation, since his theory did not provide him with an obvious route back to his body and consciousness. He tried to reach out into the force, and this time instead of finding the way blocked by hateful energy, his own emotions were now so agitated he could not grasp it. He stood in the desert of Tatooine, looking for something with binoculars. Desperation rising in his chest. Obi-Wan tried to push or sort the images flowing into his head, to at least direct them towards something calmer, but either Naruto had never just sat quietly in his life, or only disturbing and intense memories had been transmitted. He supposed his only real option was to try to center himself, and avoid being swept away. The energy had to dissipate at some point. Hopefully he would wake up in time to warn Qui-Gon against landing on Coruscant. He supposed he should use this opportunity to gather information about Naruto's motives. Maybe Obi-Wan could learn what Naruto was really after. He sat on a stool, elbow resting on a sticky service counter. A smiling man handed him a bowl of noodle soup. Naruto returned from the seal to find himself slumped against a random bulkhead. He shook away the cobwebs that always boggled his mind after an impromptu meeting with the fox. He'd gotten a little better at controlling his visits outside of life-threatening chakra exhaustion, but he was never really good at the kind of quiet focus it took to reach into the seal. He and the fox were still not on good terms, but they had a goal in common still. They both wanted to go home. The fox hadn't known how to transport them there any more than Naruto had, and they both blamed each other for getting them lost in the first place. To suppose the fox thought its chances were better if it wasn't trapped in his body, but it apparently did not want to go floating off in space by accident. He got up, and went looking for Obi-Wan. It didn't take long to find him. The Jedi was in the small kitchen area, asleep on one of the tables, with Aulurnair using his shoulder for a pillow. The Bothan opened an eye when Naruto entered the room, but went back to sleep after seeing no threat. Naruto considered shaking the Jedi awake to demand answers, but maybe it was better to pretend it hadn't happened. He understood now why the Jedi looked at him so strangely. It wasn't the same hateful look he'd received back in Leaf Village, but he recognized fear. The fox had recognized it too, but Naruto had no intention of taking its advice. "You need to kill him," the fox had said, after the Jedi vanished in flash of blue chakra. "No, I don't. They will all see you as he does, and they will try to destroy us," the fox said. "You don't know that. Anakin has powers like them and he likes me fine." "That's not what he told me." "What?" Instead of answering, the fox chose that moment to shove Naruto back into consciousness. Naruto left the kitchen and went looking for something to distract himself. He wasn't going to kill the Jedi just because he might reveal the fox. It seemed like the other Jedi sort of knew about the demon anyway. Though Qui-Gon hadn't reacted as strongly as his apprentice had. Was it only trained Jedi that could see the fox? It had mentioned Anakin. Anakin would tell me if he was afraid, Naruto thought. Or at least if it was something serious, he amended, recalling Anakin's reluctance to fully inform Naruto of the Skywalker family's status as slaves. Or if it was embarrassing. Or if he thought I'd react badly. Okay, he wouldn't tell me. Naruto sighed. He wasn't sure how to bring it up without giving away the secret he wanted to take, if not to his grave at least till old age, like 30 or something. Naruto frowned and tilted his head, listening for signs of his younger brother. Usually he could pick out the sounds Anakin made tinkering with machinery when he was awake, or snoring when he was asleep. He found him working on an astromech droid, using a wrench and a little welding gun to fix something inside a scorched panel. "What'd you break?" Naruto asked. Anakin scowled. "I didn't break him. I'm fixing him." The droid made a high to low burble that Naruto thought sounded like agreement. It then made a whistle that Naruto could have sworn was a question. "That's Naruto," Anakin replied. "Naruto, this is R2-D2. He got shot up repairing the shield generator on the Queen's ship while they were fleeing Naboo. The Queen had one of her handmaidens work on him, but I don't think she really knew what she was doing." "Machines are confusing," Naruto said in defense of whichever girl had been given the job. R2-D2 whistled something and Anakin smirked. It was Naruto's turn to scowl. He was that little trash can on wheels had just talked some smack, but rather than starting an argument in beeps and whistles, he decided to get to the point. "Do you ever use your abilities to look inside my mind?" Naruto asked, thinking he would get a straight up no. Anakin's stiffening shoulders and bulging eyes confirmed Naruto's fears. "Why would I want to look in your mind?" Anakin asked, adopting an almost convincingly puzzled expression. "I'm sure it's poorly lit and full of those noodles you're always rambling about." "Ramen," Naruto corrected. He wasn't sure how to continue. "It would be a little awkward to say, the monster living sealed in my belly saw you there." "Why are you asking?" Anakin asked before belatedly adding, "Dumb questions." "I just had a weird dream," Naruto said. "Was I in it?" Anakin asked. "No," Naruto said. Anakin gave him a, "You're an idiot," look. Naruto sighed and scowled in return. He felt better, though. Anakin seemed to know what he was talking about, but didn't act like he was going to hold it against him. Or at least Anakin wasn't being any more bratty than usual. He considered giving Anakin the whole story, but on a ship this crowded, anyone could walk in at any point. Also that little beeping trash can seemed a bit shifty in Naruto's expert opinion. "I guess I'll see you around then," Naruto said, retreating. "Don't break any more robots. Jerk," Anakin called after him. Final approach to Coruscant. Qui-Gon sat in the rear cargo ramp, staring at the datapad flight engineer Maravik had loaned him. He could dictate his report directly, using the save and transmit functions on his communicator, but he knew all the starts and stops and edits would be glaringly obvious. He had to be completely confident, and that was easier in text at the moment. The situation with the Naboo and the Trade Federation had been simple enough to document. Laws had been broken, lives had been lost. Though their motives remained opaque, the Trade Federation were clearly the aggressors. The first part of the report was written with the Senate in mind. The Jedi Council would be much harder to sway into agreement. What could he say about Tatooine? He had depended on his connection with the Force since before he could walk, and now he wondered if keeping himself separated from it had damaged his ability to reason. He needed the Council to agree with his plan to train Anakin. He could not just write, "He is the chosen one," in capital letters and have it taken as fact. He had to win over as many of his fellow Jedi as possible to his cause before they had a chance to encounter Naruto. He just could not think of how to do this. His intuition had abandoned him. Mace Windu would never agree to train a child older than 5 years of age for knighthood. He was too cautious, and no emotional appeal would change his mind. Ki-Adi-Mundi would be less likely to discount Anakin due to age, since he was already 4 when he was recruited. Saesee Tiin was also less concerned with age, and was as much a pilot and mechanic as he was a counselor. Qui-Gon frowned as he tapped the stylus against the data pad. He could start out with 2/3 of the council on his side. And he was nowhere close to that, and they would still refuse to train spoke against it. Qui-Gon and Yoda rarely saw eye to eye on any subject, no pun intended, and Qui-Gon doubted they would suddenly find common ground in this. He did not know what to say about Naruto. His mind just went blank. I've brought you the chosen one to save us. Conveniently, I have also brought something for him to save us from. That seemed too glib to pass muster. Naruto could become a threat, but at the moment he thought it would be best to keep Naruto and other Jedi as far away from each other as possible. And get the Elder Skywalker back to Tatooine as fast as possible. He could think of no solid strategy to accomplish this. He hoped with Naruto sent to the Queen's residence on Coruscant, he would have enough contact with the Force to come up with a functional plan. I have faith that the answer will come to me. This is meant to be, so the answer must come. After nearly 2 hours the document had not improved much. An alarm warning of their imminent return to regular space decided the matter. He walked up to the bridge and sent his report and ID codes as soon as the pilot had finished transmitting the Queen's. He waited for a few minutes, expecting Obi-Wan to arrive to transmit his own report. His Padawan would not be required to file a separate report, but Qui-Gon was certain his apprentice would. Since he was so close to taking the trials, he heard the refugees chatting as they gathered their belongings. Coruscant grew larger and larger, and Obi-Wan still did not arrive. Qui-Gon supposed his stubborn apprentice had finally fallen asleep. He checked the small guest bunk he and the crew had been sharing in shifts, but all the beds were empty. Qui-Gon stopped a young Togruta to ask if he had seen Obi-Wan. The youth pointed him toward the ship's small kitchen. At first Qui-Gon fought down a smile, seeing that some comedian had given Obi-Wan a rather elaborate ink mustache while he slept. But his smile faded as he thought of how exhausted Obi-Wan must have been to sleep through the process. This mission had been hard on his apprentice, but it was nearly complete now. Obi-Wan did not react to his name being called. When Qui-Gon placed a hand on his shoulder to shake him, a bubbling, for lack of a better word, breezy energy pulsed through his hand. Shaking did not wake him. Concerned now, Qui-Gon reached out with the Force to contact his apprentice's mind directly. Obi-Wan was not there. Coruscant. Jedi Knight Val Tuolumne wanted to go inspect the service droids that took care of the temple's laundry, but he was sure he'd find them fully functional. It was a superstition common to most species with skin that an itch in a particular part of their anatomy indicated a forbidding omen. Val's whole epidermal system was in rebellion, and from the fidgeting nervous Padawans and knights he passed in the corridors, he wasn't the only one. He had left his quarters with vague intentions of doing physical training in the gym, since his mind and body were too far at odds to meditate or sleep, but his feet took him to the main shuttle bay, where 24 OT. Her nervous and bemused Jedi had gathered. "Why are we here?" Padawan Ord Tun asked. The youth was apparently the only one with enough nerve, or insufficient pride, to broach the disturbing topic. To go somewhere. To kill it. To see it. To stop it. The lack of a uniform answer struck them all silent instead of sparking debate. Master Coleman Trebor stepped into the bay, a room that was too large to be crowded with Jedi, but was cluttered with them at least. The Verk was taller and broader than most of those gathered, and the Jedi turned to him, hoping he would take charge. "It's nice to see I'm not the only one," Coleman said with a grin. "I don't suppose anyone has had a clear vision of our purpose here." The knights shook their heads. A few muttered, "No, Master." Coleman flapped his gills, the equivalent of a human sigh. "Me either," he admitted. That made everyone feel less foolish, but more worried. A service panel lit up as a request for transport arrived, but it was large. Lee ignored as the Jedi all turned their eyes or main sensory organs toward the ceiling. "It's here," whispered a Padawan Val did not recognize. Despite decades of knighthood, Val could not find sufficient words to describe what he felt. Though doomed came closest, he had felt almost this bad once, when he was overseeing the evacuation of the Rarenked homeworld during an absolute storm of asteroid impacts. Master Coleman was the first to break free of the urge to uselessly lean in the direction of the unknown threat from inside the shuttle bay. He walked to the service panel and Val hurried after him. "Master Qui-Gon Jinn has returned," Coleman announced, "and he requires transportation. Who would like to oblige him?" Like puppets on a single string, 24 Jedi raised their hands. Darth Sidious' mood was usually some state between rancorous and raging, though that never showed in his public face, as Senator Palpatine. Today he was having an unusually difficult time keeping his expression placid. Incompetence was a universal constant that usually worked in his favor. The inexperienced Queen of Naboo was meant to send him a dramatic plea for help, which he could use to call for a vote of no confidence. But the Trade Federation had disabled the planetary communications grid in a bout of unprecedented forethought. Perhaps in an attempt to maintain their mean functional state of idiocy. They allowed Queen Amidala and a dozen members of her staff to escape. And instead of running to the nearest Republic outpost, the Queen had inexplicably taken a jaunt out to the Rim and Hutt-controlled space. It was getting harder and harder to keep the Senate sufficiently worried about the Trade Federation. If this kept up, he might have to get them to invade another world closer to the core. Sidious spent most of the afternoon in meetings, wasting energy to keep various leaders of planetary governments in a panic. He was about to send another transmission to the Viceroy when the Queen's beacon activated. He and his retinue were only minutes from the landing platform when another beacon activated. A large number of Jedi had just left the temple, and were heading his way. He had prepared for this situation. The day he slipped up and the Jedi came for him en masse. The trackers he'd had installed around their temple told him the party consisted of 8 speeders. That they had organized an arrest party without his spies alerting him was somewhat astounding, since the arrogant guardians of the Republic were usually extremely lax with their security protocols. He sent a message warning his apprentice away, and activated the dozens of battle droids he had stashed around the diplomatic sector. They honed in on his ship as it glided, slowly and stately, toward the Queen's landing platform. He looked above the buildings, searching the cluttered sky. He could just barely see the red setting suns reflecting off the mirrored surface of the royal craft. It now seemed like his best option for escape. He wondered if he should bother taking the Queen hostage, or simply murder her. If she were alive, it was likely the Republic security forces would not fire at the ship, hoping to rescue her. But her death would drive the entire quadrant into further chaos, which could provide a golden opportunity to establish himself under a new name on a new world. He supposed it would be just as easy to toss her out an airlock once the ship had cleared weapons range. He checked the monitors again. Something wrong, sir? His assistant Grenator asked. The fat Aruzan had no idea. He was a sleeper agent who would carry out any order Palpatine gave as long as it was accompanied by the right code word. Only checking my chronometer, Palpatine said. It's certainly brisk out tonight. Tor nodded and not very stealthily turned up the transport's heat. At least I can give up my guise as a feeble old man after today. Obi-Wan Kenobi, can you hear me? Obi-Wan did not want to answer. He felt like he was floating in cold in his head for more than a moment. Something bad had happened, but that was before. Obi-Wan, hear me, hear me. He knew that voice. That was Qui-Gon Jinn. Qui-Gon was a Jedi. Obi-Wan, you are my Padawan. You have been my apprentice for 6 years. You know me. Hear me. The peaceful floating sensation fled. His body spasmed and his legs kicked, striking a cabinet with a loud clang. He felt as if he had been dunked in a pool of freezing water, or perhaps liquid oxygen, since the murky outside world was breathable, even if what passed it. Oh, his lungs was icy and sluggish compared to exhalations that boiled back out. He pried his eyes open and found Qui-Gon leaning over him. You had me worried, Qui-Gon said. Obi-Wan was not relieved to hear that. His control had evaporated. He felt like he had been given some sort of psychotropic drug. Fear and longing and irritation bubbled in his chest and made him clench his teeth when he looked at his teacher. You were worried, he snapped. Since when? You don't even care that you're risking all our lives, do you? You don't care about anything, do you? He accused. Qui-Gon's eyes weren't quite popping out of their sockets. But it was a near thing. Obi-Wan would have been shocked by his own behavior, if he could only get his emotions under control. Jedi did not have such outbursts, he supposed most humans teenagers did. They argued with their parents. But I never had parents, Obi-Wan said, not really noticing that his thoughts were making the jump to words. Didn't they want me? Does anyone? You only took me on as an apprentice because they made you. You're like Kakashi. Xanatos was your favorite, even though he abandoned you. Who is Kakashi? Qui-Gon asked in a loud but calm voice. Obi-Wan's confusion finally did what his training could not and dropped him into baffled silence. He was breathing heavily and sweating and his face felt sunburnt. Master Jin, I apologize. I don't think I'm myself at the moment. Qui-Gon only nodded blankly and Obi-Wan felt his temper fighting to break loose again. Why are you so upset? Qui-Gon asked, instead of chiding him for his lack of control. Obi-Wan gulped air. It was hard to gather his thoughts. He sank to his knees in a meditative pose and closed his eyes. For a moment he felt cold water soaking out his clothes and heard loud lumbering breaths echoing off the walls, but he focused on the present. He thought Qui-Gon must have extended the bubble of force he had been speaking of to include him. Since Naruto's or rather the entity's dark presence was no longer beating against his mind. Instead, he contested with a brighter, but no less alien presence that was slow to give up its hold. There is no emotion, there is peace. There is no ignorance, there is knowledge. There is no passion, there is serenity. There is no chaos, there is harmony. There is no death, there is the force. In his mind, he repeated the mantra he had learned in the temple over and over until he felt, if not recovered, at least more himself than Naruto. I unintentionally made contact with Naruto's mind and the entity residing within him as I slept. I believe this was done through the Force, rather than by Naruto, or the other thing. I could not break the connection myself, and Naruto used some sort of energy to push me out. Whatever the energy was, it was contaminated with emotions and memories and it was very confusing. He went on, describing the tunnel and the creature in the cage and its desire to get free on a planet. His master did not respond immediately and Obi-Wan risked a look at him. Qui-Gon had sunk into a meditative pose as well, face solemn and relaxed. This is a grave development, Qui-Gon said. But your vision does explain the contradiction between Naruto's behavior and what we sense from him. I don't think it was just a vision, Master, Obi-Wan said. It was real. The cage was real. It must have seemed that way, Qui-Gon said. But you have been under the influence of multiple invasive energies, as well as a great deal of stress. I am certain getting some physical distance between you and Naruto will be enormously helpful. We will be back at the temple soon. Obi-Wan struggled to suppress his temper as his master condescended to him, but that final sentence sent him into a panic. No, we cannot land, he said, stumbling to his feet. It wants to get out. Thump. The ship shuddered as the landing struts touched down on a solid surface. SHMI watched the buildings rise up all around the ship as they approached the landing platform. They were nowhere near the ground yet, the platform hovered in midair. She could see a dozen uniformed men, probably security, and 2 others in more expensive-looking robes. The latter were probably the Queen's politicians. That's an Alcus Mark IV, Anakin said excitedly, pulling on her sleeve as he pointed to one of the thousands of other ships flying by. I bet it has quantum-level stabilizers and internal JAG alignment. Yeah, Naruto said, and I bet it has like 4 cup holders. Anakin rolled his eyes, but SHMI couldn't help but smile. Naruto always wanted to participate in a conversation, even if he had no idea what anyone was talking about. His interruptions often saved SHMI from having to admit her own ignorance about a topic. The ship landed on the platform with a slight thump. The Queen's staff shuffled around for a moment, and then the security force looked around. Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan rushed in, nearly jogging. The younger Jedi's upper lip bore an ink smudge, and his cheek the impression of the kitchen table top. His eyes were a little wild as they settled on Naruto. He thought Obi-Wan might have tried to tackle him, had the ramp not finally opened. Come on, Naruto said, catching their hands and pulling. We can be first out. Naruto, I think the Queen goes first, SHMI said. Naruto made a face. It's her ship, Anakin said, backing his mother up. When I get a ship I'll totally let my guests go first, Naruto said. You had a ship, Anakin said. For an hour. You're the one who blew it up, Anakin said. SHMI hushed them. They walked forward and the others from Hope fell in behind them. She knew the others looked to them for leadership, but she was never really comfortable with that role. A year of freedom had not changed her ingrained subservient nature. She prayed Anakin's intelligence and Naruto's indomitable spirit would make up for her failings. She also prayed she was not putting too much pressure on her children. I don't see Padme, Anakin said, tugging her sleeve. SHMI looked and didn't see her either. She hoped the girl hadn't taken ill. Look harder, Naruto said, smirking. What? Anakin asked. Look at the queen, Naruto whispered. Shim looked as well. The queen's makeup was so thick she couldn't see for sure who it was. That's Padme, Anakin whispered back. Yeah, Naruto said. She must be the queen's body double, so if an assassin comes along, they shoot at the wrong woman. That's dangerous, Anakin said. And awesome, Naruto said. The door slid up, the ramp slid down and the sound of the city poured in along with a cloud of chemical-tinged air. Naruto pulled a face. This planet smells like a dry cleaners, he muttered. The royal party marched off, Padme in the lead. Naruto pulled Anakin and SHMI along on their heels. As they walked towards the politicians, an old human in black robes started to sway on his feet. He would have collapsed, had one of the ceremonial guards not caught him under the arms. Senator Palpatine, Padme asked, her voice buzzing oddly. Her maids rushed forward to prop up the old man. He didn't respond to her Are the attendants trying to fan him and loosen his collar? His eyes were open but looking at nothing, but they snapped into focus just as Ki-Gon started to wade in. It's nothing, the senator said, waving a hand dismissively. He muttered about the stress caused by their situation and his robes being too hot for the weather. Everyone seemed relieved. The royal party started off towards another ship at the end of tab-out appointments. Speeches, and polls. SHMI didn't know what they were talking about. Her eyes were on Palpatine. She wondered if Ki-Gon had noticed. She wondered if he would tell her if he had. She was about to mention it to Naruto when his grip on her hand became bone-crushing. Before she could complain she was yanked behind him. She fell against Alurner and Anakin crashed into her legs. She wondered if the senator made him suspicious as well, but Naruto was looking up. 8 open-topped speeders hovered above the landing platform. 24 Jedi looked down on them. Their lightsabers spilled a forbidding rainbow of colors onto the small crowd below. Naruto put his right hand on his blaster holster and curled the fingers of the left into seal. I'm thinking this isn't our ride to the hotel, Naruto said, eyeing Ki-Gon suspiciously. I summoned transportation, Ki-Gon said. I did not expect this type of response. Ki-Gon waved to the hovering ship, but none of them returned the greeting. Naruto walked sideways, clear of the other people on the platform, and the Jedi's gazes followed him and only him. SHMI pulled herself back to her feet and slapped her hand against Alurner's side until he handed her his holdout blaster. The queen walked back to them, placing herself and her trailing handmaidens between the Jedi and the refugees. SHMI noticed Palpatine and his aides stayed on the far side of the platform. The queen spoke, her voice projecting clearly despite the wind and passing traffic. We find it odd that when Naboo is encircled by an illegal blockade only 2 Jedi can be spared, but when you need a ride home from the spaceport, an army is sent. A platoon at most, Your Highness, Ki-Gon replied. We are not in the mood for humor, Master Jedi, she replied. All armed, sweep left to right, cover fire on my mark, Naruto shouted in his native language. SHMI had learned enough of his language to understand him, as had most of the refugees. Since Hope's village security used it when they thought their comms were compromised. She raised her weapon and took aim along with the rest. Her sights were on the engine of the nearest speeder, since she still couldn't manage to pull the trigger if she aimed at a person. Stand down, Ki-Gon pleaded, holding up his arms as he whirled to face the refugees. Tell them that, Naruto growled. Ki-Gon turned back and called out to the hovering speeders. There is no need for this. Please, calm yourselves. A few of the lightsabers wavered and went out. One Jedi released his grip entier. Ely and the small metal cylinder bounced off the side of the speeder and dropped out of sight. A moment later the Jedi went limp, and tumbled after it. Maybe DOS too calm, Jar Jar said, as others scrambled forward to save the falling man. A Village Hidden in Hope by Mars. Part 2. 5 New Worlds, Old Weirdos Coruscant. Master Coleman Trebor looked down on the landing platform and shivered. He was awe of the other people below. Master Qui-Gon Jinn and his apprentice Obi-Wan Kenobi, the Queen of the Naboo and her security and court, the Senator of Naboo with his staff, a ragged group of refugees, composed of multiple species. most bearing similar tribal markings on their faces, 3 parallel lines drawn like whiskers on each cheek. He could not focus on any of them, save for one of the refugees. A humanoid teenage male that was causing the sky to boil. Coleman drew his lightsaber, more from instinct than planned action. The other Jedi did the same, but he did not know if there was consensus in their actions. He had to turn and look just to see if they were still there. They were transfixed on the teenager as well. Jin shouted again, begging everyone to calm down, but there could be no calm with that thing present. It emitted an energy that made the Force itself crackle and burn as Coleman tried to draw on it for guidance. He was about to order the others to draw back until they were clear of the teenager's influence when Knight Sirla Shah collapsed and tumbled over the side of his speeder. Coleman made a gesture as he tried to catch the falling knight with the Force, but nothing happened. And Shah continued to fall. Jin's gesture was more definitive and more successful. The unconscious Jedi slowed and drifted to land in a limp pile on the edge of the shuttle platform. Kenobi rushed to Shah's side, checking the elderly human knight for injuries. "He's coming around," Kenobi announced, even as Shah rolled over and tried to get to his feet. Shah seemed not to notice Kenobi's presence, his eyes focusing instead on the humanoid entity from which the boiling energy came. The entity, who had somehow produced a grappling hook and dozens of yards of nano cable, dropped them to draw his blaster again. "This is rather a larger welcome than I expected," Qui-Gon said. "Did you receive my transmission about the candidate?" The surrounding Jedi exchanged baffled looks. "Master," Coleman eventually found his voice as the local traffic swept around their little drama. "We sensed a disturbance in the Force that coincided with your request for transport," Coleman said. "We came to find the cause." "None of the council were curious?" Jin asked. Coleman had wondered the same thing before they left the temple, but at the time he had not considered the implications. How could they not be aware of this? Did Jin know something he did not, or was he trying to calm them all down by reminding them of a higher authority? Whatever his intention, the other knights put their blades away. Their eyes remained locked on the teenager. The Queen had not missed the direction of the Jedi's attention, nor had the refugees, who had inched and scooted around to form a barrier between the Jedi and their children. They made no move to encircle the teenager, though a middle-aged human woman and a small boy who was probably her son were tucked away in the safest part of the mob. The Queen changed her posture and attention shifted to her as her voice rang out across the platform. "We have urgent matters to attend to, Master Jedi. Return to your temple to recover and consult with your superiors. We will expect your official report on the invasion of Naboo as soon as possible, to accompany our request for a special session of the Senate. We thank you for your service." The dismissal could have been made more obvious if the Queen had applied her shoe to Jin's backside, but not by much. The Jedi exchanged glances, perhaps deciding if they would have to attack or rescue a head of state. The Queen and her court stood between them and the refugees, and it was obvious whose side she would take. The others were not of much interest to them anyway. Coleman wondered if they would give up just the entity to Jedi custody. As if sensing his intentions, the Queen's voice rang out again. Her eyes focused on Coleman. "Naruto, put down your arms," the Queen said. "Those are Jedi, guardians of the Republic. They will not attack a diplomatic party, or refugees." The entity gave the gathered Jedi a long look, and then put his blaster back in its holster. The rest of the refugees followed suit. "Consulting with the council would probably be the wisest course of action," Jin said. "I am in something of a hurry to discuss my mission, if any of you would oblige me." Jin walked to the edge of the platform where Kenobi had helped Shah to his feet. None of the Jedi looked eager to collect them, so Coleman finally directed his pilot, Knight Ut, to land their craft. Coleman saw Jin look towards the refugees, and catch the eye of the middle-aged woman with the little boy. Jin tilted his head in a "come here" gesture. The woman raised her blaster instead. She did not point it at Jin exactly, but the response was clearly negative. Jin and Kenobi helped Shah into the speeder and then squeezed in themselves. The space was designed for 2 average-sized persons. Though Jin was calm and collected, Kenobi bore a wide-eyed expression close to panic. Coleman's pilot, Knight Ut, all but glared at them before lifting off again. As they rose, Coleman swept his eyes vehicles. Knight Ometi seemed steadier than most. He tapped his comm, and instructed him to circle back and tail the entity, until they could get official direction from the council. They headed for the temple, and Coleman knew he was not the only one with hunched shoulders, still focused on the danger to which they had turned their backs. Senator Palpatine volunteered to hire another shuttle, since the low altitude barge he'd arrived in wouldn't hold even half their party. He fiddled with his grena, his assistant, was tasked with applying for last-minute visa paperwork for Anakin Skywalker. Padme thought the tasks should have been traded, but did not object. She'd already broken protocol, and come out of the royal transport in full formal dress, thinking they could go straight to the Chancellor to make their plea. Of course it wouldn't work that way, not in the entrenched bureaucracy of the Republic. She had been foolish to expect haste. The refugees, hired transport, an oversized RCIAL bus with alcoholic beverage logos plastered all over the side, arrived a few minutes later. Padme tried not to frown. She knew their budget was tight, but the craft was not in any way appropriate for official diplomatic travel. Even if they would not be using the bus for its designed purpose of ferrying intoxicated people to various nightclubs around the city without risking a fiery speeder crash, it would not look great on the expense reports. SHMI seemed to be having thoughts about the expense as well, and had begun a halting conversation with Senator Palpatine about the fare, and what the current exchange rate was for Hutt's credits. "No, my dear, we shall cover the cost," Palpatine said, as if he were talking to a small child. SHMI may not have been from a core world, but just because someone was from a rim world didn't mean they had to be treated as if they were simple. "You're breaking it," Anakin shouted from inside the bus. "I'm not," Naruto shouted back. "Perhaps you could deal with whatever that was," Palpatine amended. Something inside the bus sizzled. Colorful lights flickered through the vehicle's narrow windows and began to pulse in time with thrumming, high-pitched music. "Hey, there's a jukebox," Naruto called, leaning back out the door to wave at her. "You guys sure you don't want to ride with us? It's like you could have a party, right on the bus." "Thank you for your offer. But we would be remiss to celebrate at this juncture," Padme said. "We will see you at the consulate shortly." Naruto waved and a few moments later the bus lifted off. It drifted into the slowest lane of traffic. Palpatine followed her gaze. "It's not entirely professional, but they will be entertained, and we will arrive at the consulate ahead of them," Palpatine said. "We'll have more time to arrange accommodations." "That is probably for the best," she agreed, climbing into their own transport, a lumbering, open-topped barge that was only slightly faster than the bus. She supposed it must have been stylish when her predecessor approved its purchase. She frowned again, wondering why her mind had chosen to wander to such trivial topics. Palpatine sat next to her and when the last of her court had scrambled in, the pilot raised the shields and took off. They pulled into the lane to the right of the bus, and slowly gained on it. "Valorum has agreed to meet with us tomorrow at 1300. But the Senate will not convene until the day after. I know you must be anxious, but this may work out in our favor. We will have more time to gather our political allies. Also the Jedi will have time to settle themselves." Palpatine paused. "I am still a bit bewildered about their behavior on the platform. Do you have any idea what precipitated that?" Padme gave him the basics. "About their short and eventful stop at Tatooine." He nodded with a thoughtful frown on his face. "So Master Jin wants the younger Skywalker brother to join the order?" he asked. "Yes," she said. "And he is terrified of the elder brother. Though he will not explain why. Do you think it will negatively affect their report on the Trade Federation's actions?" he asked. "I doubt they can say anything at all that will not support our case," Padme said. She looked over the side and saw they had passed the bus. It was unlikely they would see her from inside the passenger compartment. As if summoned by her thoughts, Naruto and Anakin appeared beside the pilot. Naruto and Anakin were waving. She contemplated waving back, but knew that was not appropriately regal. She'd just decided on a nod when she realized Anakin wasn't waving. He was slapping the pilot on the arm and trying to grab the steering column. She saw the small boy's arm slam down on the console and the party bus's repulsors cut out. The bus fell. She screamed and jumped to her feet. Sabe grabbed her arm, pulling frantically, before throwing her full weight on top of her, forcing Padme face down onto the floor of their barge. He could hear the sizzling chirp of blaster fire even through her ridiculous headdress. The sound of shattering glass followed. "Battle droids," Palpatine said. Padme managed to shove her headdress out of the way enough to see him. He was typing away on his communicator, summoning planetary security no doubt, but they would not get there fast enough to stop an assassination. "Arms," she demanded, trying to rise. Sabe did not accommodate her. "They're not shooting at us," her bodyguard said. The Queen's barge floated along 10 yards ahead of their shuttle. Naruto could easily see Padme's glittering headdress. It was better than a bullseye. He frowned and wiggled in his seat. Flying craft still made him uncomfortable, but he didn't want to show that unease in front of his fellow villagers. They weren't out of the woods yet. He had spotted their Jedi tail right away. They'd barely bothered to circle the block before falling into the air lane 6 vehicles back. There were 3 people in an open-top speeder. 2 were probably humans, but Naruto had no idea what species their pilot was. They looked a bit like a bundle of kelp with insect-like legs sticking out. Naruto didn't think they were planning to attack, since they had not pulled out their swords again. Naruto looked around the bus again. People were starting to celebrate. A few were dancing and trying to sing along with the music, though the Bothans were covering their ears with their hands. Naruto glanced at Anakin. He still looked upset, even though Naruto made sure he got to pick the first songs on the jukebox. He knew Anakin's meeting with the Jedi had turned into a huge disaster, and it was at least kind of Naruto's fault, or his passengers, anyway. His stomach hurt in a way that he couldn't blame on the fox. He knew next to nothing about seals or how they worked, or how that little piece of paper on the bars of the cage kept the fox trapped. But now he knew there were other people, dozens, maybe hundreds, who could get in there to mess with it. He hadn't had the chance to talk to Obi-Wan, but he'd seen the look of desperation on the young man's face when he had stood on the platform. Even if Padme and Qui-Gon had managed to get all those Jedi to leave without a fight, Naruto did not think they were gone for good. He hoped Obi-Wan warned them to keep their weird, dream-walking brains to themselves. He wondered if he should give a more specific warning about that to Anakin as well. He turned towards his brother, and saw Anakin start like he'd been stuck with a pin. "What's up?" Naruto asked, though he thought he already knew. "I don't. I think someone is." Anakin bolted to his feet. Naruto had witnessed Anakin's target lock reaction before. It had saved their butts from random assassination, booby traps, and poisoned baked goods. Basically all the dangers inherent in stealing slaves and pissing off huts. "Where's it coming from?" Naruto asked. "All around," Anakin said. "Everyone strap in and hang on," Naruto ordered. No one needed to be told twice. He filled the bus with clones. If all else failed they could pick up his villagers and ip the door off the pilot's cab and shoved Anakin through. "Mister," Naruto shouted, "does this ship have guns?" "What the hell? Somebody is about to take a shot at us," Naruto said. "Where's the weapons?" "This is a bus. There are no weapons. Get out of here. It's against company policy for passengers to be in the cab. Find the comm system," he ordered Anakin. Naruto waved at Padme, and she looked back, but it seemed like she wasn't catching on to his semaphored message. "Take evasive action." "Don't touch that," the pilot shouted in panic. Naruto turned towards his brother just as the repulsors cut out. His stomach tried to get left behind. They dropped under the opening salvo, but a falling rock's not hard to find. Shots rained after them, punching through the roof of the bus. Naruto felt his clones burst as they threw themselves over his villagers, intercepting shots. "You're in charge of not crashing," Naruto declared as he opened the pilot's door and crawled onto the outside of the bus. Anakin didn't respond. He was too bus. Why trying to get the repulsors to restart as the pilot thrashed and interfered? Naruto made 2 clones to help his brother out, and then focused on their attackers. The party bus was large enough that his shifting weight didn't roll it as it continued to free fall. Even as he climbed onto the roof of the bus, flashing lights caught his eye and he barely had time to form a clone in front of himself to take the blast. He dodged through the resulting smoke, boiling hot energy singeing his hip and upper arm as he moved. He caught a glimpse of their attackers as he slid over the far side of the vehicle, battle droids. He did not recognize the model, a lumpy jellyfish-like machine with sensors hanging from the bottom and a spinning turret of blasters in the middle. The top was a black dome with a weird blue glowing indentation in it. Naruto couldn't tell if it was another weapon of some kind, but nothing was shooting out of there yet. He counted 9 more droids weaving through traffic towards them. He aimed his blaster over the roof of the bus, but he only had a clear line of sight on 2 of them. The bright white energy from his gun splattered uselessly across an energy shield. He made another clone and ducked down on the side of the bus as it leapt to a passing shuttle and then to the side of a building. It was an obvious target and he hoped it would draw away the battle droids. One of the floating robots picked off the clone with worrying ease, and the rest stayed with the bus in the meantime. The repulsors came back online and Naruto's chakra-cloaked feet nearly slipped off the side of the bus. Anakin leveled them out and brought them under a long stretch of walkway that connected dozens of skyscraping towers. It wasn't much of a hiding place. The droids just dropped below them and fired upward. But it cut down the directions attacks could come from. There were more droids now, at least 20. They stayed at least 100 meters away, so he couldn't leap onto them without being picked off in the air. He made clones in an endless human waterfall as he racked his brain for a strategy. Naruto had lost track of the Queen's ship in the chaos and couldn't find it now, but the Jedi weren't hard to spot. 2 human Jedi stood up in their open-top speeder, flying up to the droids and slashing them to scrap with their lightsabers. The droids turned and fired on the Jedi as they approached, but the shots were reflected back at the droids or batted aside with their glowing swords. They were helping, but not fast enough. Naruto did not have many long-range attacks in his arsenal. He'd come up with dozens of combat-useful applications for chakra control exercises, but a lot of those depended on the sand-blasted terrain of his adopted planet. He scowled and made more clones. But this batch had a different set of instruction. They wove hand seals in unison. Replacement technique. Knight Cal Esser Ometi received Master Coleman's orders over the comm to follow the entity. He looked to the other 2 knights. They were in one of the smallest speeders, and least likely to draw the eye. Val Tuolumne and Edra signaled their acceptance of the assignment, Edra with a flick of his tentacles, Tuolumne with a nod. They were trained to deal with the unexpected and unlikely, but the events of this day had moved all the way down the spectrum to impossible. Ometi was fighting a sudden migraine, and drawing on the force was making it worse and not better. He could see his companions were not in much better shape. Tuolumne and Edra were both shivering as Edra brought their craft around to follow the brightly colored bus the entity and its followers had boarded. He did not know what they were expected to do if the thing did become violent. The closer they got, the more scrambled their senses became. He wondered how Jin and his apprentice had survived cooped up on a small ship with it. Ometi had worked with Qui-Gon Jinn on several assignments, but never got a very clear impression of the other Jedi's motivations. He could not think of any reason for bringing that entity to Coruscant that was not malicious. He was better acquainted with Jin's former master, Dooku, but found the elder master to be just as opaque. Tuolumne shifted in his seat. Any theories? None yet, Ometi said. So we will start with the basics, Edra said through his translator. Why is it here, and what does it want? Jin said he sent a report. Do we have access? Tuolumne asked. Ometi searched his comm. No, it's not in the general database. It probably went straight to the Master's Council. His transport request did mention a third party he wanted to bring in as an initiate. He can't really mean to train that thing, Tuolumne said. It must be a Sith. Edra's translator buzzed. There are records of Sith and fallen Jedi being redeemed by the Order. That was centuries ago, Tuolumne said. So were the last recorded encounters with the Sith, Ometi pointed out. Well, if he intends for this redeeming to happen here, Tuolumne said, I think we need to take all the younglings and initiates somewhere safer, like the Maw. Sarcastic quips about black holes aside, Eddie agreed that taking something radiating so much darkness to the temple was pure foolishness. Did Jin really think they could train something that seemed easily capable of overpowering them with its mere presence? He was more worried that Jin and his apprentice had fallen under the entity's influence, instead of the other way around. Could the entity be responsible for the odd situation on Naboo? They just did not have enough information to make any kind of rational judgment. Did anyone recognize the tribal markings on their faces? Tuolumne asked. No, but even the Edra snapped up a tentacle for silence. The three Jedi look around. Did you pick up any unusual infrasound? Ometi asked in a low voice. No, They all stiffened, eyes and tentacles moving back and forth, trying to locate the danger they all felt. More pressing, if not stronger than the entity. Battle droids, Edra's translator chirped. They were too far back to intercept the first attack, but the lumbering bus dodged on its own. Dropping straight down and then rolling and swerving as blaster bolts peppered the top of the civilian vehicle. Were the entity not present, they might have been able to sense who was directing the attack. But now only the strongest, most immediate sensations were coming through. Ometi felt a new disturbance in the force, some strange pseudo-birth that made him shudder. What? Tuolumne couldn't seem to finish the question. Ometi could understand the confusion. They saw hundreds of people were leaping to their deaths to intercept the blaster bolts fired at the lumbering craft. Ometi was sure it had to be some sort of illusion or hologram to cover the ship's true means of defense, but he could think of no reason for it. He could feel something like death through the force as the bolts struck. But it was too fleeting and the situation too dire for him to focus on it. The pilot tried to Fockway, but the droids just formed a semi-sphere around it and kept firing. Edra, if you can. Backtrack their control signals, Ometi said as they closed with the nearest droid. I have already tried, Edra's translator buzzed. They are not actively receiving instructions. I am attempting to disrupt the communication between the droids, but I do not have the proper equipment. It will take minutes. They trained to use their lightsabers in hundreds of different adverse conditions, including while blind. But in all those situations they had the Force to guide them. Now the Force worked against them as much as with them, suddenly scalding them with anger as they strained to focus on the droids. The old-fashioned way then? Tuolumne asked. Ometi nodded. No matter how badly things were stacked against them, they could not allow a bus full of sentient beings to be executed if there was even the slightest chance they could be saved. Ometi slid out onto the hood of the speeder as Edra flew them towards a droid on the nearest edge of the semi-sphere, to limit the angles of the droid's defensive fire. Ometi's green lightsaber flashed out, deflecting the blaster fire from the droid. His headache grew worse by the minute and he could barely keep up with the incoming energy. Much less reflect it in a useful direction. From the corner of his eye he saw Tuolumne's blade, nearly the same hue of green as his own. He expected Edra to turn their speeder at the last minute to allow Tuolumne to slice through the droid's power core, but instead Tuolumne leapt up and over Ometi, nearly severing his own leg on Ometi's blade. Ometi switched off and fell backwards on the hood of the speeder to avoid a blaster bolt he could no longer block. Tuolumne's saber pierced through the droid's shield into its repulsor, and the droid dropped. Tuolumne fell after it, and Ometi had less than a second to grab the speeder's comm antenna with one hand and the back of Tuolumne's robes with the other. He dragged the other Jedi back onto the hood and Edra dropped the tail end of the speeder to help. One of Edra's tentacles darted out, and caught Ometi's lightsaber before it could fall off the hood. More cautious tactics, perhaps, Tuolumne suggested, obviously chagrined. Ometi guessed the younger Jedi had intended to use the Force to push off the droid and land back on the speeder. He could only nod, unsettled by the near miss. After a brief verbal planning session, they moved on to the next droid. And then the next. Ometi was about to swing his saber through a fourth when it vanished, and a humanoid teenager appeared in front of him. He switched off his blade and lunged forward, catching the teenager's jacket and pulling him aboard. It looked exactly like the entity, only the boiling energy was not there. Thanks. The shields make them slippery, the teenager said. I'll see if I can bring one back to you. The teen's hands drew a quick pattern in the air, and Ometi felt a tug through the Force. One of the battle droids jerked towards them slightly, instead of trading places with the teenager on the hood of the speeder, he exploded in a cloud of smoke, as those that had been struck by blaster bolts had. The strange, death-like feeling echoed in the Force for a moment. But Ometi felt something else, like a spark on a string reeling back toward the entity on the bus. The bus itself had all his attention now. Copies of the entity were appearing out of nowhere and then vanishing a moment later, replaced by battle droids, which the entity would attack with its bare hands. Or perhaps not bare. Ometi squinted, trying to peer through the smoke and sparks and blaster fire. The entity's hands glowed, blue one moment, purple or red the next as he shoved them through the droids, shields and ripped off barrels and sensors in a furious scramble. Ometi flinched as Tuolumne's lightsaber slashed past his nose, deflecting a bolt from one of the dozen still intact droids. Ometi raised his own blade and went back to work. They cut through 3 more droids, but twice had to pull back at the last second as copies of the entity replaced the machines they were about to destroy. The copies would wave cheerfully as they fell, usually exploding into smoke a moment or two later. There were only 4 droids left when the bus took a debilitating hit. A bolt got through the wave of copies, and the bus's left rear repulsor died with a pathetic sizzle. The heavily perforated vehicle began to roll. The pilot tried to even out their descent, and Ometi could see the passengers scrambling to the right side of the bus to try to shift the center of gravity. But it was not going to be enough. "Duck or get out," Edra's translator said. The Jedi's speeder swung around and dropped below the tilting bus. Tuolumne jumped onto the side of the bus, getting a grip on one of the windows as he continued to deflect blaster bolts from the remaining battle droids. Ometi stepped out further out onto the hood of the speeder, and Edra hunched down in his seat, flattening all his tentacles except for those gripping the steering column and altitude controls. Metal squealed and windscreen snapped off as the smaller craft slid against the bottom of the bus. The speeder's engines whined as they struggled to compensate for the extra weight, but the bus leveled out. It was still descending, but now in a semi-controlled manner. They slammed into a walkway, crushing the back of the Jedi's speeder, catapulting Ometi off the hood. He rolled in the air and got his feet under himself, and drew upon the force to slow his fall. The result was a pain in his head so sharp he blacked out. He came around to a middle-aged woman holding the sides of his face. "Please lay still," she said. "You broke both your ankles and I don't know if your neck is sound." He said. He did not know if he had actually been trying for a word. His head hurt so badly he did not actually notice the pain in his legs until she mentioned them. The sound of wrenching metal echoed across the walkway, and despite the woman's protests, Ometi pulled away from her to look. The entity held up the back of the bus while a shaking Tuolumne used his lightsaber to slice away parts of the crushed speeder. A moment later, Edra slithered out of his seat. He looked a bit singed and was oozing slightly, but did not seem badly hurt. The entity set down the bus with a grunt and wiped his hands on his pants. "Thanks for the help," the entity said. "I was really worried when that engine went out." It was cheerful for the first sentence, but its voice became scratchy and broken for the second. Tuolumne and Edra bowed and backed away, carefully to avoid coming into contact with the entity. The entity's face looked hurt for a moment, but then it flashed them a large smile and bowed in return. "If you ever need a favor, let me know." Tuolumne and Edra came to Ometi's side and the woman bowed, and then hurried over to the entity, giving him a quick hug, before disappearing into the group of refugees who were crowding into the entrance of a shoe store a few meters away. They seemed worried about another attack and Ometi couldn't blame them. The entity stayed out in the open, away from the others. He supposed the entity thought it was the main target of the assassination attempt, and was trying to limit collateral damage. It was not the action of an uncaring evil mind. He was still contemplating this when Coruscant security forces arrived. The temple, the Jedi from the other shuttles surrounded them as they disembarked. Shaw was helped out of their vehicle and herded towards the medical center. Obi-Wan was tempted to beg to go with him. Their escort's ire seemed to be directed mostly at his master, but he was just as hemmed in as they walked towards the council chambers. The council was not entirely assembled when he and Qui-Gon were all but shoved through the door to meet with them. Yoda and Mace Windu looked grim while Oppo Rancisis, Ki-Adi Mundi, and Depa Billaba appeared confused. Yariel Poof had a data pad on his lap and Obi-Wan could see them halfway through reading a report on the invasion of Naboo. The doors opened behind them and Eth Koth and Saesee Tiin strode in, skirting the small mob to find their seats. Both were perspiring and the singed sleeved on Tian's robe told Obi-Wan this meeting had interrupted a lightsaber sparring session. A moment later the holonet activated, and holograms of Sifo Dyas, Even Piel, and Plo Koon appeared transposed over their chairs. Obi-Wan looked to Yaddle's seat, but she remained entirely absent. "This is highly unorthodox," Mace Windu began. Please explain why you have requested an emergency session. The Jedi surrounding them all spoke at once, talking over each other, and not all of them were speaking basic. Obi-Wan thought he heard "doomed" in more than one language. Eventually the council made all but Coleman, Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan leave. Windu waved for Master Coleman to proceed. A little over an hour ago, numerous Jedi, myself included, felt a disturbance in the Force. This coincided with the arrival of Qui-Gon Jinn and the Naboo delegation, who brought with them 24 refugees from an outer rim world called Tatooine. Among those refugees is a humanoid with the strongest dark side presence I have ever encountered. I felt no such disturbance, Ki-Adi-Mundi said. He looked to the other council members, and received head shakes and looks of confusion in return. Nothing, Coleman asked. Any of you? Apparently not, Windu said. What happened next? We could not use the Force in its presence, Coleman said. Obi-Wan found his attention drifting as Coleman described what happened on the platform, and then Qui-Gon was called on to describe what happened on Tatooine. His master definitely added his own spin to things. Naruto's crippling presence was easily adapted to, and not an issue except at close range. Obi-Wan's terrifying meeting with the source of the darkness and near loss of self became a vision through the Force. Qui-Gon never actually lied, but he made Naruto sound, if not harmless, at least unambitious. His actions and words have been consistent, Qui-Gon said. If he had not been using all his money and skills to free slaves, and repatriate them, he could have easily left Tatooine at any time. As my report explained, he petitioned the Qui-En to come to Coruscant because I recruited his adopted brother as an initiate, and he wished to convince himself and his mother that the Order is a safe place for the boy. Why did you bring? Yariel Poof paused to check his data pad. Anakin Skywalker here. If you knew the entity would follow. I believe the Force guided me in this, so that I could bring the Chosen One to the temple, Qui-Gon said. There was a long moment of disbelieving silence. Yariel looked at his data pad again. The room erupted in chatter and Obi-Wan's attention drifted again. He felt exhausted, but worried that sleep would drop him back into a frenzied confusion of foreign emotions again. He should meditate instead. A slightly static fuzzed voice drew him back into the conversation, though not in a pleasant way. No matter how great his midichlorian count, Sifo-Dyas said, his image blurring slightly. An emotionally volatile child with such an inauspicious upbringing would not be suitable for the Order. Don't talk about Ani like that, Obi-Wan objected. Everyone in the room turned to stare at him, including Qui-Gon. Obi-Wan could feel his face turning red. Know the boy well, do you, Padawan Kenobi? Yoda asked. No, I've barely spoken to him, Obi-Wan said. I apologize, Masters. I sense a great attachment to the boy, Oppo Rancisis said. You think of him as a younger brother. No, Master, Obi-Wan said, trying to push out the alien feelings again. That isn't me, he tried to explain. Yoda closed his eyes, as did Rancisis and most of the other Masters. Obi-Wan could feel their attention through the Force. He focused on keeping his mind blank and clear of emotions, but Naruto's continued to bubble up, and the council members poked and prodded them before he could purge them. Feeling harassed more than helped by the examination, he instinctively tried to push the intruding consciousnesses back. Startled huffs mixed with the screech and scratch of sliding furniture. Qui-Gon's hand dropped onto his shoulder. But Obi-Wan had already stopped. You said that your apprentice had a vision about this entity, Windu said. Not that it had overwhelmed his mind. I am not overwhelmed, Obi-Wan said. He was mostly ignored. The Master's Council continued to question and castigate Qui-Gon, who could not turn the topic back to Anakin's possible initiation, no matter how hard he tried. Why? Oda interrupted the debate just long enough to order Master Coleman to escort Obi-Wan to the medical center. Coleman took Obi-Wan's elbow, as if he expected him to get lost or fall down without support. Now, instead of being suspicious, they thought he was enfeebled. The mind healers had him meditate, while they examined his emotional state, and then asked a long string of intrusive personal questions. After a few hours, they concluded meditation and communing with the Force were the only way to stabilize him. Obi-Wan was left alone in one of the smaller fountain rooms to get to it. He was certain a whole day had gone by when someone came to check on him. It was not Qui-Gon as he expected, but Master Yoda, followed shortly by Master Windu. He tried to rise to give a proper bow, and nearly tipped over on stiff legs. Yoda waved off the formality with a scowl on his wizened face. "Spoken to the healers, we have," Yoda said. "Not permanent. Do they think that harm is?" "That is a relief," Obi-Wan said when they seemed to want a response. "Greatly affected you were by this entity," Yoda said. "No peace can I find in your thoughts." "I have recovered enough to make my report, Master Yoda," Obi-Wan said. He did want to warn them to stay away from the entity, and he had no desire to be thought incompetent. He was surprised when Master Windu cut him off. "You can submit a written copy," Windu said. "Your master eventually gave us the whole story. We know of your vision of the entity within the humanoid, Uzumaki Naruto. We will continue to investigate, but it was inappropriate for your master to leave you in close confines with the entity, when you have not yet taken the trials for knighthood. You will not be put in that situation again. You are no longer assigned to the Naboo mission, and unless you are called before the Senate for testimony, you will not approach the Naboo or Tatooine parties again. Use this time to recover." Obi-Wan did not know if he was relieved or taken aback. After the masters left, he contemplated his motivations. He did not want to go to near Naruto again, but he wanted to complete his mission, to see the Naboo rescued and peace restored. He wanted to see the people in Hope Village return to their homes, and slavery ended. He wanted to make sure Anakin was safe. He wanted some new grenades and maybe that miniature ion cannon that was zed by the planetary security and kept in the research department. Perhaps the Masters' Council knew best. A village hidden in Hope by Mars. Part 2. 6 New Worlds, Old Weirdos. The Naboo Consulate and Diplomatic Residence. Naruto sat on the couch in the common area of their suite of rooms with his hands in his lap. It wasn't like he had never been in a fancy room before, it was just that he was usually robbing the place and busting out slaves and didn't give a crap if he wrecked everything. But as soon as Captain Panaka showed them to their temporary living space, SHMI gave them all a lecture about the fragility of expensive furniture. Now he was a little afraid to touch anything. Most of the bathrooms were full as people showered or bathed with real water for the first time in months, if not years. The sonic scrubbers on Tatooine would help peel off dead skin cells, but for most species it wasn't quite enough. After bathing, they checked in with Sualant, the Togruta who served as their medic. Panaka had offered to bring in a medical droid, but their villagers bore bumps and bruises and a couple of minor burns, but nothing time and a little antibiotic cream couldn't fix. Naruto felt some weight taken off his shoulders. But he couldn't really relax. Somebody he didn't know had taken a shot at them, and he did not think the Coruscant Planetary Security Force would be able to catch the culprit. Even if they seemed to want to. Naruto's only real experience with a functioning legal system was years ago, back in Hidden Leaf, when the Uchiha police force would track him down after a prank. His interview with the CPSF was nothing like that. Instead of glares and long lectures about civic duty and honor and property damage, he was asked the same 10 questions 100 times. Queen had sent Senator Palpatine back to talk to the police on his behalf, but it did not speed things along very much. It was the 3 Jedi who had been tailing them that finally got them released from the scene. Naruto was a bit surprised, but figured they wanted to go home badly, too, since one of them managed to break his legs. Naruto felt a little guilty about that, since he had figured out that the fox didn't just scare them. It screwed up their powers as well, or maybe being scared screwed with their powers. He didn't feel comfortable asking them directly, even if the 3 Jedis AC. Tyons made Naruto feel a little bit better about them. They rushed in to help fight the battle droids even though they were at a huge disadvantage and did not like him at all. He was still less than thrilled about letting Anakin near them. "We're on the local news," Sualant called. "What's wrong?" Anakin asked. "If the Hutts didn't know I left Tatooine, they do now," Naruto said. "Then we should work to get back as soon as possible," SHMI said. "Anakin, can you help Nililo? It looks like he's having trouble with that comm station interface." "'Cause he has no thumbs, Mom," Anakin said. "Anakin," she repeated. With a huff he shuffled over to help the Ethnician search for embassy and family contacts. A few of the refugees disappeared back to their rooms to nap, but most were still wide awake despite it being planetary night. The long ride from Tatooine hadn't given them much to do besides sleep. The recent assassination attempt hadn't helped, either. Nililo did not have any luck, since the Efnisian consulate wasn't open until the next morning. There was a scramble for the interface as soon as he moved away. Aulurnair sat for less than 10 minutes before he shouted and then began to cheer. From what Naruto could understand of the Bothan language, Aulurnair's mother's Ali's clan had a few members on Coruscant at that very moment, trading agricultural products. They could give all 5 Bothans a lift back to their homeworld, and they were making a stop at Yoraran 5, a Corellian colony, where Sualant's family had contacts. Naruto smiled and cheered and hugged at all the appropriate times. And he was happy for the 6 people who would be going home. He stomped down hard on the jealousy that tried to rear up. People had left Hope Village before. He had escorted dozens of them to the spaceport in Mos Eisley to make sure they weren't snatched and sold back into slavery. He supposed he felt a little different because now he had left Tatooine too, but still wasn't going home. He did not know any of the 25 refugees particularly well, so they wouldn't really miss each other, but given how huge his universe had become, growing from a village, to a few small countries to thousands of worlds, he knew he would likely never see any of those people again. It made him think about how he might never see anyone from Leaf Village again. Naruto had not given up on finding his way home. But even with the databases on Coruscant, he doubted he would find an obvious route to his home world. Nobody in Leaf had ever mentioned space people, and space people were definitely the kind of thing Ninja would talk about. Were they still wondering where he went? He'd been gone almost 2 years by his count. Everyone is probably a Chunin by now. By the time I get back, even Konohamaru will be a Chunin, he thought. They probably don't even remember me. I bet no one but Iruka-sensei and the old man do. Kakashi-sensei never really wanted to train any of us. He probably didn't even know I was gone until I missed my match at the exams. That old pervert sage had better have told them I didn't just run away scared. He imagined the old pervert peering over the edge of the ravine, seeing nothing at the bottom, and then walking away whistling with fake innocent expression. Naruto heard another cheer and felt his shoulders hunching up, even as he kept his smile in place. Mard Babral leapt up from the interface, rushing over to hug him. He was shouting something in Naruto's ear that wasn't basic at all, but Naruto understood, "Thank you." Aside from his mission to the Land of Waves, nobody really thanked him for anything. Now he heard it all the time. "Do you want to use the interface?" SHMI asked. "Would I really abandon everyone in hope who needs me, and loves me, to Impri? People who hated me or didn't really care one way or the other?" In his heart, Tatooine still wasn't home. He had grown to love the desert world, but he missed trees. He missed their smell and the feeling of grass in the morning and the way the tops of leaves grew waxy in the afternoon. He thought of Shrevok's description of his home world Kashyyyk, huge trees and dark undergrowth. They were both homesick for anything green. But Shrevok hadn't left with his family, even though he could have. Naruto wouldn't leave things half done either. "No thanks," Naruto said. "I'll look later. Avenue to wait for Anakin to do his Jedi thing anyway. I'm gonna go out to scout the area." "Be careful," SHMI said. Naruto nodded as he stepped out onto the balcony. He pressed a foot to the wall. Some building materials, usually on starships, were so slick he had a hard time sticking to them even with chakra, but this skyscraper was lumpy enough that he could find purchase. His skin tingled as he stepped clear of the balcony, and he assumed it was some kind of force field keeping the warm, conditioned air in. His chest hurt for a moment and he exhaled hard. Anakin had been telling him something about depressurization and altitude, but he hadn't completely understood, something about breathing out so his lungs wouldn't explode. He took a few more breaths and the pain went away. He wondered if he could do something with chakra to lessen the effect, but was too antsy to contemplate it right then. He started a slow jog around the perimeter of the building. He could see speeders zipping by above and below, but no droids paid him any suspicious attention. He did pick out a speeder full of Jedi hovering across the way. Naruto only recognized one of them from their confrontation on the landing platform earlier, and they all wore silvery jumpsuits instead of brown robes. He waved to them as he rounded the corner. None of them waved back. Naruto wondered if he would be able to ditch them, since they could sense the fox. It was a little unnerving to know they would always see him coming, especially on a planet this weird and crowded, where they could probably hide from him if they put a little more effort into it. He hadn't noticed anything about Qui-Gon Jinn that made him stand out from the humans around him, though he had not really thought to examine him when they were on the Queen's ship in close quarters. He finished his circuit of the building, which hadn't killed all that much time. He spent a few minutes staring into the city below. He could see almost a kilometer down, before the murky air obscured things. Even then there were ghostly lights in the smog, probably speeders flying along, still high above the ground. He turned and looked up. His eyes focused on the bright lights of the penthouse. The Queen's room, and probably Padme's, were up there. He figured that because Captain Panaka had emphatically told the refugees that the elevator connected to their suite would not go above their own floor, decided he would just pop in and tell Padme goodnight. The Jedi Temple. Val Tuolumne stood before the council, Edra at his side. Cal Esser Ometi, the most senior member of their group, was still in the medical center. They had given their own brief reports and now stood by as the masters watched security and traffic monitoring video of the assassination attempt, followed by the Coruscant Planetary Security Force's recording of witness statements. The hologram played out in the center of the chamber, a blue-tinged Uzumaki Naruto speaking. And Salva the Hutt, and his head of security. If Salva didn't kill him, but he probably did. And Joss Aldrex. He's a pirate, and pretty much anyone from his crew. I don't know all their names. One guy was called Ja'al, I think. And Juma Ditarar, she's a pirate too, but mostly a slaver, and her crew. And bounty hunters, and anyone who reads the bounty listings from Tatooine and is desperate for money. Naruto said. You forgot Kukela. Anakin Skywalker said from beyond the frame. Kukela. You bought Ollie's contract and freed her. He'd been trying to buy her for years, he swore to kill you. Right, and Kukela. And, aside from those 247 persons, do you have any personal conflicts which could have led to this attack? The CPSF officer asked. Anyone on Coruscant? I've only been on the planet an hour, Naruto said. More than enough time, Anakin said. I don't know, Naruto said, shrugging. Do you have slavers here? Maybe they heard we were coming. The hologram moved to another refugee. And the council lost interest. All of those in the bus had been interviewed, but the eldest male in the Skywalker family was likely the droid's target. Your opinion of the entity we would have, Yoda said. Tuolumne squared his shoulders. Uzumaki Naruto is aggressive and very capable of violence, but he seems bound by a code of behavior and loyalty to his village. I cannot make any reasoned statement about the entity. As aside from a general interference with our ability to call upon the Force, it did not involve itself with the battle, and we did not observe it beyond a general sense of dread. I concur, Edra's translator said. His presence is disturbing, but his behavior is within the bounds of reasoned sanity. For your service, we thank you, Yoda said. Dismissed you are. The two Jedi bowed and left. Though the council did not mention it, Ometi, Tuolumne, and Edra would be kept under observation. They had shown no signs of an overshadowed personality, as Obi-Wan Kenobi had, but their contact with the entity had been very brief. Know enough, we do not, Yoda said. Master Jin has volunteered to gather more information, Yeriel Poof said. Frowns were exchanged. Though Jin seemed fine, the state of his apprentice had left most of the council suspicious. Many of them worried that Jin was simply better at hiding the entity's influence than Kenobi was. It is dangerous, Poof conceded. But we must know more before we act. I do not believe we can risk waiting, Master Windu said. The longer that entity is nearby, the more damage it does. Windu was more aggressive than most Jedi, and definitely more militant than anyone else on the Master's Council. Usually, when it came to battle, they followed his lead, but provoking the entity did not strike the others as wise. They would not admit out loud that they were afraid of it, but arguments were quickly made about legality and the risk of collateral damage. Rash action will not help, Ethkoth said. Even if the lower orders are affected, we masters should not make decisions uninformed. Qui-Gon Jinn believes this boy Anakin Skywalker is extremely strong in the Force. If so, he would be in Ideal metric to determine the damage it does and if such damage is reparable. You think the boy would agree to be examined? Or that the entity would allow us access to him? Ki-Adi-Mundi asked. Anakin Skywalker came to Coruscant to be examined for candidacy, Mace Windu said. Seeing if he has been corrupted by the entity will be informative in that regard. I am uncomfortable with luring him here under false pretenses. Saci Tyan said. They wouldn't be false if, Ki-Adi-Mundi started. If he has no hope of joining the order, they are. Tyan interrupted. From your point of view. Enough, Yoda said. Debate without facts. Further useless it would be. Extend an invitation to the youngest Skywalker we will. Know if suitable he is, once test him we do. Emotions were still a bit riotous. But the rest of the council let the decision stand. Yoda was not particularly pleased, either, but he felt better with the next step decided. He climbed down from his chair and walked slowly from the chamber. Master Windu walked beside him, taking baby steps to match his pace. I would rather confront this entity directly, Windu said. Yoda cleared his throat. All your limbs you still have. Surprises me, this does. Windu raised an eyebrow, but stayed silent as he shuffled along beside the ancient Jedi Master. They could say, patience, back and forth all day, but it would not change either of their natures. The droid attack, investigating we are, Yoda said, shows this does, more than two sides in conflict. His enemy likely knows more about him than we do, Windu said. Then find this enemy, we should, Yoda said. Free time, do you have? Windu strode away, leaving Yoda to amble slowly through the cavernous halls of the temple. He could have taken his hover chair, but knew He needed the exercise to maintain his health. He let his mind wander, but did not try to meditate. Meditation no longer brought the peace it once did. The Naboo consulate and diplomatic residence. Palpatine closed the door and for a moment considered just falling into bed and passing out. He clenched his fists and focused. A spark, a hot coal flared up, fed by his anger, loathing, and hate. It cons. You med the impurities of weakness and fear. He felt his strength returning. Darth Sidious had met a mere boy whose hatred eclipsed his own, but he would not bow to it. He would not cower. He would find a way to slay this stronger opponent, or use him to further his own goals. He took a few measured breaths, and walked to his comm station. His back was straight as he sat down and got to work. He looked over the Coruscant Planetary Security Forces files, and found they had made no progress in their investigation into the battle droid attack. The droids' memory cores had self-destructed completely when they were incapacitated. He looked over video of the attack. The way the boy fought was almost unprecedented, even in the secret histories of the Sith. The Witches of Dathomir were the closest CE practitioners he could find, and even they could not create physically solid copies of themselves, only illusions in those with weak minds. The Jedi had sensed Uzumaki while Sidious had remained blind to him until he was only a few meters away. He wondered if his efforts to reduce the Jedi's ability to use the Force had somehow damaged himself as well. Sidious needed to know if the boy had noticed him in return. Both on the landing platform and in the aftermath of the droid attack, the boy had acted oblivious, appearing to believe his disguise as an elderly bureaucrat. No matter how hard Sidious focused on him, he could sense nothing beyond the boiling vortex of hatred. Instead of hiding his connection to the dark side, the boy seemed to revel in it, all while wearing a cheerful smiling mask. Padme was completely fooled by the act, thinking the boy some small-time hero from a backwater world. It was easy to see the teenaged queen was allowing her hormones to cloud her already limited ability to reason. He doubted Uzumaki had any interest in the incompetent regent, beyond accessing resources through her, but he did not want to share a pawn. He needed a lot more information about Uzumaki Naruto before he could confront him. He set a few programs searching for records of the boy, sending inquiries to various information brokers in the Outer Rim. He got immediate responses from Hers and Slavers. Uzumaki had put a lot of resources into freeing slaves. Sidious wondered at the boy's motivation. Perhaps it was just a long-term plan to draw zealots to his cause, or grow an easily manipulated political base. Perhaps Uzumaki held the practice of slavery in contempt, since slavery reduced free will, and therefore reduced chaos. Sidious could understand wanting to weaken the Hutts. They were resistant to manipulation through the Force, and annoyingly smart despite their excessive egos. He decided the Hutts would get credit for the droid attack, and set about leaving a false trail. CPSF would find it eventually. And since they did not pursue leads off-world, it was unlikely anyone else would. He considered and then dismissed the Jedi. They would not be able to trace the attack to him. But it had the unfortunate side effect of hemming the consulate in with Jedi and CPSF agents, there to watch Uzumaki and the Queen. This new level of scrutiny would interfere with many of his plans, but he had room to work with. He had overestimated the Jedi, and overreacted, but he had learned from the failed attack on the boy. Uzumaki was possessive of the Tatooine refugees, and Thog. He doubted there was any real bond between them. They seemed necessary to the boy's plans. That attachment could be used to harm him. He sent a coded message to his apprentice, ordering him to ignore the stay-away order he had previously issued. Darth Maul claimed he had not made contact with the Queen or even landed on Tatooine, and the Queen's report seemed to match Maul's, but Uzumaki may have. Used his abilities to subvert either or both of them. Sidious would have to confirm Maul's loyalty. He brought up the feed from the cameras hidden in the guest suites. SHMI Skywalker did not react as the lens focused on her. But her son shivered and looked up. Padme sat at her workstation, staring blankly as incoming messages scrolled by. Thousands of Naboo citizens, who were off-world when the blockade began, were now trying to get information on their family and friends. She had nothing to tell them, and knew she should be catching up on sleep, but she could not seem to find the energy to walk to her bed. Red text caught her eye and she tapped the message, a follow-up report on the droid attack from CPSF. A quick read-through did not provide any new information, though it did final. Lee acknowledged that either the refugees from Tatooine or the pilot of the party bus were the targets, rather than any Naboo political representatives, so the attack was no longer considered an assassination attempt. Now it was just another almost murder. According to Palpatine, Naruto did not seem particularly surprised, or even bothered by the attack. She knew Naruto was used to danger, but even watching the security vids left her shaking. She struggled not just with fear, but with guilt. If she had not brought him along, would this have happened? How had Naruto's enemies known he was here? Had she given away his location somehow? For a moment she wondered if the Jedi had something to do with the attack, though a Jedi sending a droid to assassinate someone was nearly impossible to imagine. She knew Qui-Gon did not want Naruto to come to Coruscant, but at the same time the Jedi Master wanted Anakin Skywalker to go to their temple. Even if he were willing to set up a murder, Padme doubt he would be so sloppy as to leave Anakin in the crossfire. Jedi had probably not sent the droids, but they were still a threat to Naruto. The confrontation at the platform had obviously not resolved anything, and they would probably take action soon. She wondered if she could convince Naruto to stay inside the embassy until it was time for him to return to Tatooine. As a queen in a tiny patch of sovereign territory, she could protect him from political maneuvering, at least. She could arrange for SHMI to meet with fundraising groups at the embassy so Naruto would not feel the need to escort her around the planet to protect her. But that did nothing about Anakin's candidacy for the Jedi Temple. She looked out her window at the speeding city traffic, towering buildings and endless activity. She slumped, knowing she'd never be able to convince Naruto to stay in the building, hiding under her royal skirts. She blushed at the mental picture that inspired, suddenly glad she was just thinking, instead of bouncing ideas off Sabe. She stood and walked to the window, intending to turn it opaque before attempting to sleep. From the corner of her eye, she saw motion at the far side of the frame and heard a thump. She thought a bird had hit the transparisteel, and somehow stuck, but realized it wasn't a bird, it was a hand. She almost shrieked when Naruto popped up over the frame to look at her. There was too much insulation to hear his words, but he smiled, and made lifting motions with his free hand. Obviously he wanted her to open it. She deactivated the shield and did. He hopped inside, as if it wasn't odd to climb up the side of a building in the middle of the night. "Hi, Padme," Naruto said, smiling. "I was thinking about him and he just showed up. I wonder if that's fate." She shook herself, knowing that she was being foolish. She reactivated the shield, hoping Captain Panaka had given up hovering over the security station and turned in for the night. She was certain He would overreact to finding a boy in her room. He would probably imagine all sorts of untoward things were going on. She fought down another blush as she found herself starting to do the same. "Hello, Naruto," she said, smiling back. He did not seem angry, so she supposed he wasn't going to complain that she had sent Senator Palpatine back to check on him, instead of arriving in person. She realized she was just standing there smiling at him, and looked around desperately for some safe topic of conversation. "I'm afraid there is no new information on the attack," Padme said. I was just looking over Her Highness's speech for the Senate," she added, noticing that particular data pad on her bedside table. Naruto picked up the pad without invitation and dropped down in a chair. He squinted suspiciously at the data pad as he scrolled through it. "What do you think?" Padme asked. "There are a lot of words here," Naruto said, as if struggling to find something nice to say. "I don't get it. I thought your village was going to war. Why's there all this stuff about shipping regulations? That's what the war is about. The Trade Federation wants more money than is reasonable to provide access to and from Naboo. We refused to pay and filed with the Senate to be declared independent traders. The Trade Federation then blockaded our planet to prevent all trade, and sent armies to take control of our government. Tomorrow evening the Queen is going to petition the Republic for military intervention. So the Trade Federation isn't a village, I mean, a world. You can't just take out our base while they're all hanging around your planet. Our military on Naboo is very small and at the moment it is grounded," she said. "Even if it wasn't, the Republic would never approve retaliatory action. I thought you just had to get the message here and the Republic would send you ships," Naruto said. "This seems really slow and unhelpful. They are very bogged down by bureaucracy," Padme allowed. "But there hasn't been a major war in nearly 3 decades. I guess that's good," Naruto said. "What do you think the speech needs?" she asked. "Oh, I don't know," Naruto said. "I'm not good at formal stuff. Usually if I think something should be said, I just say it. Sometimes I don't even think it first." Padme failed to suppress a giggle. "So you don't have a problem with public speaking?" No. If there's no one around, why would you be talking anyway?" "I suppose that makes sense," she said. "This kind of reminds me of something that happened on my first C-rank mission," Naruto said, fiddling with the data pad. "Except with spaceships, instead of boats and ninja." "I would like to hear about it," Padme said, picking up on his reluctance. A few tales of his adventures on Tatooine during their short acquaintance, but his homeworld tended to be glossed over. He launched into a story that she would have dismissed as complete exaggeration, had she not seen the video of Naruto's defense of the bus. He described an evil businessman, Gato, who tried to control a small nation of islands by cutting off trade, and then sending in his enforcers to kill those who protested his rule. Both the businessman and one of the last islanders to keep resisting him, a bridge builder named Tanzuna, had hired ninja. Gato hired a group of experienced rogue ninja from the Bloody Mist. Tanzuna hired a rookie team from Leaf, eager for their first mission outside their home village. Tanzuna failed to mention Gato had ordered his death, leapt out of the puddle, and their chain cut Kakashi-sensei into 100 pieces. Naruto said just as the door burst open. Captain Panaka rushed in. He had his blaster out, and put it away with obvious hesitancy, though he could see she and Naruto were just sitting and talking. "We received a message from the Jedi Temple," Panaka said, scowling. "It is addressed to Anakin Skywalker. I was going to ask you how we should present it to the party from Tatooine. Since one of them is present, he can alert them and I will forward it to their main comm terminal." "Sounds good," Naruto said with an oblivious smile. "I will go as well, in case there are any political implications to discuss," Padme said. Panaka frowned. He did not try to stop her, but nearly trod on her heels as they entered the elevator, and then stood between her and Naruto with a less than professional scowl. The doors opened on a scene of bustling activity, but most people stopped to stare when their small party entered the common room. "Hey, Ani," Naruto said. "There old be a message on the computer thing about the Jedi thing." Anakin scrambled to the comm, with SHMI shuffling after, wringing her hands. Padme and Naruto looked over her shoulders. It was a formal invitation to be examined for initiation into the Jedi Order. The message was plain text instead of a hologram. Padme thought it was to purposely reduce what they could read into it: body language, tone, facial expressions. The message was signed by Eth Koth, rather than Qui-Gon Jinn. There was an addendum that made them all suspicious. Number friends or family members may attend, as it may skew testing, Padme read. Are you sure it really means that? Naruto asked. 'Cause sometimes the test is about how well you can cheat. They usually give the test to 2- and 3-year-olds, Padme said. I don't think your scores will be helped by subterfuge. SHMI fiddled with the data pad. We can't even bring him to the temple. I think Captain Panaka is free tomorrow morning. I'm sure he will be glad to escort Anakin. Captain Panaka did not look glad, but nodded politely to SHMI. Naruto, with a look of pained concentration, used the interface to bring up a local map of the temple, public transit stops, and neighboring buildings. An SHMI Mama Sama and I can tour the Ko-Gul Trek Museum across the street here, Naruto said, pointing at a large square building on the map. That's not a museum, dummy, Anakin said. It's a textile factory. We'll say we're foreign merchants and insist on a tour before we invest our millions of credits with their company, Naruto said. That won't work. No one will believe you know anything about business, Anakin said. You'll get Mom arrested. All right. Not businessmen, exotic dancers. Mom is not. He is teasing you, SHMI said. Besides, Padme added, you don't know the gender or the species of the factory owner. You underestimate my allure, Naruto said, jumping to his feet dramatically. Don't get naked, Anakin shrieked. The queen is calling, Captain Panaka shouted over everyone. Padme, SHMI, Anakin, and Naruto all turned to stare at him. On the comm, Panaka said, holding up the small, silent device. High priority. The small group exchanged a round of incredulous looks. Then we should not leave her waiting, Padme said. Good night, all of you. The refugees chorused, good night. In return, and Padme allowed herself to be herded into the elevator. The ride back to the Queen's penthouse was in somewhat strained silence. A Village Hidden in Hope by Mars. Part 2. 7 New Worlds, Old Weirdos. The Naboo Consulate and Diplomatic Residence. The gruel his mother cooked up for breakfast wasn't as bland as what they usually ate in Hope, but the flavoring agents were unfamiliar, and Anakin found himself stuck halfway through the bowl. Guilt and a lifetime of deprivation reminded him other people in the universe were starving, and he might not get anything else to eat for the rest of the day. He gave his bowl a baleful stare, and choked down another spoonful. Nervous? Sualant asked. Humans regurgitate when they are nervous, correct? I'm not that nervous, Anakin said, annoyed that he had admitted to it at all. He had no idea what the Jedi would expect him to do for the test, but Padme had said it was usually for very small children, so it couldn't be that hard. Master Jin seemed to think he would do well, and he was an expert. Anakin looked over at the comm interface. It was a decent model, but it didn't have the processing power to slice into a complex security system. He hadn't packed much of his gear. Just a few of the basics they used for overriding slaver implants. He did not know what kind of protocols the Jedi had in place, but he thought he could probably break into the temple's low-priority streams. Of course, they probably would not store test answers there. Stupid Naruto, giving me stupid ideas. He stabbed his spoon into his gruel again. The Jedi were all about honesty and heroism and things like that. They wouldn't encourage people to cheat. Where's Naruto? Anakin asked. He left with Nililo, SHMI said. He couldn't get through to his consulate through the comm system, so they went in person. He may not be back by the time you leave, but he said to wish you good luck. Anakin wasn't sure if he was disappointed or not. Naruto hadn't woken him to say good luck and goodbye, or ask him 1,000 annoying questions about how to use the comm unit, or the rehydrators, or the lights. Did that mean Naruto was mad at him? Or had he just forgotten him now that there was a big exciting planet to explore? Anakin was still brooding when his mother settled her hands on his shoulders. Have you finished? She asked. Yes, Mom, he replied. Captain Panaka is going to meet you in the embassy's lobby in 25 minutes, SHMI said. You should brush your teeth. Okay, he said. He expected her to let go, but her hands stayed in place. She wasn't holding him hard enough to actually pin him in place. But with her standing behind the chair, he couldn't push back without risking her toes. Mom. Yes, she said. Anakin had a very strong feeling that she wanted him to declare that his stomach hurt. That he wanted to go back to bed, and not to the temple, to the Jedi. Though still sitting securely in the chair, he felt extremely unbalanced. He exhaled, and cleared his thoughts, using a meditation technique Master Jin had taught him on the flight from Tatooine. He felt centered. Mom, I'm going to be late. Of course, Ani, she said, releasing him so he could scamper to their room. He was not sure what he would need for the test, so he put on his standard mission gear. Everything but the blaster was concealed within his clothing. His mother hovered over him as they boarded the elevator. They arrived in the lobby just before Panaka did. Anakin studied Captain Panaka, hoping to practice for the upcoming test. Master Jin had told him the impressions he got were transmitted to him through the Force. All Anakin got from the captain was a sense of annoyance, and that did not require any supernatural insight. It was pretty obvious from the look on his face. Are you ready to depart, Mr. Skywalker? The captain asked. Yes, sir, Anakin said. Goodbye, Mom. I'll tell you all about it. Way of saying goodbye, she caught him in a surprisingly strong hug. That crushed all the air out of his lungs. She did not let him go until the captain cleared his throat. I will see you this evening, SHMI said. Do your best. I will, Anakin said, wondering at her emphasis. They took an elevator down a few hundred floors and crossed a long walkway to a public transport station. Anakin hoped they would rent their own speeder, but he doubted the captain would agree to let him pilot. Instead they lined up for the hired taxis. It did not take Anakin long to notice the Gamorrean waddling up to join the line behind them. I know it's you, Naruto. Go back before you get me kicked out, Anakin said. The large porcine being stared blankly at him. A bubble of snot formed and burst in the Gamorrean's left nostril. Captain Panaka looked back and forth between them. A few other people in the line were staring as well. You stink, Naruto, but not enough, Anakin added. The Gamorrean gave a snorting squeaky sigh and vanished in a puff of smoke. In its place stood a grinning humanoid in an orange jumpsuit. Yeah, okay, Naruto said. Next time I'll bring the garbage along instead of just rolling in it. You are so gross, Anakin said. But an awesome kind of gross, right? Naruto asked, smiling. No, Anakin said, scowling, though secretly pleased he had not been forgotten. I just came by with some advice, Naruto said. Don't screw up. Yeah, that's the best advice ever, Anakin said. Also, I wanted to give you something. Naruto said. What? Good luck, Noogie, Naruto declared. Anakin tried to dodge but Naruto was still much faster. The old boy caught him in a headlock and drilled his knuckles into Anakin's scalp. Anakin pulled a knife out of his sleeve and stuck it into the back of Naruto's thigh. The clone was still cackling as it exploded into smoke. A few of the people on the platform were gawking, and quite a few had given up their place in the line for a better view of the scuffle. Anakin scowled. Was that a hologram? Panaka asked. No, Anakin said. It's just something Naruto does because he is the most annoying person in the universe. Captain Panaka nodded in genuine agreement, and hustled him to the next open taxi. The sensation of stretching was overpowered by the quick, sharp ripping that separated him from himself. Naruto looked over at Naruto, and then recalled the plan. He used the transformation technique. To become a middle-aged human male with boring brown clothes. He felt the drain on his chakra. He could probably change shape 3 or 4 more times before running out. If he could stick with this boring disguise, he'd last for a couple of days before dispelling. Don't get caught, Naruto said. I know, Naruto replied. As a clone, he wasn't exactly worried about personal safety, but some Jedi. I had seen him use his shadow clone technique to defend the bus, and they could probably put 1 and 1 together and come up with clone. On the plus side, the Jedi did not react as badly to the clones as they did to his real solid self. The more he observed them, the more he was certain they were entirely hung up on the fox. Even if they didn't seem to have it in for him, or at least his passenger. Naruto still would not have been comfortable letting Anakin go anywhere alone. The planetary information system didn't tell him as much about the temple as he wanted to know, so he decided to scout it out. And if he heard Anakin calling for help, or heard a shifty Jedi planning to stuff him in a sack or some such thing, he'd be able to let himself know, right away. The original Naruto handed high MA credit chip so he could take the tram over to the temple, instead of wasting chakra trying to run up, down and over various miles-high buildings in order to get there. He arrived a little after Anakin, but he was pretty sure his younger brother wouldn't be on the lookout for him, having caught his tail already. The security wasn't terrible. Retinal scanners and touch DNA readers controlled access through the lower-level doors. But the security wasn't great, either. It looked like just about anyone with a speeder could land on the upper-level docks, and it wouldn't have been much of a chore to just drop down on the roof from a ship passing over. He saw a few security cameras that would likely see him if he did such a thing, but there were no gun turrets or other active guards against intrusion. He supposed the Jedi thought they were quick enough to catch anyone the cameras saw. Naruto found a service entrance and pondered walking in as a droid, but Anakin had told him about dead radio frequency bursts that machines used to identify each other. While he waited, an opportunity presented itself. A mechanized cart rolled by. The top was closed, but he could smell fruit through the vents. He transformed into an orange, and dropped onto the little ledge projecting from the back of the cart. He rode passively into the kitchen. Once inside, he was scooped up by a droid and tossed into a compost bin. He gave it a 30 count and then transformed again, this time into a rat. He climbed up out of the bin and, when the droid's back was turned, he scampered away. He had used up half his charka, but he figured his job was half done, since he did not have to worry about getting back outside again. He only ran into 2 other small animals as he explored the building. He OSED that was a point for the temple in terms of sanitation. That was balanced against the bland nature of the building in general. Long gray hallways with polished floors, free of decoration, ornament or personality. Naruto could understand that in a hospital or a court or something, but Anakin was going to be living here. It took him longer than he expected to find the students. The temple seemed to be mostly empty space. He found empty dormitories and empty classrooms and a small nursery with 3 babies asleep inside. He finally found a group of 12 small children, somewhere between 5 and 7 years of age. Gathered in a gymnasium. There was no teacher in sight, so he decided to get some more direct information. He scampered into an alcove and transformed into a small brunette human child. Dressed in loose tan clothes, he sidled up to a blue-skinned humanoid kid who was standing a little away from the others. "Hi," Naruto said. "I'm new. How's all this work?" The kid stared at him. "Do you like it here?" Naruto asked. The kid shifted, and reached out to tug on Naruto's sleeve. "Are you sure you are here? You don't feel like you're here." "I'm not really. I'm more like a shadow, but back to my question. Do you like living at the temple, and all the Jedi training and stuff? Is training fun, hard, boring, awesome?" I don't know. Why are you a shadow?" "It makes multitasking easier," Naruto said. "Do you like this class?" The kid shrugged. "We're not supposed to talk. We're supposed to meditate until the teacher gets here." After that the kid only shushed him, and insisted he wait for the teacher. Deciding that the teacher would probably notice an extra student, Naruto slipped out of the gym and found stairs leading to an observation area. The teacher, a tall humanoid with a very long neck, had the kids get up and run a few laps around the gym. None of them mentioned the mysterious kid who wandered in and wandered out. Most of them did not even speak unless asked a direct question. All the kids were incurious, polite, and unopinionated. Naruto hadn't seen any of them pushing or shoving, or trying to wipe boogers on each other, or any of the other fun idiocy that little kids get up to. There was no shrieking or hair pulling. There was a little bit of laughter, but it was quickly and apologetically stifled. Even the fighting was overly civilized. Kids that went wild were pulled off the mat and left in the corner to meditate. He watched for another half hour, and then went back to scouting, still in his 5-year-old guise. He did his best to avoid direct contact with other people, though a few Jedi nodded to him, and one old lady patted his tea lurking in one of the cafeterias and gossiping, but decided adults wouldn't bother talking to a kid, and if he changed into an adult and didn't dispel from chakra exhaustion, he didn't really know enough about the Jedi to pretend to be one. Eventually he found a cavernous room he assumed was the library, and decided to lurk under desks and behind shelves, listening in on conversations. It seemed like all these people ever talked about was work, and not even the cool kind of work talk, like, "I once had to decapitate a Muslarkian fanged fish with a broken beer bottle," or, "We should totally practice blowing stuff up." It was all logistics this and politics that. Naruto supposed a peacekeep ing force should know about all that boring stuff, but it seemed like they talked about that and nothing else. Anakin already had a seriously repressed sense of fun, and Naruto didn't think he'd benefit it from the fun-ectomy these Jedi all seemed to have. Qui-Gon Jinn seemed to have a sense of humor. He couldn't be the only cool Jedi, could he? "You aren't supposed to be here unescorted, youngling," a light tenor voice called. Naruto looked up and saw a tall Chalactin in a gray jumpsuit looking down at him. Naruto wasn't an expert on Chalactin, but thought he looked amused rather than suspicious. "Right, sorry," Naruto said, in his best innocent little kid voice. "I was just looking up something before class." "Perhaps I can help you," the Chalactin said. "What were you looking for?" "I wanted to find out where babies come from," Naruto said, thinking it was the most awkward thing a kid could ask. He hoped to be given a pamphlet and an awkward shove out the door. "For what species?" the Jedi asked, completely unbothered. "Human perhaps. Your species actually has a fairly simple reproductive cycle since there are only 2 genders and each contribute half the genetic material to the offspring, not counting mitochondrial DNA." Of course, Naruto almost sighed in relief. Even if he hadn't managed to scare the Jedi off with his question, at least the man was one of those adults who got cryptically technical. So he could drift off instead of stimulation of external genitalia. The Chalactin talked for 15 minutes straight. And then he gave Naruto a pamphlet. The Naboo Consulate and Diplomatic Residence. It took Naruto almost a half hour to run out of patience. Here his clones had escorted the last of the refugees to their respective consulates or business contacts, and he really didn't have anything else planned besides waiting for Anakin to come back. He supposed he could try to butt in on Shmi's meeting with the charity ladies, but he didn't think he'd be able to sit out it without saying something less than socially acceptable. He considered attempting to deliver a lunch to the temple that Anakin had forgotten, but was pretty sure the Jedi wouldn't buy that excuse. He couldn't sneak up on them the way his clones could, and since it hadn't dispelled itself, he assumed it was doing all right. He turned to the comm station and tried to find information on the local pit fighting rings. But the comm just kept giving him alerts from the CPSF that pit fighting was illegal, as was betting on pit fighting. He was trying searches for alternate names for pit fighting, which the locals must use to get around that rule, when a message from Padme came in. It was text only, but Naruto, after an intense stare down with the comm, managed to open it rather than erase it. "Chancellor has postponed our meeting again. We will return late." It wasn't exactly an invitation, but Naruto was struggling to keep himself occupied. Finding the Senate wasn't too difficult, since it was considered a tourist attraction. He had to admit he was impressed with the size of the buildings, if not their odd cubes around a mushroom style. The complex was probably as big as all of Hidden Leaf Village. And the Hokage's tower could have fit inside the lobby and not even touched the walls or ceiling. He paid for the tour, which had helpfully included a holographic display pad with pictures of the Chancellor's past and present. He knew from Padme that the man's name was Valorum, but a picture is always the best way to make sure you have the right target. Despite their tour guide's glowing speech about the peerless security system, it wasn't too hard to sneak away from the group. He had honestly had more trouble getting around bouncers in Mos Eisley's dive bars. While security was not a problem, the size of the building was. There were no convenient signs to guide him to the Chancellor. He had tried asking one of the protocol droids he found wandering the halls, but it would not tell him without a confirmed appointment with the guy. Finally he just decided to go where the security was tighter, figuring he could follow the gradient, and find the head of the Senate in the hardest place to get to. Naruto walked past a pretty likely suite of offices a few times under different henges, once as a Keldor and once as a protocol droid to practice their silly walk. The door had 2 human, or at least humanoid guards outside, and there was a fairly pricey-looking scanner built into the frame. Of course that kind of equipment only helped when you bothered to use it. Naruto stuff. Ed the weapons he had snuck through the tour security checkpoint into a service panel and then lurked in an adjoining hallway. He waited for someone leaving the office to turn the corner and pass him. In this case an overweight Thalothian in a gray toga, and then used a henge to copy his form. He walked up to the door with his eyes searching the ground. "I've dropped a data disk," Naruto said. The guards opened the door without his even asking. He walked down a short hallway with thick red carpets. He had hoped to find Padme and the Queen's party in a waiting room or something, so he dropped his disguise. Instead, the hallway led right into a large office. Chancellor Valorum sat behind a desk reading a data pad with huge windows at his back, another big security flaw in Naruto's book. "Hey mister, can I talk to you for a minute?" Naruto asked. The man did not look startled, so he must have heard the door, but he did look a little confused. "I'm sorry," he said. "Did we have an appointment?" "No. The door was open so I came in," Naruto said. "You're the leader of the Republic, right?" The Chancellor nodded while trying to subtly push a button under the edge of the desk, probably to call in the guards. "Or maybe to fire them." "How did you get in here?" the Chancellor asked. "I bought the ticket," Naruto said, holding up the little holographic display he had been loaned at the tour admission as proof. "Mostly I was trying to find Padme. She said the Queen had an appointment to talk to you but you kept moving it later and later, so I figured I'd come by and see what's up." "You were with the Naboo delegation?" the Chancellor asked. "What? Oh, no, not really," Naruto said, realizing he could make things worse for Padme if he pissed this guy off. "They just gave us a ride to this planet. But they're all pretty upset about being invaded. I figured since all those people and the worlds they represent agreed to do what you say, you could just order the Trade Federation out of there. Or send in the army if they won't go, right? Doesn't seem like it should take this long." The Chancellor shook his head. He seemed pretty nervous even though Naruto was doing his best not to look threatening. "I have only limited powers. The Senate must vote on any action as extreme as military intervention." "Well, then how do you deal with pirates and things like that?" Naruto asked. "Local police forces usually deal with the crimes that occur in system. But if they can't, you send people to help them, don't you?" "Well yes, but, so aren't those trade guys being pirates? They can't legally hold people hostage on a planet and take their stuff, right?" he asked, genuinely confused, since the Chancellor didn't seem like a bad guy. "The Trade Federation does have authority to refuse licensing and service to any government that does not honor their contract D. I thought the Republic didn't allow hostages as part of contracts," Naruto said. "That doesn't sound all that much better than the Hutt's system. I'm pretty sure the Queen didn't sign the contract either way. It seems like you could help if you really wanted to. You don't understand. Taking any kind of heavy-handed act. Ion would divide the Senate and cost me my place as Chancellor, and all the projects, all the things I've been trying to accomplish would be swept away by my replacement. As what you're trying to do. Worth more than a whole planet full of people. And if they get away with it once, they'll do it again. That's how bandits and pirates and missing nin work. Missed, you've got a chance to do something right. Not politically right, or smart. Just plain right. Maybe you'll get in trouble for it, but doing right isn't usually easy. It's memorable, though. You want to be remembered, don't you? People who take big steps get remembered. But many are remembered as fools for taking a big step in the wrong direction. Do you really think helping Naboo is wrong?" At that moment a dozen armored men rushed into the office, along with AR-879B battle droid. Naruto didn't make any sudden moves, but he didn't think he had to. If these were the guys the button had summoned, they had taken their sweet time in arriving. "Please escort this young man out of the building," the Chancellor said. "And update the security protocols for the tour groups." Naruto supposed that was better than being escorted to jail. He considered pushing his luck and asking to be taken to the Naboo royal party instead, but thought better of it. He did send a clone to get the weapons he had left in the panel, but decided he would wait for Padme outside the Jedi Temple. Anakin Skywalker sat in a little tent in the middle of a cavernous room. The fabric was thick enough to keep out light and what little outside sound was present. but not so thick that he felt trapped by it. Master Plo Koon had left him there almost 20 minutes ago with instructions to meditate. Anakin wondered if this is where the nap break occurred for normal candidates. He had spent most of the morning taking tests, academic and medical. He was sure he passed the basic literacy, math, and science questions, which were followed by more and more difficult questions on coding, mechanics, and engineering. He doubted many 3-year-olds were asked about shearing stresses and re-entry speed. After that he was left standing on a scanner for almost an hour while a medical droid asked him questions about his diet and how well he slept. A female Togruta stood against the wall for the duration, saying nothing, but staring intently. Her expressio reminded him a little of buyers in the slave markets. "I'm here because I want to be," he told himself. He shifted in the dark quiet space, trying to find a comfortable way to fold his legs. He could hear his heart beating and his own breath. He stretched a little. "You sit in there in the dark, and I'll zap myself with this shock prod, and whoever gives up first loses, right?" Anakin still wondered how neither of them had noticed Mom standing in the doorway behind them. She was definitely madder at Naruto that time. Frowning in the darkness, he shifted again. He wished he had his data pad to fiddle with. But the Jedi had confiscated all of his equipment and weapons at the first security checkpoint. Mater Jin had not been there to meet him, and he wondered what he should read into that. The other masters were worried Master Jin would help him cheat to get a better score. Meditating, he told himself. I am supposed to be meditating. He lay down on his back and folded his arms under his head. He tried to empty his mind, pushing out thoughts before they could really form as he looked up into the darkness. As he watched, the darkness lightened into gray and then into the pale featureless brightness of a desert sky. Shadow passed over him. A cloud of sand drifted to the dunes in front of him and settled with unnatural speed, revealing two people. A pale-skinned human with dark red hair and dark rings around his eyes stood next to a female figure of about equal height. The human wore a loose brown tunic and trousers and had a huge gourd strapped to his back. The woman was covered head to toe in a hooded off-white robe. The hood covered her face completely, without even eye holes to see through. The woman pointed towards the horizon, where a glimmer of light suddenly erupted into a huge ball of fire. The ground began to rumble and a shockwave blasted towards the pair. The red-haired human raised his hand and sand flowed up from the dune they stood upon, forming a dome over the two. Just before the dome closed, the red-haired boy turned toward Anakin, and he saw a symbol tattooed in red on the boy's forehead. Anakin sat up, staring into the darkness. He'd only had a couple of waking visions, and those were only ever about people he knew. He wondered if this was part of the test. He wished for his data pad so he could at least jot down some notes. Maybe the scion of those strangers was something he was supposed to report. It felt like a long time before he was able to push thoughts and feelings away again, but a new vision faded in almost immediately when he did. Anakin saw a dim, circular room, ringed with throne-like chairs, surrounded by floor-to-ceiling windows. Through the windows he saw familiar buildings, and realized the room was somewhere in the Jedi Temple, higher. But on the same side as the landing platform he had entered the building from. He wondered if he was about to see the next part of the test, but was slightly annoyed that it would take until after dark to get there. Light from neighboring buildings reflected off the floor in dozens of eyes. Small figures leaned out from behind the chairs, trying to see something without making an obvious silhouette. Anakin tried to turn and look, but could not move. Are they coming? A high voice whispered. They'll find us. We should run, another said. Knight Grolan said to hide until he got back. He's already dead. Quote, be quiet, someone's coming. There were hisses and whispers, but the children weren't entirely silent until the doors behind Anakin opened. There was a sizzling noise, and red light flooded the room. With a great effort he turned. He saw only blackness. Anakin sat up and flailed around until his hands found the fabric of the tent. He scrambled out into the dimly lit room. Anakin Skywalker, a voice called. Anakin turned and saw an elderly Zabrok in a tan tunic staring at him. Anakin gulped down the angry, frightened feelings that were making his stomach flip. Yes, sir, that's me. Quote, I am Knight Emerth Tall. I am here to escort you to the council room for the next part of the test. Yes, sir, Anakin said, hurrying away from the tent. They set off down a long hallway. As they walked, a sense of déjà vu made Anakin's nerves jangle again. Sir, is there a knight named Grolin? Anakin asked. There is a Padawan by that name, the Elder L.Y. Jedi replied as they stepped into an elevator that looked similar to the others Anakin had ridden that day. That had to be why it felt so familiar. They crossed another hallway and a large set of doors slid open. The ring of throne-like chairs was just the same. CPSF had concluded that someone from Tatooine, likely the Hutts, had organized the assassination attempt with local criminals, but Mace was not convinced. Though the battle droids' memory circuits were destroyed beyond recovery, their broken metal bodies had a great deal to say. The corrosion on their metal armor was consistent with being stored outside on Coruscant for several years, without maintenance. Their antenna relays were oxidized, but not badly, which meant they were probably high above ground level, and out of direct sunlight. While he studied the forensics, he envisioned the droids dropping out of under the balconies of several high-class apartments, and slipping unnoticed into the traffic streams. The droids must have had up-to-date traffic transponders, set off any alarms until they started shooting. He sent a request to the CPSF Traffic Authority for data on any transponders that had cut out during the battle in the area. The instant reply of, none matching the criteria found, did not convince him he was on the wrong track. He knew the speeder flown by Knight Edra had lost its transponder during the battle. They had already received a citation for it. He next read over the reports of all the Jedi who were present at the initial disembarkation of the Tatooine group, but they were too distracted by Uzumaki Naruto to recall much about air traffic on their way to and from that confrontation. None of the Jedi had noticed Uzumaki's younger brother. Mace brought up footage from the temple speeders, zooming in on Anakin Skywalker, and then panning over to Qui-Gon Jinn. A high midichlorian count was not enough to become an initiate. A youngling must also show some propensity for accessing the Force, whether consciously or not. But more importantly, a candidate must show an evenness of temper. Though small children were rarely exactly like their adult selves, it was rare for a volatile child to grow into a calm adult. Force sensitivity could exacerbate even minor flaws in character. He frowned and brought up Anakin Skywalker's tests on his screen. Aside from an astoundingly high midichlorian count, the boy was physically a fairly average young human. There were no signs that growing in proximity to Uzumaki had stunted him in any particular way. Academically, Skywalker was brilliant in everything except for emotional intelligences. Mace flipped through the healers' and teachers' reports. The boy would likely be easy to fluster, and his attachment to his home and family was obvious even without a deep psychological evaluation. He wondered why Qui-Gon thought the boy would be a good candidate. Many candidates were found by masters or knights in the course of their work, instances of happenstance that many Jedi believed were manifestations of the will of the Force. Some candidates were brought to the attention of the Jedi by their parents. Though levitating toddlers were rare, they were not unheard of, and in the core worlds at least, it was not hard to send a request to the temple for an evaluation. Mace checked the time, and then closed his workstation down. It was a lengthy walk to the council chambers, since he had not moved to closer quarters when he was elected to the council. Yoda had teased him about forming an attachment to his room, but he would not be goaded into moving nearer to the initiates' quarters and the nursery. He arrived before Skywalker, but the other masters were assembled. Mace Windu watched Anakin Skywalker as he was introduced to the council. The boy turned toward each master as their name was given, obviously nervous and uncertain of the proper protocol. The boy did not stand out from other humans. He was neither ugly nor pretty, neither shy nor charismatic. The only thing Mace really noted was a sense of foreboding. He sat in his chair and felt that if he looked up, he'd see a boulder, poorly balanced, about to crash down on his head. He did not look up. Become a Jedi. Why would you? Master Yoda asked. Usually the interview did not involve questioning the motives of the candidate, but they were rarely old enough to have motives, so no one objected. They were used to following Master Yoda's lead. So I can help people, Skywalker answered. Help them, already do you not? Yoda asked. Yes, but if I had training, if I was a Jedi, I could do more. What more would you do? Ki-Adi Mundi asked. Master Jin said I'd be able to move faster, and use the force to sense danger, and if I could use a lightsaber, I could fight too. Instead of having to hide when missions go bad. Even to become an apprentice you would likely need years of remedial training, Saesee Tiin said. You would not be assigned to Tatooine, because it is outside the Republic's jurisdiction. The Jedi help people, but you would not be sent to pursue personal goals. Mace supposed he should have expected Tiin to try to warn the boy of the real focus of the interview. But the other master had not been explicit enough for the child to understand. The boy seemed to take it as an attack instead of a warning. Why not? Skywalker asked, his voice getting slightly shrill. The Outer Rim needs way more help than the core worlds. A conquering army, the Jedi are not. To maintain peace and order our goal is, Yoda said. If the Republic were to sanction, or through the Jedi imply sanction, of inciting rebellion on a Hutt-controlled world, it could lead to a large-scale war with millions or even billions of people suffering the consequences, Ithkoth explained. But people are already suffering, the boy said. Those people still have their lives, and rash action might cost them that, when a slower, more compromising course of action might prove their situation without needless death, Koth said. Skywalker did not look convinced. Why do you think fighting is the correct course of action? Koth asked. It's the only thing I've seen work, Skywalker said. Is it? Ki-Adi Mundi asked. According to Master Jin's report, your brother bought your freedom. After he fought and killed a Kairat dragon to get the money, Skywalker said. So, you want to fight because your brother fights? Mace asked. The boy looked at him a little suspiciously. I want to be able to do the things Master Jin does. Not just fighting. If suited you are, see we shall, Yoda said. We will begin with a series of simple tests that focus on different aspects of sentient interaction with the Force, Depa Billaba said. Respond to the best of your abilities. Depa Billaba touched the controller on her chair and a panel opened in the wall. 3 paper boxes sat in a row on a small levitating tray. The tray floated to the center of the room. What do these boxes contain? Billaba asked. Beetles, the boy answered. And which beetle bites? Billaba asked. This one, the boy said, pointing at the leftmost box. Pick it up, can you? Yoda asked. The boy looked at them a little suspiciously, but then lifted the box, which had no bottom. The beetle, now exposed, hissed in agitation and clacked 2 sets of inch-long jaws. Its red and yellow shell leaf. Ted up and 4 delicate glassy wings emerged. Before the small creature could take to the air, the boy's hand lashed out. For a moment Mace thought the boy had killed the insect, but he did not feel its death through the Force. The boy walked up to Master Yoda, and held out the beetle, its head between 2 fingers while the other 3 pinned its body to his palm. The boy had used speed, rather Han calming the creature through the Force. The test was meant to show if the candidate had a strong connection to other living things. All they knew at this point was that the boy had quick hands. Da held out his hand and the beetle floated up out of Skywalker's palm, lifted not by its wings, but by the Force. The insect drifted back to the tray, and the box flipped itself back over the top of it. Skywalker returned to the center of the circle, his expression faintly envious as he watched the insect recaptured. For this next test, tell me what is on my side of the screen, Mace said, as he took the data pad from the pocket of his chair. The boy did well at first, answering a ship, a cup, and a speeder as each appeared before Mace. He felt no intrusions through the Force, which meant the boy was precognitive. Rather than a mind reader. He could tell the boy's confidence was growing. Next, Mace said. 3 planets, Skywalker replied. Next, an animal, Skywalker said. I don't what kind. 6 legs, red and yellow fur. Quote. Next, the boy startled. A picture of my stupid brother. Mace felt a conflicting swirl of emotions, affection and jealousy surged in the boy's mind. Skywalker fought them back down, burying the emotions, instead of letting them go. Another brother, do you have that as smart? Yoda asked. No, sir, Skywalker said. Next, Mace set his screen to display a series of a blaster, a Hutt, a battle droid, and a dead body followed the image of Uzumaki Naruto. Saesee Tiin shifted in his chair, and Mace knew his fellow master was about to intervene again. Mace raised an eyebrow at Yoda. Hu nodded. Mace put the data pad away. The next round of tests were usually not given until a youngling had received some training, but this was as much about what Skywalker already knew, and if any of it was related to the dark side, or the Sith. These next tests will show if you have any skill in physical manipulation using the Force, Yariel Poof said. Another tray was brought out. This one held a small photon stream generator, a hard rubber ball 3 inches in diameter, and a foam block. Poof waved the boy closer and turned on the generator. It was a low-powered cousin to the lightsaber. Easily visible, but unable to cut or burn. Use the Force to bend the beam, Poof said. Skywalker stared at the faintly blue light streaming from the end of the small wand-like device. He chewed his lip, and his face scrunched up. The beam remained unaffected. I can't, the boy said. I don't know how. Step on that and balance on one foot for as long as you can, Poof said. The boy stepped onto the ball with his right foot, his arms held out to his sides to steady him. The test was meant to show if an initiate could call upon the Force to support himself physically, or to increase his own stamina. After 5 minutes, the boy began to wobble, and after 12 he toppled, hopping on his left foot and shaking out the right with a pained expression. Mace had not felt the boy call upon the Force, and though he exhibited good balance and endurance, it was from stubbornness rather than the living Force's support. Without touching it, bring the block to you, Poof said. Skywalker held his hand towards the ball, his face scrunched in concentration. Nothing happened. Poof sent the tray back to the panel it came from. Have you ever had a vision through the Force? Mace asked. If Skywalker had seen the same entity as Obi-Wan, it could confirm its existence. Today, the boy said, apparently relieved that he could show off his skill after 3 failures. Have you ever had a vision about the entity within your brother? Mace asked. Skywalker looked at him. The jealousy had returned, but now suspicion came with it. No, Skywalker said. See through you. We can, Yoda said. We can tell you are lying, Ki-Adi-Mundi said. You said to respond to the best of my ability, Skywalker said, swallowing nervously. You didn't say to tell the truth. If you wish to be a Jedi, you should answer honestly, Mace said. So if I answer honestly, I can be a Jedi? Skywalker asked. The masters exchanged looks. None of them was willing to say yes. Honesty will not work against you. Ki-Adi-Mundi said. What is working against me? Skywalker asked. Your fear, Yoda said. Your brother, much fear of him do I see in you. Skywalker scowled. I'm not afraid of Naruto. Obi-Wan Kenobi believes he has made contact with some sort of entity sharing a body with your brother, Mace said. Have you seen evidence of, or communicated with this entity? The boy started nodding and then froze. Is this part of the test? Skywalker asked. Do you ask all candidates weird questions about their families? If you become a Jedi, your family will not be a continuing influence in your life. Saci Tin said. A Jedi lives a life of service. Your attachment to your family would be a distraction and a hindrance to your training. As Jedi we must concern ourselves with the safety of worlds, not with the preserving of the bonds of a single family, Ithkoth said. You must know your brother or, rather, the entity within him is dangerous. We need to know everything about it. Well, I don't have anything to say about it, Skywalker said. I want to leave now, please. You may leave when you have answered our questions, Ithkoth said. The boy's eyes drifted towards the door of the council chamber. He gritted his teeth. He obviously knew he wouldn't make it. A lot of people know I'm here, Skywalker said. You will not be harmed, Oppo Rancisis said. But you must answer our questions. I've only got one thing to say to you, Skywalker said. His arms were crossed and his shoulders were hunched, but his glare was unwavering. He opened his mouth to speak, and then vanished in a puff of smoke. A faint hint of death echoed in the chamber, and Yaddle and even PL turned their heads, tracking something that fluttered through the window beyond perception in the crowded city. As the smoke cleared, a pamphlet fluttered to the ground in the center of the council chamber. Ki-Adi-Mundi stood and then picked it up, as Mace sent out a security alert. Ithkoth and Plo Koon hurried to the door, which had been pried slightly open without their noticing, and was now jammed. Oh, my, Ki-Adi-Mundi muttered. Mace held out his hand and the pamphlet fluttered to him. The paper bore anatomical drawings of human reproductive organs. A cartoonish sketch of Mace's face had been added to an improbable area of the male reproductive system. Skywalker is still in the building, Mace said. We will find him.